and literature. Thompson's textbook on social science and national economy was published in 1875, with editions subsequent to being retitled Elements of Political Economy, with special reference to the industrial history of nations. This supplanted Carey's 3-volume work as the text for the social science course. Following Carey and Comte, Thompson viewed political economy as a subdivision of the science of sociology, which itself is a subdivision of the greater science of anthropology, the science of man. It was a science because it pointed to tangible laws in accordance with which men must live to bring about desired and predictable economic and social effects. There thus existed for society an economic constitution and course of nature. The nation that complies with its laws attains to material well-being or wealth, and the nation that disobeys them inflicts poverty upon itself as a whole, or upon the mass of its people. Man must be studied in society, not in isolation. The old lawyers and political philosophers talked of a state of nature, a condition of savage isolation, out of which men emerged by a social contract, through which society was first constituted. But no one else has any news from that country. Everywhere men exist in more or less perfectly organized society. Political economy must thus join with the study of history, as well as drawing upon the applied scientific discoveries that have given society the arts of agriculture, dyeing, cooking, and other applications of chemistry, physics, and other sciences. Just as the discovery of chemical and physical laws has improved industrial technology, so the discovery of the economic laws that govern the advance of society in wealth, has greatly changed for the better the economic methods of the nations. 242. If true political economy in its social context did not deal with microeconomic man in his desert island abstraction, neither did it place him in the equally abstract cosmopolitical world context. The real world was divided into nations, a fact that Adam Smith and his followers ignored. Smith writes as if the world were all under one government, with no boundary lines to restrain the movement of labor and capital, no inequalities of national civilization and industrial status. Sharing in the reaction of the physiocrats against the excessively political drift of the mercantile school, he also goes to the other extreme, and gives us, not a science of national or political economy, but of cosmopolitical economy, which is not adapted to the actual historical state of the world, but only to a state of things which has not, nor ever will have, any existence. 243. Smith's cosmopolitanism was completed and systematized by J.B. Say, whose very first title page dropped the awkward words of nations, and from this time the abstract conception of wealth, its production, distribution, and consumption, became the themes of what was still called political economy. He was the first to announce that commodities are always paid for in commodities, and that therefore to check the amount of imports is to limit in equal measure the power of export. Empirically, however, trade was never in balance. It was associated with gold flows which were not in the nature of commodity transfers and whose monetary effect was just the opposite from that envisioned by free traders. The drain of money away from a country does not make it, as some have said, a good place to buy in but a bad place to sell in, just the reverse. It makes it a bad place in which to buy anything but special products of its soil or climate, because although labor is cheap, the commodities produced by labor are dear through its inefficiency. It makes it, therefore, a good place for the sale of the merchandise of countries more happily situated. To him that hath shall be given. Money tends to where money is, because the presence of great accumulations of capital in England, have made English labor productive to a degree that outweighs all other considerations. In this respect Thompson harkened back to the arguments of Josiah Tucker and other writers associated with British mercantilism, postulating income and productivity divergence mechanisms as characterizing world trade and payments. Money flows naturally to the places where it is most abundant, just as water tends to run downhill, but as it is often the chief problem in hydraulics to overcome that natural law, so also it is a chief problem of national economy to bring the power of capital to bear upon the less developed and less wealthy districts of the country. 244. Under the influence of Malthus and Ricardo, political economy had become a study more of the poverty of nations than their wealth. Matha saw the cause of poverty to lie with man's procreative tendencies, and Ricardo found it to lie in the artificial monopoly of land tenure, not with government policy. Their theories were thus a godsend to the cosmopolitical school by distracting public attention from the positive or negative role played by public policy. However, Thompson stressed, the correct approach was not to be found in the writings of the German historical school, i.e., the socialists of the chair, a dig at his fellow Wharton professor, Simon Patton, for these writers were subject to all the errors of the cosmopolitan school. 245 England owed her industrial and commercial development to her steady pursuit of a nationalist economic policy, example that of mercantilism. Thompson cited Bishop Berkeley as being a forerunner of Carey's school of economics, particularly in his positive ideas about the beneficial effects of monetary inflows stemming from a trade surplus. In the United States, Hamilton, List, and Matthew Carey had sought to develop anew the doctrine of national growth, a doctrine refined by Henry Carey, who first enunciated systematically the laws of human nature, and of that external nature, in harmony with which man was created. 246. Thompson began the main body of his book by tracing the evolution of nations as moral personalities, from the family through the tribe, city, and city-state. He then placed this political evolution against the backdrop of man's growing command over nature, first, his relationship with the soil, then the growth of population, society's evolution through different forms of land tenure, the development of industries, the fortunes of labor during this pattern of evolution, and the development of commerce and money. In adopting this expository pattern, Thompson was closely indebted to E. Peshine Smith, as was Carey himself. He traced how the functions of labor, land, and capital were increasingly differentiated as society evolved, just as in the case of animal and vegetable evolution from lower to higher forms. International trade warped the evolution of these forms, being undesirable on a number of counts not recognized by free trade theory. First of all, exchanges are not, as this theory assumes, effected on the basis of labor expended, but on money price, which is quite another matter. We might be able to produce iron at a far less expenditure of labor in Pennsylvania than in England, and yet not be able to sell it so cheap in the world's markets as England does. Differences in money cost arose from differences in the extent and the method of taxation, the cost of capital, the rate of wages, the differences in the purchasing power of money, and the like. Secondly, the orthodox free trade theory assumes that the chief end of national as of individual economy is to save labor, whereas the great problem is how to employ it productively. If buying in the cheapest market reduce the amount of employment, it will be for the nation that does it the dearest of all buying. A farmer who spends his idle hours in making a sled might have got one at the factory for the price of wheat that cost him less labor, but he may have been wiser in making than in buying, because these idle hours would otherwise have been wasted. Adopting the passive policy of free trade would not be part of the natural order of things, but would violate the principle of nationality. In practice, the ideal of free trade was the exchange of the raw materials of some countries for the manufactured productions of others. It is therefore an unfair exchange in that the main costs of international transport fell on the raw materials exporter, who also had to bear most of the risks, inasmuch as his prosperity depended upon 1,000 contingencies for his success, of which other producers know nothing. 247. Finally, Thompson made the point that supporters of free trade throughout the world were generally those who opposed free speech and supported either slavery or ecclesiastical domination, whereas those supporting protectionism tended also to support domestic freedom of speech, thought, and political association. Thus, free trade was a misnomer, and was in fact associated with slavery in more ways than one. It was a mask for political and social as well as economic oppression, and for entrenchment of an inequitable status quo. True protection would not destroy international commerce but would transform it and make it more equitable. In 1881 the Philadelphia iron manufacturer Joseph Wharton, seeking to found a school that would teach explicitly protectionist doctrines, donated $100,000 to found the Wharton School of Finance and Economics as part of the University of Pennsylvania. His endowment rose to $500,000 by the time of his death in 1902. Thompson was named dean of the new school, the country's first business school, soon to be emulated by the universities of California and Chicago, which opened its doors in 1882. He lectured to the senior class on political economy, American politics, money, credit, international trade, monetary issues, the stock and bond market, taxation, relations of wars and military systems to national industry, public debts, wages, labor, strikes, and lectures on living issues: land, labor, socialism and communism, free trade and protectionism, popular and industrial education. Meanwhile, he maintained his close ties with the University of Pennsylvania proper, continuing to teach its social science course, becoming its librarian in 1882 and its chaplain a few years later. In 1883 he resigned his deanship at the Wharton School, but continued his teaching there, to become the university's John Welsh Centennial Professor of History and English Literature. By this time his reputation was spreading. In 1884-85 he took a leave of absence to lecture at Harvard on protectionism, publishing his lectures as a separate book on protection to home industry, and during the following academic year lectured at Yale on the same subject. Meanwhile, basic changes were occurring in the temper of American protectionism. In 1883, shortly after the Wharton School opened, Edmund James was appointed senior professor. James had been trained in Germany along the principles of the historical school, the Takeoff that Thompson had attacked in his textbook. Thompson thought James and the rising post-Carey generation of historical economists leaned dangerously towards socialism. Tension between Thompson and James was aggravated by the latter's appointment of his close friend and fellow student at Halle University, Simon Patton, as professor of economics in 1887. The previous year Thompson had published a disparaging article on Lavely and the Takeoff in the Penn Monthly, and was soon to complain directly to Wharton that James, Patton, Ely, and their fellow Americans trained in Germany were obnoxious socialists. 248 James for his part did not find the views of Carey and his followers sophisticated enough to serve as the basis for graduate economic study, and sought to emulate Johns Hopkins University as an example of the proper study of historical method. In 1888 he and Patton inaugurated the series of University of Pennsylvania publications in political and social science modeled after Schmaller's Jahrbucher and other publications of the German Historical School, and in 1889 he helped found the American Academy of Political and Social Science, elbowing Thompson aside in school affairs, and forcing him out of the school altogether in 1891 in an affair which developed into a public controversy. Apparently the problem was that James and Patton wanted to model the school after the pattern of German universities, which meant a faculty composed of highly trained specialists, and an opportunity for students to select the teachers and the courses they preferred, instead of following a curriculum made up largely of prescribed studies. Professor Thompson earnestly insisted that this was a mistaken and impossible theory of education, because the American college was not the counterpart of the German university, but of the German gymnasium. Therefore the student entering the American college was not fitted to take up university work as it was understood in Germany. Such a training, he insisted, would not be an education, but specialization. 249. This was an attitude that was becoming rapidly obsolete in the nation's higher education, and at the age of 57 Thompson faced the problem of deciding upon his future career. In 1891 he had given the Stone Lecture Series at Princeton Theological Seminary on the Divine Order of Human Society. These lectures were quite favorably received and the Princeton faculty offered to recommend him for a new professorship of Christian sociology, but Thompson declined in order to remain in Philadelphia. For a decade he taught at the Wagner Free Institute of Science there, and became a contributor to the Sunday School Times and other publications. Then, in 1894, he became president of Philadelphia's Central High School, a post which he held through 1922. In addition to his administrative duties he lectured to the senior class on political economy, and also taught the course on ethics, which he continued to give throughout his 26-year term. During this period he also wrote a history of the American Presbyterian Church, and a number of other books on religious subjects. Thompson's problems at the Wharton School typified the strains developing between American industrialists and the new philosophers of protectionism. Like many other followers of Carey, Thompson found himself becoming an advocate for industrialists at a time when American industry had moved far beyond the infant stage to that of trusts. Protectionist writings of the Carey school were becoming more and more conservative. Under Matthew Carey and his contemporaries they had often been pro-labor, supporting charities and the working classes at a time when American industry itself was often a small system led by master mechanics men such as Rep. William, Pig Iron, Kelly and others who had been absent from protectionist ranks before the war were becoming vested interests in their own right. American consumers were finding that protectionism did not lead to declining prices so long as trusts had their way, protected by high tariff walls. The new historical school of protectionists, typified by men such as Patton, advocated protectionism and government direction of economic activity on idealistic grounds more akin to the early American protectionists. They viewed industrial profit as a means to elevate the status of society generally, not merely to augment the capital controlled by industrialists personally. This may partially explain why, 4 years after Thompson was forced out of the University of Pennsylvania, James himself was fired, and Patton later was eased out in 1917 when he supported the retention of the socialist professor Scott Nearing, following his own early opposition to American entry into World War I. By this time protectionism and economic nationalism had lost most of its idealism and was neither a minority statement nor a sectional issue, but part of the doctrine of an economically victorious nation. Indeed, precisely because of America's world economic supremacy following the war, its industrialists were less and less interested in continuing to attack laissez-faire doctrines. America was beginning to emulate England's espousal of free trade doctrines, having already succeeded in emulating England's industrial protectionism. Protectionist philosophy had governed American economic policy since the Civil War and had now outlived its usefulness. American economic orthodoxy therefore joined that of Britain in espousing laissez-faire, in fact surpassing Britain in its new cosmopolitanism as a euphemism for commercial and industrial domination. 184. Van Buren Denslow, Chicago Protectionist. Van Buren Denslow, 1834–1902, of Chicago was the last major follower of Henry Carey. His economic philosophy of society, government, and industry, 1888, defends Carey, not only as the founder of American economics as a distinct school, but as the first economist to apply Auguste Comte's scientific method to the study of society. This method stood in opposition to that of British laissez-faire economics, which was riddled with a priori political and moral preconceptions, and above all with an unwarranted pessimism regarding man's ability to exploit nature. In 1880 Denslow reviewed the leading social thinkers, praising Comte and Herschel, the astronomer, in particular for their logical methodology. It was Comte, he subsequently stated, who sought to ground the principles of social science and thus political economy in the study of man's progressing technology. Comte regards the sciences as standing in a complete logical order, beginning with mathematics, which involves the fewest elements and the most certainty, and proceeding from thence through astronomy, physics, chemistry, and physiology to sociology, which is the last, highest, and most complex of the sciences, involving the most elements and the least certitude. Mathematics involves only the three elements of expansion, duration, and number, or space, time, and quantity. Astronomy adds to these three elements that of motion. Physics supplies all the qualities of matter. Biology adds life. Sociology combines man in society. 250. Man's social organization was originally dictated mainly by his natural surroundings. The development of civilization enabled him to free himself from the constraints of nature, and to channel its powers increasingly to serve his own needs. As this occurred, the structure of his society and the patterns of trade that developed among regions and nations became less a function of pre-existing qualities and more a function of man-made capital being substituted for the virgin qualities of soil, manual labor, and other pre-existing productive qualities. This historical materialist approach had permeated American protectionist literature from the outset, and was the counterpart to Marxian analysis in Europe. Denslow, who wrote with a strong pro-industrialist class bias, detested Marx and misrepresented him, but his analysis was nonetheless parallel on many points. The political state, he wrote at the outset of his economic philosophy, is shown to be the apparel of which the industrial life of the people is the wearer. 251. It was the American school's optimism that distinguished it from the Marxian doctrine of class conflict, not its materialist methodology. This view of society as an evolving form, based ultimately on technological principles, implied that British proponents of laissez-faire were somewhat primitive in their concept of natural trade patterns among nations. The word nature came into the English language with a religious meaning, as distinguishing what a man is at birth in contrast with what he becomes by grace or divine, supramundane, influence. From this it passed to mean the constitution which all things have under law, as distinguished from changes they may take on supernaturally. In both these old senses man is a put of nature, and in the first of them nature is the whole of man. Gradually nature, which at first had meant what man was at birth, from natus, born, came to be used by some as meaning the world exterior to man, to which the root meaning of the word nature, viz., birth, has no application. Whatever there be in man, which obtains command of the forces of exterior nature, must of course be put of man's nature. It is not, therefore, a contest between man and nature, but between nature in man and nature exterioi to man. The forces which wealth aids man to control are, perhaps, the great forces of nature. But the forces, in man, which do the controlling, must be still greater forces in man's nature, or they would not control. 252. Man and nature were thus not two distinct entities but were intimately associated, in a way which Comte's positivist method could make clear. Savage and poor life necessarily connoted social poverty, stemming from man's inability to tap the forces of nature. The jurist sees in it a feebler development of law, the theologian regards it as an erroneous manifestation of faith, or debasing consequence of superstition. The moralist recognizes its essential identity and parity with vice and crime as they appear in civilization, but the economist recognizes all savagery as arising from the utter and complete absence of wealth or capital, and consequent lack of organization of an industrial or working society. Even for the modern man, stripped of his clothing, the virtue of decency becomes impossible. Take away his bread, and to a starving man, the law even excuses theft, because it knows that nothing else remains. 253. Denslow criticized British economic thinking specifically for its moralistic foundation, which was necessarily arbitrary and time-bound. Indeed, moral impulses might all too easily have disastrous consequences. It is the very best men that lead in the work of mischief, if mischief it is to be called. The poor persecutions of the Christians by the Roman emperors, the tendency of dying persons to bequeath their lands and goods to the church, and to overestimate the virtue of charity as compared with industry, led into the Middle or Dark Ages. The exaggerated value which men, during several centuries, attached to the work of bringing the whole world under one religious government, a fanaticism which had its outcome in a sacrifice of industry to monasticism and in a waste of European life and energy upon the Crusades in religious persecutions, and in the prosecution and burning of witches, and the religious wars, all threatened to quench civilization in Europe wholly. There is little doubt that these veritable cyclones of human hate, black with all the destructive possibilities of reviving barbarism, were led on by the very best, purest, and noblest minds, the most spiritual and self-sacrificing, as they were judged at the time, in the world's best circles. There is equally little doubt that it was the substitution of the spirit of gain, of industry, and of business, caused by the revival of trade in Europe under the stimulus of the discovery of the Indies and of America, which rescued the world from the darkness into which it was ever more deeply plunging, by bringing back the thoughts of mankind to their secular and material interests. 254. So far he remains on familiar ground, with Adam Smith's invisible hand guiding man to achieve the greatest good through the impulse of his own self-interest. However, whereas the British economists simply stopped here, Denslow was adamant on the need for the state to shape the channels along which man's self-interest would operate, so as to prevent it from being directed in ways adverse to the growth of productive powers. Political economy, he insisted, was not simply a science of sales, it embraced the art of statecraft. However political economists may seek to dodge it by their definitions, political economy is a criticism upon statesmanship, so long as it continues to be anything. They may say it is a science of sales only, and that there is nothing of a political nature about it, that it has been wrongly named, that it should be called catalectics, or plutology, or the like. But to this the statesman may reply, why, then, do you bore us with it? We have no time to do more than acquaint ourselves with those sciences and arts which have a bearing upon government. You say yours has not. If your science is that of selling and exchanging, go on with your didactical exposition of swapping and trading. It has no more to do with us than a treatise on weaving or spinning. In fact, the men who define political economy as a science of sales mean thereby that it is a science which teaches that the right of individuals to make sales is superior to the right of government to affect any manner by legislation the nature or quality of the sales they shall make. Hence their definition of political economy is annulled by the quality of the thing they put forth as being political economy. If it were scientific in its quality, it would not be a science of sales, but a science of the relations which government sustains to sales. This restores the name political to their economy. 255. Asserting that academic economists were deteriorating into a sect antagonizing the statesman, he claimed that the essence of statecraft was to regulate trade. Commerce supplied the money necessary to fuel domestic economic life, and established the price relationships that determined the relative profitability of occupations, hence the direction which capital investment would take in each country. It was precisely this aspect of matters upon which the British mercantilists once had concentrated, but which contemporary British economists ignored. Of late political economy has tended more to become social economy than international economy. It has been occupied more in studying the relation of classes to each other, such as in England. 256. This shift of economic theory towards distribution analysis within a static economy, rather than focusing on the nature and strategy of economic growth among nations, made it all too easy for economists to presume that nations were essentially similar in their economic qualities and objectives. A fundamental concept of Denslow's book was that nations are collective persons, having each its individuality and its career to pursue, and hence that any given economic expedient must be studied in the light of the antecedent career of the nation adopting it. It will obey the inner law of its constitution, be its career long or brief. 257. International trade was divided into two classes of commodities. First were those in which natural conditions rendered certain commodities truly natural products of a given country, such as the cultivation of tea in China or coffee in Arabia and Brazil. In such cases protectionists say, off with all duties, let these articles be free. 258. The second class of international trade was in manufactured goods, in which comparative cost advantage was acquired historically, through a nation's political policies and social nature rather than through some pre-existing climatic or geological destiny. Nations seeking to develop their industrial capacity must place the political principle of nationhood paramount so as to coordinate the development of their productive powers. The free trader Perry had queried in his popular textbook as follows: the south end of Vermont trades freely and advantageously with its neighbors across the line in Massachusetts. Is there any good reason why the north end of Vermont should not trade just as freely and advantageously with its neighbors across the line in Canada? 259. There were a number of reasons, replied Denslow, headed by the fact that residents of Vermont paid much higher taxes than Canadians, for the purpose of developing their state and supporting its educational infrastructure. These taxes were necessarily added to the cost of Vermont commodities. Hence a tariff was necessary to equalize these differing tax rates, otherwise Vermont producers would find themselves priced out of the market, their sales and payment of taxes would fall off, and Vermont would be deprived of revenue which could further develop the state. When a man has married a wife, he drew an analogy, and becomes the head of a family of his own. The closer relationship which thus binds him to his wife and daughters precludes the dignity and propriety of his receiving services from, and rendering attentions to, the wives and daughters of his neighbors, merely on the ground that, in a single transaction, it might be shown to be cheaper. Just as the state of Vermont needed to protect its tax base in order to undertake internal improvements, so American labor as a whole required sufficiently high wage rates and consequently high selling prices for its products to enable it to educate itself and sustain relatively high living standards. If the diversity on which a competitor depends for his ability to undersell us, is a disinherited and pauperized proletariat of starved workmen, undergoing eviction from their homes and exile from their country, is it not wiser in the interests of the whole human race to attract these pauperized workmen to the United States, where by 1/2 the expenditure of effort required in England, he can make as much iron as there, and get for himself a larger proportion of the cost of production as wages? A free trader might nonetheless advocate the exchange of American grain for British steel on the ground that a given amount of labor employed in grain growing would procure more steel for the country than could be got from trying to produce the steel within the United States itself. Underlying this free trade attitude, however, was the bland Ricardian assumption of perpetual trade and payments equilibrium, and full employment and occupational mobility of labor. Again Denslow quotes Perry's popular textbook, which asserted that foreign articles are certainly wrought by foreign labor. Do we then by buying them employ foreign labor to the prejudice of our own laborers? We are obliged to pay for everything we buy, are we not? In what do we pay? Clearly, in the products of our own labor. We employ our own laborers to produce the articles. We exchange for foreign articles. We pay for our imports by our exports. Our exports are created by home labor. A commercial nation therefore not only does not, but it cannot, employ foreign labor. The more it buys of foreigners, the more home labor it must employ to create the articles with which it pays for what it buys, etc., etc. 260. There were many fallacies in this statement. An economist today would point out that it assumed a 100% or marginal propensity to import, and on a bilateral basis, at that, on the part of foreign producers of the manufactured goods bought by the United States. It also equated the balance of trade with the entire balance of payments, and assumed equal ratios of labor to the total value of the commodities traded. Denslow pointed out Adam Smith's famous assertion that domestic demand set in motion two capitals, that of the producers of each of the commodities traded, whereas foreign trade replaced only one domestic capital. Most important of all, he pointed out that if Perry's statement were true there would be no trade deficits, and hence no commercial crises, whereas in practice commercial crises were triggered by international payments. In the crisis of 1825, for instance, the failure of returns from the foreign investments came first. Then a contraction of its accommodations by the Bank of England. Then failure, in December 1825, of about 60 country banks, besides several leading banks of London. Then long lists of factories closed, riots by discharged weavers, who in one day destroyed every power loom in Blackburn or within 6 miles of it. 261. England experienced a similar crisis following repeal of its corn laws. Thus, concluded Denslow. Major premise. The free importation from abroad, of products which a country has the natural facilities for producing, or has produced or can conveniently produce, does not cheapen permanently or substantially the supply of the product, but displaces the domestic by the foreign product, thus tending toward a disruption of domestic industries, a drain of gold, a run on the banks, and a financial crisis. Minor premise. England attempted, in 1846, to get cheap breadstuffs by withdrawing protective duties from her farmers and accepting free importation from abroad, and in so doing she got no cheaper breadstuffs and no more of them, but caused a cessation in her domestic production, exactly equal to her importation, thus resulting in a disruption of her industries, a drain of gold, a run on the banks, and a commercial crisis. Conclusion: among distant economists, that the repeal of the Corn Laws caused the crisis of 1847. Conclusion: among English economists, that the crisis of 1847 was due to causes unknown. The three-cornered character of the world's international trade, Denslow continued, rendered obsolete the concept of bilateral reciprocity which underlay the two-country, two-commodity model used by free traders for didactic purposes. 263 Furthermore, American exports were bulky, and American farmers had to bear the cost of transporting them to foreign markets. Americans also had to pay the return transport costs on British manufactures, produced by labor fed with American grains. Would it not be easier to support this population at home, he asked. The market would then be brought closer to the domestic farmer, affording him a greater demand for his products at higher net prices. 264 Finally, Denslow sought to overt the thesis that, whereas free trade worked to integrate the world into a peaceful whole, protection was associated with nationalism and militarism. 10,000 Englishmen were slaughtered in 1884 in the Sudan as part of this free trade program, Denslow observed. England has had her nose in every quarrel on the face of the earth. She is not wholly out of war 1 month in 25. Free trade in men and in commodities was the war cry of our Southern rebellion. The whole origin of our late costly war was economic error, and every fibre of its economic errors is gathered up and woven into the detestable shibboleth of England's American implements and tools free foreign trade. While the free trade argument has been identified with disintegration and disunion from the first, the desire to secure a national revenue through a protective tariff was the motive which welded the feebly United States of the Confederation into the present national union. Protectionism says to each nation, mind your own business. It teaches that the best conquest it can make over its rivals is to absorb their pursuits, their arts, their populations, and their power, by active invention and peaceful immigration. 265. Britain's bankers and traders announced to all foreign countries, buy where you can buy cheapest, i.e., of me, or I'll conquer you. This, he concluded, may be called for sweetness and purity's sake, free trade, but it is the protection of foreign trade by military force. 266. Denslow followed Carey closely in describing the principles of production upon which his trade and development theory rested. In particular, he followed Carey in denouncing the Ricardian doctrine of rent and Malthusian population theory. Soil had no original and indestructible powers of fertility as claimed by Ricardo. Soil in England which once produced 5 bushels of wheat per acre now produce 55. Some in India which once produced 30 bushels produce but 7. 267. A major cause of declining fertility was the decision by a region to specialize in producing a narrow range of export commodities. Thus no nation could be naturally suited to produce any single agricultural commodity. The wastefulness of the chief part of southern agriculture, deserted houses standing in the midst of exhausted plantations, which were once fertile, were formerly attributed to slavery. Both it and slavery were in harmony with the waste consisting in the export of the soil in the form of cotton, molasses, and tobacco. This, by keeping the country constantly burdened by an increasing poverty and debt, made the enslavement of the laborer seem a consequent necessity, since the work was too hard and the net returns too small to enable the planter voluntarily to pay wages. He was generally 18 months in debt for the means to feed and clothe his family and servants, and had often hardly more purchased luxuries than many mechanics at the North, earning $3 a day. 268. The North was also wasteful in its practice of mining the soil and then abandoning it to move on to new virgin lands. The soil's fertility could be maintained only by proper crop rotation, which required a diversity of home markets. The more uses to which a plot of land could be put, the greater its value would be. This led to the usual home market argument that the greater the diversification of American industry, the higher would be the value of its farmlands. Denslow had earlier endorsed Carey's view of rent as payment for space, not fertility. He identified rent with that principle of human nature which would cause a window on Broadway to rent perchance for $5 an hour while a pageant is passing. It is a payment for space, which is competed for actively by reason of its nearness to the societary movement. If poor land has this advantage, it will be so tilled as to make it fertile. Rich land, without it, will be drained of its fertility. As MacLeod well says, the only original and indestructible power the earth has is that of extent. Fertility is as variable a property in soils as health is in man. 269. Both increased over time. British doctrine also rested on faulty doctrines of population and labor. Carey had pointed out in the 1830s, Denslow described, that the lower the organization, whether vegetable, animal, or social, the greater the rapidity, certainty, frequency, and fecundity of its power of reproduction. 270. Thus, as man's society grew in complexity and in productive powers, its rate of population growth tended to decline. Meanwhile, in response to the new discoveries in agronomy, wheat yields were increasing rapidly in terms of grains of wheat per ear and number of ears per stool. Industrial productivity was increasing even more rapidly, largely in response to the extension of steam power and mechanization. Thus, instead of man's population outrunning his capacity to produce, the facts were just the reverse. The result was a steady growth in man's living standards. Carey had shown, Denslow continued, how machinery supplants muscle, coal displaces wood and steam supersedes sails, so that the product of industry increases much more rapidly than the number of laborers. The starting point for economic analysis was thus man's pattern of economic development, not distribution of a fixed product. Carey's definitions are laws of motion, not equations between commodities, Denslow concluded. 271. These laws led to differential rent occurring not primarily in agriculture as Ricardo had believed, but in industry, even though it did indeed tend to ensue from the forces of nature tapped by man. The first man to invent a windmill got, as profits, the whole difference between the cost of grinding the corn by the power previously in use, and the cost of grinding it by wind power. It was only as windmills were multiplied that his profits were reduced to the ordinary rates of interest on the capital invested in the mill. The gratuitousness of new natural agents is a gratuitous fallacy. The first rates of transportation by steam were graduated on those by sail. So far as steam was cheaper, the engine owner made a profit. Capital employed in using natural agents for the first time, does not at once, and while it has a monopoly, come down for its profits to current rates of interest on capital. 272. It followed that economic rent in international trade accrued not so much to the agricultural exporters but to the industrial nations. Hence America's interest in protecting the growth of its domestic industry. Why, Denslow asked, should man be presumed to multiply geometrically and his source of food only arithmetically? If man were viewed in his capacity of being food for other animals, would mankind appear to them to be multiplying only arithmetically while they multiply geometrically? The truth was more that the fruitfulness of the lower animals is as much greater than that of man, as that of plants is greater than that of the lower animals. 273. In civilized society, he quoted McCulloch as admitting, it is only among the inferior ranks of the people that the scantiness of subsistence can set limits to the further multiplication of the human species. The fallacies in Malthusian doctrine, Denslow elaborated, were, 1. That it is only in the savage state that the food fund, which sustains man, is supplied by nature. 2. The poor always multiply faster than the rich. Families continuously rich soon become extinct. 3. As every species of animal, including man, constitutes a part of the subsistence of other animals, the faster they all multiply, the more means of subsistence there must be. Man, by cultivating crops, grains, and grasses for the food animals, increases immeasurably the means of subsistence of horses, asses, mules, horned cattle, including milch cows, sheep, goats, turkeys, geese, chickens, hogs, hares, and all domesticated animals, and of many wild ones. He thus makes the excess of the activity of the procreative power, in the lower grades of life over that of man, a guarantee of the far more rapid increase in human food than man himself can possibly effect in his own numbers. 274. An increase in man's numbers viewed as consumers was simultaneously a gain in the number of producers, under conditions of increasing returns. Controversion of the Malthusian theory of population that man's first response to higher incomes was to increase his family size led to an anti-classical wage doctrine. Denslow essentially held a marginal productivity theory of wage rates, and endorsed Cairns' statement that capitalists and laborers receive large remuneration in America because their industry produces largely. 275. It was thus the normal condition for profits and wages to increase together, in contrast to the Ricardian belief that profits and wages could only move inversely. The introduction of labor-saving machinery has some tendency to enhance wages, in the fact that the employer of the machinery makes at first as a profit the whole difference between the cost of performing the work by the old and by the new process, which rate of profit is only gradually reduced as other capital compete in the performance of the mine work by the new machinery. Wherever extraordinary rates of profit are being made, their capital will forego a part of its profits in the form of increased wages, in order to increase its output rapidly and to make hay while the sun shines. As the successful working on new forms of machinery nearly always involves some degree of skill, it is often better economy to enlarge the wages of those who have some degree of skill than to take on new and unskilled hands. Probably every labor-saving invention has witnessed the increase of wages to labor, during the interval in which the former selling price of the commodity had not yet fallen to the new cost of production. 276. Although Denslow asserted that capital in its capacity as an employer of labor would have to maintain its control over labor in order for the production process to expand at its maximum power, he claimed that physical capital had now become a laborer of sorts. By far the largest portion of the world's work is now done by capital, not in its employing capacity, but in its capacity as a physical toiler and a displacer of human toil. Capital, in the form of engines, boilers, tracks, and other rolling stock, draws all crops to market in Western nations, leaving men to carry them on their backs only in China and parts of India. Almost all of what is called skilled labor now consists in the wages worker acting as tender, feeder, or regulator to the working machine. Hence, old-time positions are reversed. Once labor toiled physically and capital superintended. Now, in the main, capital performs the physical toil and labor superintends the machine while it does the work. 277. Capital was thus an emancipator, its greatest service for man consisting in having abolished forcible slavery, as the means of organizing labor, and substituted for the lash the stipulated wage in money. 278. All this implied an economy of high wages doctrine such as had been held by sophisticated protectionists prior to 1860. But Denslow was confused on this point, perhaps because he was over-attentive to the immediate propaganda value of wage theory as it bore upon the tariff debate. On the one hand he stated, if capital and labor can earn in conjunction about twice as much here as in England, because of the greater general productiveness of industry, they will have twice as much product to divide, both will get twice as much, the one in wages and the other in interest. This implied that American labor needed little protection from European producers. Denslow therefore hastened to add, assuming that the rates of wages in certain industries are only 21.89% higher here than in England, that would render a tariff of 21.89% on the importation of the product of that labor from England, necessary in order to place the producers of the same product here in a position to compete on equal terms with those in England. How much more shall we allow for difference in rates of interest on capital, and for our more burdensome taxation to pay off the public debt? 279. On the one hand he claimed that the skill, greater ingenuity, intelligence, and progressive capacity of American workmen are due to their higher average wage indirectly. While English workmen are skillful, expert, and useful, in a more automatic way, their inventive faculties since 1846 are relatively latent. What they formerly, under more favorable circumstances, contributed to improvements in machinery and fabrics, is largely lost of late to the avocations in which they have been trained to aiding. Still, Americans needed tariff protection, on the tenuous assumption that both it and foreign countries had like natural facilities of production and made equal use of machine power in production. 281. Under these conditions, and assuming equal labor productivity and zero transport costs, it is obvious that wages of labor expressed in money in all countries would be equalized, those having the lowest rates being raised, and those having the highest depressed, until one common level would be obtained. He held forth the bogey of American wages becoming equal to those of India, although of course the conditions of production differed vastly between the two countries. If all the people in the United States could be induced to raise corn, Denslow pointed out, corn would, of course, fall in price to, say, a cent a bushel, or almost nothing. The expenditure of effort required from each corn producer to raise it, would average 4 or 5 times as much as it now does, because we raise corn only under the most favorable conditions. 282. A free trader would answer that this development would shift U.S. comparative advantage back to more industrial pursuits. However, Denslow pointed out, American industrial capital would have been extinguished in the interim, so that the start-up costs of re-establishing industrial production would add to America's relative industrial production costs. More interesting was his observation on the nature of female participation in the labor force. Because many married women sought employment, and were thus not the sole means of support for their family, they were willing and able to work for less than a living wage. Women offer themselves in a limited number of occupations, rejecting usually the coarse, vulgar, enterprising, arduous, and dangerous. In clinging to occupations which are deemed becoming to woman as a sex, they come chiefly into competition with those women who, as members of a household can, if necessary, perform the same work, in a manner which has the effect of gratuitous competition. The 360,381 women in New York, who offer to toil for hire, really offer to compete with and underbid the 1,670,988 women, or many of them, who ask no wages, and in a pinch do the same things without pay, which the toilers are trying to earn pay for doing. In domestic service, the competition is not so much between one cook and another, as a choice, by the matron of the house, whether she will hire a cook or do it herself, hence nearly every woman works against an unpaid competitor. 28.3. Perhaps the best epitaph for Denslow's work is that which he wrote with regard to Carey. The latter, he said, supplied Basquiat with all the materials of his Harmonies Economiques, except that pleasing style which is more apt to belong to the borrower than the inventor. Carey was inductive, Basquiat reductive. Carey was profound and original, but discursive. He was a traveler with a long stride, who had the devil's own habit of constantly taking you up to the pinnacle of the temple or the top of the high mountain, and then showing you all the kingdoms of earth, as illustrations of his law. 284. Denslow was also discursive, and his book was more an example of philosophizing than an integral philosophy. He often had his eye more on the political expediency of economic doctrine than on its internal consistency, as evidenced by his wavering over wage and productivity theory. Still, his book was influential in its time as a popular updating of Carey's theories. David Rice, protectionist publicist. David Rice followed Carey's school of American protectionists in seeking to win the country's farmers and laborers to the cause of protectionism and, at an extreme, isolationism. His protectionist philosophy was published in 1890 to defend the McKinley Tariff against the Democratic Party's free trade policies as embodied in the Mills Tariff Bill of 1888. All governments, he asserted, required some source of revenue for their operation. Historically, these revenues had taken the form of tariffs and excise taxes. The government of Great Britain, the bastion of free trade doctrine, was collecting over $100 million each year in customs duties. The tariff debate thus turned actually on the issue of what kind of tariffs nations should have. Because free trade tariffs sought to leave existing production patterns and cost ratios unchanged among nations, they were levied on articles which the nation did not and cannot produce, such as tropical agricultural commodities and certain raw materials. Rice advocated that tariffs be placed on industrial commodities, whose production they would stimulate under conditions of declining cost over time in the United States. The aim of protective tariffs was thus to transform the international division of labor and production, leading the nation to maximize its productive powers and to secure within its own borders the world's highest productivity industries. Citing the fact that the price of nails in the United States had declined some 72% between 1865 and 1889, as had the prices of other articles protected by rising import duties, he concluded that tariffs should be levied only upon such commodities, besides mere luxuries, as we are capable of producing in economy and quantity to regulate prices in the home market. 285. Domestic production costs, Rice declared, could be minimized only by guaranteeing adequate returns and continuous production for a steady home market. Modern production must be at wholesale and conducted by vast capital, a perfectly organized and managed plant, and with a skilled corps of workmen, to be economical, but it must be more than this. It must be substantially continuous and to the full capacity of the establishment. It is only thus, that the vast modern development of steam and machinery can be economically utilized. The ensuing economy of production would far exceed the petty savings of free trade tariff methods, in crude materials and inferior wages. Large capital commands cheap credit, of which, under stress of domestic competition, the consumer gets the benefit. Protective tariffs would not, like free trade tariffs, add to the final selling price of commodities over time, but would lead to falling prices so long as industrial capital remained competitive. 286 Bastiat's petition of the candle makers to shut out the sunlight misrepresented the protectionists. Because there was no way that candles could furnish light less expensively than the sun, they would not qualify for protective tariffs. The example was a crude parody tilting at wooden men. The function of protectionism, according to Rice, was not to achieve absolute isolation from foreign commodities at any price, but rather to assemble vast instruments of capital in great manufacturing establishments, and thus to cheapen production, by ensuring to domestic competition a home market, certain and increasing. 287. A free trader would have said that any tariff which sought to transform world production patterns would deny to the protected economy the Ricardian gains from trade. This might be so at an instant of time, Rice replied, but it was not so over time. Domestic industry followed a learning curve and steadily increased its productive powers behind protective tariff walls. He chided free traders for assuming that all commodities are made only by the current expenditure of labor, neglecting the economics of capital-intensive production. Free trade tariff reform insists upon the tacit assumption that capital and industry are in the position of 100 years ago, when the aggregation of the single workman with his kit of tools for capital was the all-sufficient factor for industrial production. This logic, he analyzed. Cloth-making capital required a higher rate of return because the commercial risk of making cloth under modern conditions is far greater than that of raising the bushel of wheat. This contradicted the usual protectionist statement that the world's raw materials exporters were subject to much greater risks from weather and other factors than were industrial producers. By thus emphasizing the distinct role of capital in production, Rice emphasized the fact that national planning and protectionism should not look merely at the costs of producing isolated commodities, but at the production and distribution process as a whole. American railroads might be built with tariff-protected steel rails, but they nonetheless had lower transport rates than English railroads. It was even possible that wool, yarn, and cloth each cost more to produce in the United States as individual commodities, yet when the cloth and buttons and thread were formed into the ready-made garment, that was cheaper in the one than in the other country, under some part of the economic system of manufacture possible there, and not possible in the other nation. 289. A free trader might reply that America should therefore purchase the textile materials abroad and concentrate on the final production stage. But this would require an international transport and distribution apparatus as an intermediary, an apparatus which was not only intrinsically wasteful, but was the precondition for foreign cartels to control the sales price of commodities in the American market. Production prices, Rice insisted, are always to be distinguished from final sales prices by the amount taken by distributors, middlemen, and speculators. A major aim of protectionism was to cut out the middleman and speculator wherever possible, thereby lowering distribution costs and breaking the power of foreign cartels to monopolize the actual gains from trade. Rice stated that free trade, not protectionism, fostered the trusts that by the 1890s had become so hated in the United States. Trusts, he analyzed, required two conditions. The chief and most indispensable of these conditions is, that the commodity shall be capable of being concentrated in a few hands, comparatively, either in its production or at some stage of transportation on its way to the ultimate consumer. The second condition is that it shall pass through few channels of transportation, to reach its market with the ultimate consumer. This condition may be found to be antecedent to the first one named, since the concentration of the commodity into these few channels of transportation would appear to facilitate, if not to give its temporary control into the hands of the few. 290 Sugar and oil represented prime examples of commodities subject to control by trusts, given their need for transport and refining. Sugar is brought into a very few of our seaports, and a few huge refineries employing vast capital can handle it for the whole country, for raw sugar must go through the refinery to prepare it for use, when below a certain standard. If it were produced on every plantation there could be no trust, just as there could be no grain trust. The sugar trust only becomes possible when sugar is gathered and poured through the narrow conduits of a few refineries. By these criteria, international trade was highly susceptible to trust building. The development of modern steam ocean commerce is largely responsible for the sugar trust, and, in fact, all others in either the importing or exporting nation, and for this reason, modern steam commerce on the ocean concentrates trade, by its economy, in a few great seaports to both the exporting and importing nation. To conduct it with the maximum economy requires larger and larger steamships, sailing from only a few ports, at which goods are assembled, to only a few ports from which they are distributed. This concentrates trade into a few narrow channels. Precisely because international trade favored distribution trusts and associated international cartels, it was a fallacy to believe that we can determine the price at which we would be able to purchase any given commodity in foreign markets, if our tariff were removed, by consulting the quoted foreign market price, while the tariff is in force and while home manufacturers supply the bulk of our wants. Not only would foreign exporters be tempted to raise their prices as Brazil's Coffee Trust had done when the United States cancelled its tariff on imported coffee, but the removal of our tariff and the opening to foreigners of our immense domestic market for iron and steel, for instance, would at once relieve the foreign market of the comparatively small surplus, which produces the glut, and send up the foreign price. 291. Like other protectionists, Rice was especially mindful of the farmer's interest in the tariff. Under free trade the United States would remain an agricultural exporter, thereby removing from the soil the phosphorus, nitrates and other fertilizing elements that were contained in the crops. Justice Liebig had used these arguments against international trade in agricultural commodities a half-century earlier, and his reasoning had become a staple of protectionist doctrine via Daniel Lee in the U.S. Patent Office, E. Peshine Smith, Henry Carey, and Simon Patton. Rice accused free trade advocates of advising the farmer to exhaust his soil by continually cropping it with the same cereal crops, wheat and corn, instead of diversifying his crops and recuperating his soil, wheat and corn being the only important crops saleable in foreign markets. The exhaustion of the soil is a permanent national loss, as well as an immediate one to the farmer. 292. By contrast, diversification of employments in a given area tended to increase the value of lands, by enabling farmers to grow fruits, vegetables, and other perishable crops for local urban consumption. Under industrial protectionism, farmers would no longer be obliged to sell their wheat in glutted foreign markets, but secure a more remunerative home market. In emphasizing this latter point, Rice stood firmly in the anti-imperialist center of American protectionism. He claimed that foreign markets were intrinsically unable to consume exports in keeping with America's capacity to produce. Free traders have pointed to the millions of unclothed savages of Africa, not one in 1,000 of whom has exchangeable property enough to buy even the collar of a cotton shirt, and said, "Behold the millions waiting for the product of our factories and furnaces, behold the vast world's markets open to you." The truth was that Americans consume 28% of the world's sugar, 30% of its coffee, 37% of its iron, 33% of its steel, 30% of its copper, 33% of its lead, 25% of its cotton, 33% of its wool, 33% of its India rubber, and over 50% of its tin and 40% of its coal. 293. In fact, Rice concluded, it is very easy to glut the foreign market with a slight excess of food supplies over the demand, so as to make the larger crop of much less value than the smaller one. Therefore, when the free trade tariff advocate says to the American farmer, raise more grain and sell more in Europe, he really advises the farmer to glut that market so as to get less aggregate money for the larger amount of grain he raises. This point has been made by many protectionists in the 1820s. A free trader might reply that, if such glutting occurred, the comparative cost curves would shift so as to adjust the pattern of American production to the new level of world prices. But, Rice argued, it would cost American producers much more to return to industrial production, once having departed from it, because of 1. The destruction of pre-existing capital caused by the free trade interlude and its associated industrial recession, 2. The higher profit rates required by industry following a highly risky period of investment and failure, and 3. The greater economies and scale of production that would have been secured by British and other foreign industrial producers. During America's free trade interim, enabling them to export their manufacturers at low prices and thus stifle the re-establishment of American industrial production. In fact, other nations had already begun to compete with England by enacting protective tariffs: Austria, 1877 and 1879, Russia, 1877 and 1881, Germany, in 1879, France, in 1882, Spain, in 1877 and 1882, Greece, in 1885, and Switzerland, in 1885. Sweden and Norway followed suit in 1887-8. Furthermore, we can hold no monopoly of our labor-saving inventions as against other nations when we have once made them public, and most of them reduce the diversity of human skill required for the manual operations in production, which they supplant. 294. Neither Rice nor most other protectionists faced head-on the problem of industrial trusts. They claimed that free trade favored special interests such as international shippers, railroads, speculators, cartels, and various other classes of middlemen, and enabled trusts to develop in the sugar, petroleum, and related industries, but they simply ignored the fact that protectionism had nurtured an iron and steel trust and other industrial monopolies that became objects of the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1896. In fact, by 1890 it seemed as if protectionists were talking about one set of economic problems and free traders about another. Each scored points, each fell into error resulting from their narrow self-interest, but for better or worse it was the protectionist philosophy and its associated isolationism that dominated the course of American foreign relations until the 1930s. VI. Some opponents of the protectionists. Francis Lieber, conservative educator. Francis Lieber, 1800-72, was a German immigrant to the United States who achieved renown as an educator. Born in Berlin, he was a member of the Prussian army at Waterloo. Shortly after returning to Germany, he was arrested for liberalism and imprisoned for several months. He took part in the Greek Revolution, and after a somewhat itinerant career as a tutor in various European cities, he emigrated to America in 1827. Settling in Boston, he gained employment editing the Encyclopedia Americana, 13 volumes, 1829-33, largely a translation of a popular German encyclopedia of the day, to which Lieber added many articles of his own. In 1832, the trustees of Girard College invited him to organize an educational system, a project which led to his being offered the chair of history and political economy at the University of South Carolina. In this post he succeeded another immigrant, Thomas Cooper, whom he emulated by moving rapidly towards conservatism, especially in the case of his mild views on slavery. He held his university post for over 2 decades, 1835–56, using J.B. Say's treatise on political economy as his text. He opposed the South's movement towards secession, however, warning against this break as early as 1850. These sympathies led him to move north to Columbia College in 1856, teaching political science, 1856–65, and ending his career as professor of political science at the Columbia Law School, 1860–72. He was an active supporter of the Union cause in the Civil War, and in 1863 founded the Loyal Publication Society, which published essays by Elder and other protectionists whose views he subsequently attacked. Lieber's early impressions of the United States are contained in his book The Stranger in America, 1835. In 1838 he wrote a manual of political ethics which defended individual and corporate property, hence laissez-faire, and which was used as a textbook at Harvard. Other publications include The Laws of Property, Essays on Property and Labor, 1841, and Civil Liberty and Self-Government, 1852, which was reissued in a new edition in 1874 and used as a text at Yale. William Graham Sumner, Social Spence Ryan. It is somewhat ironic that the free trade enthusiast William Graham Sumner, 1840–1910, was born in Paterson, New Jersey. The town owed its commercial prominence to the fact that in response to Alexander Hamilton's insistence that America achieve industrial independence from England, the Society for the Establishment of Useful Manufactures in 1791 established a nascent industrial center in Paterson replete with cotton mills, paper mills, and iron works. Understandably, the town attracted many Lancashire immigrants, including both of Sumner's parents. Sumner's father and mother were apparently quite determined individualists. His father, who arrived in Paterson in the midst of the 1836 Depression, so strongly opposed the custom of store pay, by which workers were paid in the form of credit at the company store, that he sought his fortune traveling with his newly formed and growing family through New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and then back to New Jersey before finally settling down in Hartford, Connecticut, to work repairing locomotive wheels at the railroad shops of the Hartford and New Haven Railroad. It was in Hartford that Sumner attended public schools, and after delaying his high school education for 2 years to work in a store, he entered Yale in 1859. Upon graduating near the top of his class, he borrowed funds from the older brother of one of his classmates to pursue a European theological education in Geneva, Göttingen, and Oxford. He also borrowed funds to purchase exemption from the Army draft, an exemption which then could be purchased legally by paying someone else to substitute in place of the draftee. Another classmate induced Yale to offer Sumner a tutorship in 1866. This was at a time when tutors served as teaching assistants, generally theology students, responsible for about half the classes at Yale. There were from 5 to 8 tutors, among whom Sumner distinguished himself by his interesting classes. He began to develop relatively progressive teaching attitudes, opposing Yale's practice of learning by rote from textbooks, as well as its overemphasis on the classics. Still, he viewed his tutorship only as an interim means of supporting himself until he could resume his theological career, and in 1869, after teaching 3 years, he was ordained as an Episcopalian minister. He served as assistant rector of Calvary Church in New York, and then for 2 years as rector of an Episcopal church in Morristown, New Jersey. But he found his interest continually returning to political and social topics, and in 1872 he withdrew from preaching to return to Yale as the college's first professor of political and social science. The newly created chair reflected the influence of Comte, Carey, and others eager to press scientific methodology into the analysis of social and economic relationships. However, whereas the doctrines of Comte and Carey were associated with materialism, Sumner's religious tendencies made him seek the unifying force of society in its mores, that is, in a kind of anthropology which he called societology, in order to distinguish his views from Comte's sociology. Sumner soon became Yale's most popular professor and remained at the college until 1909. During his 37 years at Yale he published and lectured widely. Indeed, the historian Richard Hofstadter has called Sumner the most vigorous and influential social Darwinist in America. Sumner's synthesis brought together three great traditions of Western capitalist culture: the Protestant ethic, the doctrine of classical economics, and Darwinian natural selection. He was a great Puritan preacher, an exponent of the classical pessimism of Ricardo and Malthus, and an assimilator and popularizer of Evolution 295. These attitudes led Rev. Sumner to espouse free trade with a passion. But unlike earlier free traders, who based their views on the Ricardian theory of comparative costs and the gains from trade, Sumner based his arguments mainly on philosophical Spencerism. His argument was thus mainly political and social in nature, not economic as such. The essential elements of political economy are only corollaries or special cases of sociological problems, he claimed 296, and then proceeded to treat the tariff debate in terms of social analogies with biological struggles. We see that the development of society is as regular and as natural as that of a plant, and there is no more need of human interference than there is to make a bud burst into a blossom at the proper moment. This was in direct opposition to the interpretation of Darwin by such men as John W. Draper, Lester Ward, Simon Patton, and other American theoreticians who viewed human evolution as differing from that of plants and lower animals mainly in that man could become the master of his own fate. Far from endorsing state action to guide evolution purposefully, Sumner insisted that social development cannot be hastened without injury. Evolution must thus occur passively, at a geologically slow pace. Hence, Sumner's intense opposition to all socialistic and revolutionary tendencies. He attacked protectionists specifically for their purposefulness. They were not contented to see what the natural chances of the country are and then go to work to develop them. They make up their minds first what, in their wisdom, the country ought to be, and then they set to work to force it, with nature or against nature, into that form. 297. Early protectionists had claimed to be advocating a natural destiny for the United States in the sense that they were advocating policies to help it escape from the quite unnatural destiny imposed by England's colonial regulations which had warped its development prior to the Revolution. Subsequent protectionists stated that, original advantage or not, it was wise for all nations to avoid becoming raw materials suppliers to England. Sumner could not see why the United States should be reluctant to remain an agrarian, raw materials exporting country. He attributed its relatively high industrial wage rates specifically to its available land, and not to the high productivity of its industrial labor. Wages are high here because men of the wages class can get all the fertile land they can till by going to it, he claimed. Indeed, while protectionists were describing how the workers' economic status was being elevated constantly as machines came to supplant manual labor, freeing this labor for higher and more intellectual tasks, Sumner argued that young America held out grand opportunities to the man who has nothing but his manual labor to depend upon, and the protective system does, and always has taken away from the farmer, laborer, and artisan, the advantages which nature offered him in the new country. 298. So much for the evolving nature of labor with society's technological progress, to say nothing about man mastering this technology to serve his own ends. As a youngster, Sumner had been struck by Harriet Martineau's sugary illustrations of political economy, 1832-34, and in 1872 was inspired by Spencer's study of sociology to defend laissez-faire in terms of an almost theological interpretation of Spencer's survival of the fittest doctrine. He embraced a kind of Horatio Alger mythology that viewed capital as being formed by abstinence and self-denial, and market competition as the ultimate means of improving man's political and economic society. The millionaires are a product of natural selection, he held, acting on the whole body of men to pick out those who can meet the requirement of certain work to be done. As Hofstadter has summarized his views, the millionaires get high wages and live in luxury, but the bargain is a good one for society. There is intensest competition for their place and occupation. This assures us that all who are competent for this function will be employed in it, so that the cost of it will be reduced to the lowest terms. This seemed to beg the issue of what service was performed for society by those who merely inherited their wealth, but Sumner assured his readers that social advance depends primarily upon hereditary wealth, for wealth offers a premium to effort, and hereditary wealth assures the enterprising and industrious man that he may preserve in his children the virtues which have enabled him to enrich the community. Any assault upon hereditary wealth must begin with an attack upon the family and end by reducing men to swine. 299 Democracy, Sumner believed, was an unattainable ideal in view of the natural differences that existed among men which would render unequal their economic power, hence their social status. As with the movements of geology or natural selection in the plant and animal worlds, society could evolve only gradually, hence Sumner's opposition to revolutionary or socialistic reforms. To interfere with competition was to endorse survival of the unfittest, favoring all its worst members. Thus Sumner opposed the Interstate Commerce Act, the Free Silver Movement, public charity laws, state enforcement of labor conditions, and most of all, protectionism, the ism that teaches that waste makes wealth, as he entitled one of his numerous articles on the subject. In these respects he reflected the views of his hero, Herbert Spencer, whose doctrines had received the adulation of such selected members of American society as Andrew Carnegie, James Hill, and John D. Rockefeller. Sumner insisted on viewing protective tariffs only on the debit side of the ledger, that is, as a tax ignoring the credit side of the ledger, example the spending of tariff proceeds by the federal government for internal improvements and social programs. Taxes are loss and waste to almost their entire extent, he stated. Society's function was not to give aid but to remove obstacles, letting the invisible hand of competition work its wonders. If Americans could not live without this aid, we must have left a part of the world where life is easier for one where it is harder, an argument which overlooked that American life might be made still easier by government activities. Protection, Sumner concluded, was hostile to improvements. When, therefore, competition is withdrawn or limited, the incentive to improvement is lessened or destroyed. 300. It was thus the impulse of competition that brought out the best in man, never the worst, such as chicanery, dubious advertising, or the other aspects of modern wealth earning that Veblen emphasized so devastatingly. Sumner never did grasp the key point raised by the protectionists, namely the fact of differential productive powers among the world's labor and capital. He insisted that international trade was no different from interregional trade between the states. New York and Pennsylvania, he argued, did not exploit and impoverish Rhode Island, Alabama, and Mississippi by their trade, so why should trade between America and other nations be exploitative? A protectionist would have answered that the quality of labor and capital, taxes, and costs generally were homogeneous within the United States, but differed among nations. Sumner did not accept this, or even, apparently, the Ricardian theory of comparative costs. Nor did he allude to the Ricardian concept of international trade as being characterized by no net movement of labor or capital. Sumner thus argued that America's populations tended to move from the older states to the new ones, just the opposite of the direction that protectionists represented wealth as traveling in the world economy. A protectionist would have seized upon this analogy to analyze just why domestic trade differed from international trade, but Sumner merely let the matter drop. At best his arguments were addressed only to the first generation of American protectionists, the institutional and historical school that had not yet developed a general doctrine of productive powers. He accused protectionists of arguing that there is only a national and not a political economy, that there are no universal laws of exchange, and that political economy varies with national circumstances. 301. This was hardly an apt rebuttal to the doctrines of Henry Carey, Peshine Smith, Simon Patton, and their followers. Still, Sumner is part of the distinctly American movement to extend political economy into broad social issues rather than narrowing it into a mere theory of market prices as was occurring in England under the guidance of Marshall's school. The protectionists who took the lead in forming the American Economic Association in 1885, hoping to introduce greater historical and institutional discussion into economic reasoning, had seen the association captured to an increasing degree by narrow constructionists. More and more of the socially aware economists left economics altogether to enter the realm of sociology, either through biology, as did the French followers of Comte, or through historical economics as did the followers of Patton. The American Sociological Society was formed in 1906, largely by statists, and yet Sumner became its president in 1909, the year in which he retired from Yale. This appointment was due largely to publication in 1907 of the work for which he is best known today, Folkways, a study of the sociological importance of usages, manners, customs, mores, and morals, in which he treated society's folkways as the major means of conveying its cohesive identity. Simon Newcomb, mathematical astronomer. Simon Newcomb, 1835 to 1909, was a Canadian-born astronomer and economist who achieved renown in both fields. In addition to pioneering empirical studies in mathematical astronomy, and writing and editing America's most popular astronomy textbooks of the 1880s and 1890s, he was the first American to popularize and elaborate the quantity theory of money in mathematical equation form, for which reason Irving Fisher dedicated his purchasing power of money to Newcomb's memory. Newcomb's family was of New England descent, the first Simon Newcomb having been born 6 generations earlier, about the year 1666. The family moved north to Nova Scotia in 1761, where Simon's father subsequently found employment as an itinerant school teacher. Young Simon spent much of his childhood with his grandparents. He was intellectually precocious, and when he reached the age of 16 he was apprenticed to a quack herbalist doctor, under the impression that he would become educated in modern botanic medicine. The doctor turned out to be a fraud, and urged Newcomb to adopt the philosophy that success could be achieved most readily by being a popular humbug. Disappointed at the doctor's inability to teach him anything except showmanship, Newcomb ran away 2 years later, walking over 100 miles on his way to Maine, and then proceeding to Maryland where he gained modest employment as a country school teacher and tutor. He spent much of his free time in Washington at the Smithsonian Institution and its library, where he introduced himself to Joseph Henry, a leading American scientist of the day. Henry took Newcomb in hand, and in 1857 procured for him the post of computer in the Nautical Almanac office situated at Harvard University. Newcomb subsequently described this appointment as removing him from the world of cold and darkness and thrusting into that of sweetness and light. It certainly marked the beginning of his life as a systematic thinker. While working under the aegis of his Cambridge astronomical colleagues, he enrolled at Harvard, taking his B.S. in mathematics in 1858 and continuing graduate study for 3 years. In 1860 he made his reputation in a memoir on the secular variations and mutual relations of the orbits of the asteroids, communicated to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, in which he sought to demonstrate that the orbits of the known asteroids had never intersected, concluding that the asteroids could not have originated from the breaking up of a planet. 215. In 1861 Newcomb was appointed professor of mathematics in the U.S. Navy and assigned to duty at the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington. Here he began his great work, colossal in conception and carried on with remarkable unity of purpose for more than 20 years. The building up, on an absolutely homogeneous basis, of the theory and tables of the whole planetary system 302 more a mathematical than an observational astronomer, Newcomb investigated the orbits of all the planets, and was awarded the Royal Astronomical Society's Gold Medal in 1874 for his studies of the orbits of Neptune and Uranus. He also spent many decades investigating the Moon's motions and perturbations as indicated by centuries of recorded observations. The product was his classic Investigations of Inequalities in the Motion of the Moon, produced by the Action of the Planets, 1907. Newcomb sometimes said that his vocation was astronomy, but his avocation economics. His first economic work was a critical observation of our financial policy during the Southern Rebellion, 1865, published when he was 30 years of age. At the outset he sought to integrate scientific method, that of Newtonianism, with economic reasoning, claiming that political economy was an exact science in which we can trace the effect of every intelligible cause, and referring to the working of financial machinery in clearly defined mechanistic reference. 303 Newcomb's analysis of the economic basis of military strength was classic. The military power of a nation is measured by the amount of industry which it can divert into the channels of war, that is, by the size of its economic surplus of war goods over and above personal consumption. War was thus fought with armaments, not with money. The question now is, does money increase the amount of skill and labor which can be thus turned into the channels of war? I answer, no. What the nation really wants is labor. Money was neutral in its overall effects, although its use enabled taxes to be levied in such a way that everyone shall be taxed equally, as money is the representative of labor. Without a surplus over and above consumption to transfer to the government and armed services, however, no amount of money, paper or metallic, would enable us to wage war. If all our labor is exhausted in the production of food, clothing, and other necessities, we cannot make war at all. Thus, the source of military strength may be concentrated into one word: frugality. It is the frugal man who consumes less than he produces. 304. This analysis is similar to that of the gross national product theory developed during World War II to allocate income and output. The problem of financing the war by issuing bonds rather than taxation lay in the economic and political strains conveyed to posterity. Newcomb was quite clear that a bond issue could not transfer the war's cost onto future generations. The generation that wages the war must be the one to shed its blood, feed its armies, and cast the shot and shell which its armies are to use. Food, clothing, shot, and shell are the real expenses of war. In running to debt for these articles, we do indeed bequeath to posterity the work of raising the money to pay for them. But posterity not only raises the money, but also receives the pay, so that we may as logically say that posterity gets paid for the war as to say that it pays for it. Still, financing the war by loans had serious political implications for future income distribution, by causing an antagonism of interests between the East and the West. Because about 80% of the debt would be held in the eastern states, while more than half the taxes will have to be paid by the states which own the other fifth, it followed that different sections may have entirely different pecuniary interests. 305. The West would advocate agrarian and populist economic policies to relieve itself of the tax burden necessary to pay off the debts, while the East would seek deflation. Newcomb, a hard money man throughout his life, urged that the government guarantee the gold value of all bonds which it issued, in order to prevent the success of populism. There was an alternative to taxation or bond issues as means to finance the war. The government could simply print money to finance its purchase of war material and pay its troops. Indeed, the entire government debt could be extinguished overnight by stamping each bond legal tender money. But this would not be equitable on moral grounds, as it would erode the purchasing power of patriots, those who chose to accept government money and purchase bonds, while favoring unpatriotic doubters of the government's fiscal responsibility, who turned their money over rapidly and refused to invest in government loans. In short, Newcomb concluded, a system of paper money may be described, in general, as a convenient device for throwing the entire burden of an extraordinary expense upon that class of the community who have most faith in the paper money. Francis Bowen, writing in the North American Review, praised Newcomb's remarkable talent for the systematic evolution of his subject, carrying back the investigation of each point to first principles. 307 Bowen argued that the government had no choice but to suspend specie payments and issue greenbacks in their stead. In opposition to Newcomb's extreme hard money policy, he cited the Bank of England's successful suspension of specie payments for over 20 years, during the first 7 or 8 of which the currency did not depreciate more than 6 or 7%. The problem, Bowen recognized, lay in the government issuing greenbacks in excessive amounts, not the substitution of paper for gold as an event in itself. Bowen was evidently attracted by Newcomb's writing, and at the end of the Civil War he suggested that Newcomb update his views on the currency question and evaluate those of Henry Carey. Newcomb recognized that at present we regulate the currency only by contracting or changing the form of debts, and in future its regulation must be affected by the mode of paying the debt. He urged a rapid discharge of the national debt, through a policy of direct taxation based on each man's accumulated wealth, income, and profession, suggesting 2 annual direct taxes of 500 millions each, provided that government indebtedness of every form should be received in payment of the tax. For more normal and ongoing categories of government expenditure, he suggested an excise tax on consumer goods. Carey argued against a return to specie payments on the ground that this would injure the nation's industrial interests, which tended to be net borrowers. He warned that labor and capital would be unemployed for lack of sufficient money to establish the societary circulation. Newcomb, despite his political observations on the role of debt, believed in what is now called the neutrality of money. He asserted that the amount of each man's labor is regulated by a law which is wholly independent of money. He will labor as long as the wealth which he produces compensates him for the irksomeness of the labor, and no longer. Products of labor are exchanged for other products of labor in accordance with the labor barter theory of value, without reference to the circulating medium. Money has no power to effect exchanges. It is only the instrument, not the cause, of the exchange. The community will always have enough of the medium of exchange, because any transportable commodity can be used as such. The first effect of the temporary diminution in the demand for goods would be, that everyone would offer his products a little cheaper. The societary circulation would thus go on at its natural rate. The 50-cent note will perform all the exchanges formerly performed by the dollar note. In passages such as these, Newcomb ignored the impact of pre-existing debt on the financial mechanism under conditions of inflation or deflation. On behavioral grounds he favored deflationary policies over inflationary ones, although supporting absolute price stability as the best alternative of all. When gold rose in value, he observed, or the value of the dollar falls, those who owe money are enriched at the expense of their creditors, while in the opposite case the creditors are enriched at the expense of the debtors. Hence every change in the value of the dollar is an evil. But it is less injurious to national wealth when the creditor is benefited at the expense of the debtor, than is the opposite case, because, as a general rule, the creditor class are disposed to save their money, and the debtor class to spend it. Frugality being the foundation of all national wealth and strength, the habits which conduce to wealth and strength are encouraged by an appreciation of the currency. Eras of depreciating paper money have always been those of luxury, extravagance, and waste of wealth. Conversely, when men in general contemplate the future of government credit and the national currency with confidence, instead of paying out their money as fast as they receive it, they will save it up for the purpose of investing in government bonds, or in the hope that prices will fall. 308. Falling prices thus spurred saving, example the economic surplus over and above current consumption, presuming full employment. In this observation Newcomb introduced the concept of the velocity or turnover of money, pointing out that in periods of rising prices everyone was anxious to pass off all the money he receives as soon as possible. Newcomb's next article for the North American Review criticized Carey's principles of social science, and gave him an opportunity to distinguish his own classical economic method from that of the American protectionists. A very popular mode of philosophizing on social subjects is that well described by Mr. Mill as the chemical method, he wrote. In Greece and Italy, where they adopted policy A, the good effects E, F, G resulted, while in France and Russia, where they adopt policy B, the evils 1, K, and L prevail. Therefore, if you would enjoy these good effects, you must adopt policy A, and avoid policy B. The natural effect of this method is to make man the creature of society. We do know a great deal about individual men and their motives. Society being made up of individuals, this knowledge may be very valuable in enabling us to discover or account for social laws. On the other hand, the forces which act in society are so diverse in different countries and ages that the chemical method can scarcely ever lead to any certain result. 309. It deteriorated to a kind of law of averages type of reasoning such as typified the writings of Buckle and Kvitelet. Carey's historical reasoning was thus analogous to the doctrine of sympathies in the natural sciences rather than to the cause and effect system which characterized Newtonian mechanics. Newcomb overlooked entirely Carey's theoretical system as a doctrine of production. Newcomb was to persist in this attitude throughout his life. His final article on economics, published in Science in 1905, as a summary of his speech on economic topics to the American Association for the Advancement of Science, accused Spencer's term social organism of being too broad for economic relevance, as it included many super-economic forces. There is a far greater degree of exactness attainable in measuring the force of economic processes than is usually assumed in the criticism based upon the assumptions of the vagaries of human nature. We may, therefore, be exact in the investigation of the action of causes, example in investigating such topics as the influence of the increase of currency upon prices. 310. Newcomb praised Jevons' application of mathematical methods or principles to the study of economics, that is, to marginal utility theory, and Marshall's mathematical treatment of the laws of supply and demand. Newcomb reviewed numerous economic writers for the North American Review and other periodicals, covering the work of Peto, Baxter, Jevons, Cairns, Bonamy Price, Shadwell, Francis A. Walker, Richard Ely, Robert Ellis Thompson and others. Meanwhile, his reputation as an astronomer grew. In 1876 he was elected president of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. The following year he was appointed senior professor of mathematics and director of the Office of the American Ephemeris and Nautical Almanac, 1877 to 1897, where he sought to devise fundamental constants to describe the planetary motions of the four inner planets, and to determine their mass by studying their influence on comets and on their own satellites. He also sought to estimate more precisely the Earth's precessional constant. It was during these years that he wrote his numerous textbooks on astronomy, including Popular Astronomy, 1878, which passed through at least 7 editions and was translated into German, Russian, and Norwegian, Astronomy for Students and General Readers, 1880, Astronomy for High Schools and Colleges, 1881, which passed through 6 editions, Astronomy for Everybody, 1902, and Sidelights on Astronomy and Kindred Fields of Popular Science. During 1884 to 1891, and again during 1898 to 1900, Newcomb taught graduate students as professor of mathematics and astronomy at Johns Hopkins University. During these years he continued his activities as an economic theoretician. One of his projects was to advocate a constant tabular standard of value. As early as 1866 he had adopted an algebraic weighted average index of price levels, and in 1879, in an article praising the resumption of gold convertibility for greenbacks, he suggested the well-known multiple standard of value, which has never received the attention which it deserves. Referring to absolute value in terms of constant purchasing power, he stated that our first problem is to find the average price of all the important products of human labor as measured in the current money for which sales are made, and then assigning a weight to each commodity used in the average. The result was what Irving Fisher subsequently termed the compensated dollar or commodity dollar, the doctrine which underlay America's revaluation of gold in 1934. 311 During 1879 to 80 Newcomb lectured on political economy at Harvard, and during 1891–92 at Johns Hopkins. He became president of Harvard's Political Economy Club of America in 1887, 2 years after the publication of his major economic work, Principles of Political Economy, 1885, which Schumpeter has called the outstanding performance of American general economics in the pre-Clark-Fisher-Taussig epoch, although noting that Newcomb had not got onto the Jevons-Menger-Walras level and his analysis was substantially classic. 312 Newcomb devoted the first portion of his Principles to economic methodology. 6 years earlier he had asserted that tariffs, banking and currency, and the standard of value were economic subjects which must be studied in the same spirit, and, to a certain extent, by the same methods which have been so successful in advancing our knowledge of nature. Unfortunately, economic questions were generally approached with preconceived theories, leading to disparities in vocabulary and methodology. What we want is so wide a diffusion of scientific ideas that there shall be a class of men engaged in studying economic problems for their own sake. 313. This subsequently became the conservative concept of positivism as an economic method. According to Newcomb's principles, there was indeed a general science of economics, founded on those characteristics of human nature and on those relations of man to his environment which are common to all civilized people, although Newcomb conceded to the protectionist school that the principles of this general science have to be specialized and modified to suit the circumstances of each people to whom they are applied. He thus distinguished pure economics, tested by hypothesis, from applied political economy dealing with particular conditions as to time and space. 314 Newcomb followed British practice in emphasizing human desires and utility theory rather than treating economics primarily in terms of productive powers and their social consequences. There is, he granted, a wide field of investigation included under the general term sociology, or the science of society. But this inquiry into the origin and growth of human desires is quite distinct from political economy. The latter takes the man up, ready-made as it were, and has nothing to do with the question how he got to be what he is. Newcomb also segregated moral science from political economy. In other words, having given a community of men moved by certain desires, we trace out the laws which govern their efforts in seeking to gratify those desires. This and this alone is the object of political economy as a pure science, a view which led Newcomb to prefer the shorter term economics for what had been political economy. 315 This by no means meant that Newcomb wrote his book without specific political conclusions. For instance, he argued that labor-saving technology did not reduce employment. No operation of cheapening production can cause a diminution in the sum total of the demand for labor. Every diminution which it may cause in one direction is compensated by an increased demand in some other direction. He believed that labor displaced from one occupation could always find alternative employments. Newcomb recognized the existence of non-competing groups, but these existed mainly between three categories of laborers: unskilled laborers, skilled laborers, and intellectual laborers. There was intra-class mobility, but little inter-class mobility beyond a point. Technological improvements would benefit these classes differently, according to the nature and labor-displacing focus of the invention at hand. It is probable that less natural skill of a rare kind is required when goods are made by machinery. So far as this is true, the introduction of machinery is doubly beneficial to the day laborer by securing him a higher order of employment and cheaper necessaries of life at the same time. It is also true that the management of the machine may require moral characteristics: industry, sobriety, steadiness, honesty, and reliability of a higher degree than ordinary irresponsible labor. If so, the laborer who does not possess these qualities would again be at a relative disadvantage in consequence of improvements in production. That is to say, he would lose by lower wages and gain by cheaper products, and the loss might exceed the gain. We may lay it down as a general rule that the idle, dissipated, and unreliable classes will be in about the same low state, no matter how far society advances. Even philanthropists could do nothing for them, unless it could do away with them in the future by preventing them from being born, and perhaps there is no effective way of doing this unless by extermination. 316. Newcomb thus showed himself extremely laissez-faire in outlook. He opposed strikes, because they made commodities dear and scarce instead of cheap and plentiful, shorter working hours, the union shop, the formation of buying and selling cooperatives, because ordinary laborers lacked managerial ability, and also charity for the poor. As do his successors today, he represented charity as increasing the demand for beggary, and warned that the supply of beggars would respond to this demand. If there must be money set aside for the poor, he believed, the best way was to invest in rehabilitative education. He was best known among subsequent American economists for stating the quantity theory of money in mathematical form and elaborating its implications. His version of MV equals PO was KXP equals VXR, where CRE represented the industrial circulation, society's output, P the price level, V the volume of money, M in today's equation, and R the rapidity of circulation, or what is now termed V for velocity of circulation. The absolute value of the total volume of currency circulating in a social organism, he defined, is equal to that of the total industrial circulation of the organism during the average time that a piece of money remains in one man's hands. He was careful to acknowledge leakages. To preserve the equality we must exclude from the monetary flow all such transfers as loaning money, or depositing it in a bank, because these are not balanced by reverse transfers of wealth or services. Leakages also existed as a result of bankruptcies, and repayment of debts without a new loan being made. However, Newcomb recognized no foreign trade leakage, adopting the classical Ricardian assumption that international trade and payments were always in balance. When the volume of the currency fluctuates, other conditions being equal, the purchasing power of each unit of money varies inversely as the whole number of units, so that the total absolute value of the whole volume of currency remains unaltered by changes in that volume. 317. This led him to warn his readers of the money fallacy, which confused the receipt of money with the receipt of actual purchasing power, or what today's economists call the money illusion. The final section of Newcomb's principles was devoted to an application to specific circumstances and policy considerations of the general mechanisms he had developed in his earlier chapters. Among these is a particularly well-balanced, for the time, discussion of the pros and cons of laissez-faire. Like John Stuart Mill, Newcomb feared that congressional proneness to special interests would work against the general public welfare. Newcomb never wrote on economic statistics, nor did he attempt to quantify empirical economic phenomena. He chose only to discuss principles as they applied to economic policy. He did not use diagrams at all, and used mathematics only sparsely, although he is said to have used mathematical modes of statement in his economic lectures at Johns Hopkins University. Like other American economists, he urged that organization and knowledge be recognized as distinct economic inputs, taking their place alongside land, labor, subdivided into his three non-competing classes of relative skill, and material capital, whose formation he explained largely by Senior's abstinence theory. He weakly attempted what Marshall and others later achieved, integrating the objective cost of production approach to value theory with the subjective marginal utility approach. His theory of interest recognized the role of loanable funds, time preference, and what is now called the marginal efficiency of capital. Jacob Skernhoff and the economy of high wages. Doctrine. Most economists today assume that wage increases in any given country tend to impair its international competitiveness, by forcing up its prices in proportion to wage rates, whether through cost push or demand pull inflation. This view assumes that rising wage rates have no effect on labor productivity, whose increase over time is presumed to be independent of the workers' living standards. Such a hypothesis seems appropriate for today's high-consumption societies like the United States, but it is less true for economies whose labor is just emerging from minimal standards of living. The productive ability of such labor does indeed seem to increase, particularly in its early stages, as its wage levels rise, and as its nutritional, educational, and social standards generally are improved over and above subsistence levels. This correlation between wage rates and labor productivity has become known as the economy of high wages doctrine. Jacob Skernhoff did much to elaborate and statistically illustrate this doctrine in his position of special envoy, employed by the U.S. State Department to travel around the world comparing wage rates and labor productivity. Increasing wage rates, Skernhoff argued, tended to bring about corresponding increases in labor productivity so that prices did not rise accordingly, and indeed became a precondition for this productivity gain. In fact, wage-induced productivity gains normally exceeded the rise in wages, so that unit labor costs tended to fall over time. The mainspring of economic development was thus the steady improvement in living standards of the labor force. Productivity change was a wage-dependent variable, not an independent variable in economic development as portrayed in today's growth theory. This economy of high wages doctrine had immediate political implications for the tariff debate. If wage levels and unit labor costs tended to move inversely, as contended by Skernhoff, then high-wage countries would be able to undersell low-wage countries. American workers had nothing to fear from cheap foreign labor, and should support the Democratic Party in its program to reduce tariffs. The interest of high-wage countries like the United States lay in international free trade as a means of extending its industrial markets abroad. This was an argument which Josiah Tucker, David Hume, and other British free traders of the mid-18th century had upheld when British labor was the world's most productive labor. It is only today being rediscovered. 227. Jacob Skernhoff, 1839–1902, was born in Oppenheim, Germany, and emigrated to the United States in 1861, at the age of 21. Settling in New York City, he established a wholesale lace business in which he introduced European large-scale production techniques. His experience in this trade afforded many of the examples that illustrate his subsequent writing. While Skernhoff was setting up his commercial business in New York, the Civil War was ushering in what was to become a half-century of highly protective tariffs. He appears to have familiarized himself with the writings of the major American protectionists, and to have become especially impressed with the theories of Henry Carey and his school as to the tendency of industrial development to bring about rising wage levels. But he did not share these writers' protectionist conclusions. He believed that although protective tariffs had nurtured American industry in the early stages of its development, the protectionist legacy of the Civil War had pushed tariffs to such a level that they were hindering further American economic expansion. The especially high tariffs on raw materials were pricing American exports out of world markets the nation needed to maintain its high rate of industrial growth and employment. These views led Skernhoff to become a Democrat. In 1883 he published The Destructive Influence of the Tariff upon Manufacturing and Commerce, and the Figures and Facts Relating Thereto, which contained all the essential elements of his later work. So-called protective tariffs, he asserted, protected neither American manufacturing industry nor the labor which it employed. True, in their initial stages they had produced a wave of new capital investment and led to declining industrial prices. Prices, however, can never reach a true level, that of foreign competition, while raw materials are protected. Our prices may become low enough to ruin all manufacturers, and still be higher than those at which foreign manufacturers can work at a profit and export their surplus. 317. Nor were tariffs even necessary to protect American labor from the lesser paid, but even less productive labor of Europe. Wages are not gauged by tariff, but by general opportunities offered by the respective countries, that is, by the supply of and demand for labor. To the extent that America's tariffs impaired its competitiveness in world markets, they circumscribed employment and reduced earnings. By increasing the prices paid by labor for its consumption goods, they reduced real wage rates, thereby impairing the source of American labor's acknowledged superior productive powers. The standard of living of the working class determines the rate of wages, he asserted. Where the standard of living is the highest, productive powers and invention find highest development, and production is cheapest. 318. Capitalist self-interest thus called for higher wage rates. The following year, During the presidential campaign of 1884, the Republican platform as usual denounced free trade for tending to degrade our labor to the foreign standard. Underlying this assertion was the premise that international price levels under free trade were a direct function of wage differentials among nations, irrespective of whatever productivity differentials might exist to offset this wage disparity. Andrew Stewart had provided a classic statement of this crude theory of international wages and prices in his assertion that the tariff furnished the only security our laborer had against the degrading and leveling effects of an unrestricted competition with the pauper labor of Europe. As you reduce this wall of protection, you reduce the wages of labor. 319. Skernhoff overt this argument in his pamphlet on wages and trade in manufacturing industries in America and in Europe, demonstrating that international price levels tended to vary inversely with per diem wage levels. Highly paid American labor was in no manner threatened by lesser paid foreign labor, because high wage levels resulted in high productivity and low unit labor costs. It is not by reducing wages that America is making her conquests, he concluded, but by her superior organization, greater efficiency of labor consequent upon the higher standard of living ruling in the country. High-priced labor means better food and better living, and these supply the American workman with that energy and nerve power for which he is so justly celebrated. High-priced labor countries are everywhere beating pauper labor countries. 320. This pamphlet helped firmly establish the division that had developed between Democrats and Republicans as to the nature of international competitiveness. To maintain high wage levels, Skernhoff believed, the United States must supplement its congested domestic market with foreign ones and thereby become a major export power. I take the ground, he maintained, that there need be no reduction of wages below that paid in 1880, that all we need is the raw material at as cheap a rate as that at which competing nations procure it. In order to enable us to take as commanding a position in the markets of the world as sellers of manufactured goods, as we do in agricultural products. 32. Low tariffs, at least on raw materials, were thus the precondition for cheap exports, increasing employment, and continued high wage rates. Grover Cleveland won the 1884 elections for the Democrats. The following November he appointed Skernhoff consul at Turnstall, England, and shortly thereafter confidential agent to Secretary of State Thomas F. Bayard. Prior to his departure, Skernhoff elaborated his theories in the industrial situation and the question of wages, a study in social physiology, in which he stated the true theory of wages to be this: 1. That the standard of living of the working classes determines the rate of wages, and 2. That where the standard of living is highest, productive power and invention find highest development, and production is cheapest. 322. As in his earlier writings, he maintained that America must become an increasingly export-oriented nation if the evils of overproduction were to be avoided. The abundance of our public lands has so far acted as a safety valve. Without this natural blessing, the pressure of limited markets upon our productive forces would have become unbearable. 323. This was not the most optimistic outlook for the ability of American industrial growth to sustain rising wage rates. Skernhoff's book nonetheless expressed a basic optimism closely akin to that of Henry Carey and Peshine Smith. The results of modern industrial development, he enumerated, had been, 1. To increase the productiveness of labor, 2. To reduce the proportion which labor bears to material in the price of any given product, 3. To cheapen thereby the cost of the product, and consequently to increase its accessibility to the masses, 4. To increase the money earnings of the working classes, and 5. To reduce the hours of labor. 324. As confidential agent to Bayard, Skernhoff traveled through Europe studying the effect of technical education on production methods. There, in Bayard's words, to indicate and establish the power of education of the human hand and brain, and to show how the sweat of the brow is lessened by the conception of the brain, and increased wages accompany increased efficiency. 325. In 1888 Skernhoff presented to Congress his report on technical education in Europe, Part I, Industrial Education in France. 4 years later he published The Economy of High Wages, his most sophisticated work. This book contains an integrated refutation of two related doctrines, the iron law of wages, and the pauper labor argument for protective tariffs, which Skernhoff demonstrates to be based on the so-called iron law. Both theories assumed labor productivity to be unrelated to wage rates, and that ill-fed and impoverished labor was therefore as capable of exerting work effort as well-fed and well-trained labor. Only if this were true could poorly paid labor compete in world markets on an equal footing with educated and well-maintained labor, which it would gradually pull down to its own pitiable level. Not only were minimum wages in the capitalist's interest, but the natural process of competition would keep wages down over the long run. As representative of this reasoning, Skernhoff cited Ricardo's belief that increased productiveness, and consequent reductions in living costs, would soon be followed by lower money wages, so that the laborer would find himself, to use Ricardo's words, probably, at the end of a very few years, in the possession of only a small, if any, addition to his enjoyments. 326. Skernhoff replied that in order for the initial increase in productivity to have taken place at all, it was necessary that the laborer obtain a higher standard of living and increase his working skills. Productivity increases were thus conditional upon labor and its living standards. Even increases in capital efficiency were actually an indirect function of higher wage rates. Indeed, the law of gravitation is not more absolute than this. Skernhoff asserted that where, as in America, the rate of wages of labor per diem is a high one, the first object of the employer is to economize its employment. The result is that in 110 countries is the organization of labor in mills and factories so complete as in the United States. Machinery, used to the limit of its life in Europe, is cast aside in America if only partially worn, or while satisfactory in this respect, if an improvement has come out that can do the work quicker and consequently cheaper. 327. Industrialists were induced to supplement new capital for scarce labor, while this capital required in turn more highly trained labor to operate it. In almost every employment of an industrial nature a very great amount of training is requisite to make it effective or make it serviceable at all. Only in times of very great demand and scarcity of labor would anyone employ crude labor in factories where skill is required. 328. This had far-reaching implications both for wage and employment theory and for international trade theory. It indicated that employability and remuneration of labor was a function of its working skills, and that variations in these skills and abilities divided the labor market into layers of non-competing groups. American labor was thus not threatened by foreign pauper labor. The assumption was invalid that a day's labor in any one line in one country would produce the same results as a day's labor in another country. Foreign labor not only lacked the personal capital resources possessed by American labor, but was untrained to mobilize industrial capital such as that which American labor operated. It is a fortunate sign of the times, Skernhoff observed, that we are at last beginning to recognize the all-important and redeeming fact, that cheap labor by no means means cheap production, that on the contrary, low cost of production and a high wage rate go hand in hand. American labor, being machine labor, is generally cheaper than European labor, which is to a large extent hand labor or inferior machine labor or unproductive underfed labor, as compared with higher productive American labor. 329. Nor can the rate of wages be seriously affected by an influx of new labor, Skernhoff proceeded, because new labor is seldom accustomed to the occupation. His ensuing theory of non-competing groups served to overt the assumption of a homogeneous labor pool comprised of workers of equal productive abilities and tending towards an equality of wage rates, such as was being postulated by Professor Illy, and was later to become codified by Paul Douglas, and first in his theory of marginal wage rates and wage formation, and later in the Cobb-Douglas function of economic growth. Illy had theorized that the price of labor does not at once rise when the demand increases, as is usually the case with other commodities, for the first effect is that the unemployed receive work, and after the reserve army finds employment, competition among purchasers of labor raises its price. Against this theory Skernhoff replied that the professor moves the army of the unemployed about like a condottiere, throwing it into this or into that camp which may be willing to bid for its services. The fact is not considered at all that, however large the army may be at any one time, those belonging to any one handicraft or employment are usually few and rather scattered. All manufacturing industries are minutely subdivided today. The sewing machine operator on a Wilcox and Gibbs would be out of place where Singer, or Wheeler and Wilson machines are in use. This multi-layered structure of the labor pool thoroughly contracted the so-called law, promulgated by the English school of economists, that, if wages rise in one part of a country above the general rate ruling, very soon an influx will follow of labor from the lower stratum, which will soon begin to press on and reduce the rate of wages to the old standard 330. High wage rates were in the interest of the industrial employer, Skernhoff believed, because the former found himself more than repaid by increased productivity and a greater rate of work output. Europe's employers had been slow to recognize this fact. In England, especially, the battle fought against education of the working classes was a long and bitter one. As a result, for many years in Europe the old labor methods, going parallel with low wages, become quite ingrained with the countries where they prevail and offer sufficient grounds for their perpetuation. Conservatism becomes increasingly pronounced in proportion as the rate of wages descends to a lower and lower scale 331. But if anything, a loss of trade is an eye-opener, and the inroads made by German labor into British and French markets were soon recognized to be due to a more thorough teaching in science and art schools, and the wider dissemination of knowledge among the German working classes 332. The conclusion was clear: the survival of the fittest is, therefore, the result of a high wage rate, and a high standard of living in industrial countries, becomes a prerequisite to a low cost of production 333. The association of high wage levels with high productivity and low production costs was by no means novel to American economic thought. It had been drawn early by Henry Carey, refined by Peshine Smith in the 1850s, and emphasized by Francis Amasa Walker in the 1870s. For example, Peshine Smith had asserted in 1852 that the American system rests upon the belief that in order to make labor cheap, the laborer must be well fed, well clothed, well lodged, well instructed, not only in the details of his handicraft, but in all general knowledge that can in any way be made subsidiary to it. All these cost money to the employer and repay it with interest 334. 2 years later, in his Manual of Political Economy, Smith reiterated that high proportional wages are the index of cheap production, 335, and emphasized the application to political economy of Liebig's analogy between the human body and the steam engine, looking upon the human laborer, then, just as we would upon a steam engine, we see that the amount of force which he is capable of exerting, depends upon the amount of food supplied to him, a part of it answering the purpose of the coal, which gives heat, another answering to the water that is converted into steam and generates motion. A sheet iron jacket put around the boiler prevents the waste of heat in the one case, just as a woolen jacket about the body of the taboureur does in the other 33. It may have been from Peshine Smith or from Walker 337 that Skernhoff had been inspired to observe that a half-fed or underfed body can no more produce full results than an engine not sufficiently supplied with fuel or a horse half-starved 338. But although he cited numerous German writers as having emphasized this point, he seems to have intentionally ignored his American predecessors. The reason for this neglect is not hard to find. The optimistic theory of wage rates under industrial growth had been originally developed by protectionist writers, in particular by Carey and by Peshine Smith, and played a major role in their assertion that industrialization, and the protective tariffs which they deemed a necessary precondition, would benefit the industrial laborer. Protective tariffs would not strengthen the power of industrial capital relative to that of labor, Peshine Smith had claimed, because the enlightened industrialist found high wage levels to be in his own interest by virtue of their associated productivity dividends. It was thus the more sophisticated protectionists themselves that had taken the lead in controverting the crude assumptions underlying the pauper labor arguments of earlier advocates of protective tariffs. Increasing labor productivity tended to outstrip the rise of wages, prices declined, yet the accumulation of industrial capital was stimulated, providing an ever-growing per capita product in which the laborer might share a residual claimant theory of wages similar to that which Walker was later to put forth. Skirnhoff thus resembles Basquiat as an optimist who, largely because of his free trade partisanship, neglected to cite the original protectionist inspiration for his optimistic views on the evolution of wages and profits under industrial growth. What is ironic is that Republican protectionists allowed free traders to monopolize this more sophisticated theory of wages and international price formation. That they did so is an indication of the decline in protectionist economic theorizing after the Civil War. With industrialization and protectionism firmly established as national policy, Republican platform writers seem to have felt little need to reiterate the more intricate academic arguments for industrial growth, and easily reverted to the pauper labor apologetes as a crude political slogan. The desirability of industrialization was no longer a partisan issue. Thus it was as a foil to the protectionist arguments of the day that Democratic free traders took the lead in investigating the correlation between wage rates and productivity, and appropriated the early protectionist optimism on the beneficial effect of industrial growth upon wage rates, just as in Europe the optimistic movement had been preempted by free traders such as Basquiat. Skirnhoff nonetheless failed to attain the level of economic sophistication of such predecessors as Peshine Smith. He was not essentially a growth theorist, but occupied himself mainly with drawing the link between wage levels and labor productivity, and the consequent distinction between per diem labor costs and unit labor costs. Skirnhoff made no novel theoretical contribution to American economic thought but simply provided a clear refutation of the crude protectionist pauper labor apologetics, along with men like Walker and Taussig, while stressing the actual statistical data already being collected. His work complements that of such government appointees as Carroll D. Wright, U.S. Commissioner of Labor, and author of The Industrial Evolution of the United States, Meadville, Pennsylvania, 1895, and the numerous others who trace the influence of labor skills, mechanized production, and wage rates on labor productivity and prices. Skirnhoff's achievement lay primarily in pinpointing the political distinction that had developed between Democrats and Republicans, between free traders and protectionists as to their respective theories of international wages and prices. Indeed, after the 1884 campaign the Republicans adhered to the naive pauper labor argument, while free trade theoreticians adopted for themselves, without the adherence of any major protectionist, the theory that international prices were a function not so much of wage differentials but mainly of labor productivity and the associated capital intensiveness of production. The Democrats returned to power behind Grover Cleveland once again in the 1892 elections. Upon his taking office in 1893, Skirnhoff received the appointment of assistant appraiser at the Port of New York, a post which he held throughout Cleveland's second administration. He wrote one more major book, The History of Money and Prices, New York, 1896, which refuted the quantity theory of price, and supported the productivity explanation of price levels, in keeping with his earlier wage doctrines. The only remaining questions to be asked are why the mainstream of economic theory reverted to the crude wage differential explanation of international trade, and why this doctrine came to be put forth by free traders. The factor endowment analysis of international trade began to be popularized by the Swedish economist Eli Heckscher in his 1919 article, The Effect of Foreign Trade on the Distribution of Income, and was greatly elaborated within the context of neo-Marshallian economics by Bertil Ohlin in his book Interregional and International Trade, published in 1933. Ohlin was a student both of Heckscher and Taussig, but gave virtually no consideration to the latter's emphasis on productivity differentials as explaining international advantage. In Heckscher's words, if the conditions of production are the 235 same in all countries, each difference in the relative prices of the factors of production will make it profitable to get, by trading, any commodity which requires relatively more of the relatively scarce factor of production, for another commodity in which the relatively more abundant factor is predominant. Thus trade must continue until an equalization of the relative scarcity of the factors of production among countries has occurred. 339. International price differentials were thus a function of relative scarcity of labor, capital, and land, not of their productivity, a throwback to the crude pauper labor doctrine which had earlier been confined mainly to the protectionists. Why did this new theory rise to dominate mainstream economics? Partly because of the 20th century's movement away from productivity analysis, and partly because this analysis had demonstrated that rich, high-wage nations tended to increase their competitive advantage over low-wage countries. This was hardly a palatable doctrine to be put forth by the developed nations already coming under accusation of exploiting the world's poorer countries. Indeed, when the United States achieved industrial preeminence following World War I, largely through its early protectionist policies, it felt the time had come to urge the poorer countries to lower their tariffs rather than to emulate U.S. trade and development strategy. Political self-interest worked against broadcasting the productivity approach to international trade theory as elaborated by Skernhoff and his contemporaries. Thus, whereas Skernhoff originally published his books to argue against the protectionist sophisms of international trade, republication of his economy of high wages today may help dissipate the current free trade sophisms put forth by Paul Samuelson and other followers of the Heckscherollen reaction against productivity theory. VII. The Generalists. John William Draper, materialist historian. John William Draper, 1811–82, was one of the pioneers of photochemistry and photography, and after the Civil War became one of the most renowned historians of Western civilization's intellectual development. From the beginning he sought to integrate the physical and social sciences into a rational whole. His interests evolved, in Comtean order, from the most general and inanimate to the most highly social and political topics. As a child his major interests were astronomy and chemistry. His early publications concentrated on two branches of chemistry: first, spectroscopy and the chemical effects of sunlight, which inspired his photographic researches and speculations on the effect of the sun's light and heat on all forms of life, including man's social and intellectual development as it varied according to climate. Second, the theory of capillary action and osmosis, which inspired him to pursue the parallels between the movement of sap in plants and blood in animals, and thence to seek broad analogies between physiology and the birth, evolution, and death of civilizations. Draper spent the last half of his life in developing a materialist physiology of society, and in tracing the political implications of the natural laws which he believed governed man's social and mental development. Why should it be thought improbable, he asked, that the same laws which govern the inorganic world are likewise employed for the government of the world of life? It is no metaphor, but a reality, that the life of human societies is typified by the life of plants and animals. Throughout the whole world of organization the scheme of nature is the same. There are physiological laws that constrain society. There are physical boundaries beyond which society cannot pass. The progress of societies is directed in part by physical influences, and in part by the force of ideas, but it is always determined by Law 340. Draper was born near Liverpool, England, in 1811. His father, a Wesleyan, Methodist, clergyman, had a lively interest in science, which he seems to have imparted to Draper at an early age. Young Draper's education at Methodist schools may have helped instill a view of a rational and comprehensible order throughout the universe, or what was called natural theology. His college education at the University of London, however, was interrupted by his father's untimely death in 1829. 3 years later, at the age of 21, Draper emigrated with his mother and sister to a small Wesleyan community in Virginia where relatives of his mother had already settled. The expectation of receiving a professorship in the denominational college in the vicinity was one of the strongest inducements held out to him. Repeated delays in starting, however, made the time of his arrival much later than had been anticipated, so that, when he reached Virginia, the position he had hoped for had been given to another person. He settled with his relatives at Christianville, Mecklenburg County, where he devoted himself entirely to scientific research. 341. Almost immediately he set about publishing articles and letters in American journals. In 1835 Draper enrolled at the University of Pennsylvania's medical school, the first such school to be established in the United States. The following year, armed with an M.D., he returned to Virginia to seek a teaching post. Like most other European visitors to America, he was struck by the land-extensive, soil-depleting modes of cultivation then practiced throughout the United States. It probably was at this time that he observed that American farmers and planters did not find it economic to apply the principles of agricultural chemistry and soil conservation which were commonplace in England, but to exhaust the soil in given districts and then abandon them for new western lands. A Virginia planter grows tobacco on his land until he has exhausted it. Of what avail to him is agricultural chemistry, with all its great discoveries? It might cost him $500 an acre to repair the mischief he has done to his estate, but he can buy virgin lands in the West at $1.25 an acre. Agricultural colleges are of no use to him. And so, for miles together in the southern states, there are desolate and forsaken tracts, old fields, as they are called. But, if land is worth little, labor is worth much. Whoever can invent a labor-saving machine will make money. So our improvements are not in the direction of agricultural chemistry, but of agricultural mechanism. This mining of the soil, Draper recognized, was responsible for much of America's pressure for westward expansion. That love of the homestead, so characteristic of the settled populations of Europe, can scarcely be said to exist among us. The children leave their father's hearth without reluctance, for he is perpetually anticipating leaving it himself. 342. Draper was therefore quite responsive when followers of Edmund Ruffin, the Virginia apostle of scientific farming, sought to establish a school of mineralogy and to appoint Draper chemist and mineralogist. This project seems to have become absorbed into the neighboring Hampton-Sydney College, at which Draper became professor of chemistry and natural philosophy in the fall of 1836, inaugurating what was to be a 45-year teaching career. In his first lecture he exhibited his lifelong desire to create a rational, comprehensive view of the world, fully in keeping with the college's theological premises. One hat adaptation which we see in all parts of this mysterious frame the world, should teach us that if it require not God's constant interference to keep up such complicated changes, it is a proof of the surpassing skill with which the plan was first laid. 343. Draper's concession to theological terminology was by this time little more than rhetorical. In 1837 a movement got underway to attach a medical school to the recently founded New York University. Pending establishment of the new school, Draper was elected professor of chemistry and botany at NYU proper, but the 1837–38 depression left the university in shaky financial status, and he did not join it until 1839. He played a major role in planning and establishing the medical school, which finally opened in 1841, and he continued for many years to maintain his chemistry professorship. During these years he pioneered in the development and technical application of photography. His early studies in the nature and effects of light apparently were triggered by his fascination as a child with a glass containing some camphor, portions of which had been caused to condense in very beautiful crystals on the illuminated side, which induced him to read everything one could obtain respecting the chemical and mechanical influences of light, adhesion, and capillary attraction. 344. He also was interested in the photochemical reactions of chlorophyll in plants, which led him to investigate the field of photographic chemistry in general. In 1839, soon after having moved to New York to join the university, he set out in competition with Alexander Wilcott and his NYU colleague Samuel Morse, inventor of the telegraph, to achieve a feat which Daguerre had doubted was possible, to take a portrait photographically. In October 1839, Wilcott used a concave reflector instead of a lens to take the first photographic portrait, and in July 1840, Draper produced what is apparently the first portrait photograph made directly with a lens, a study of his sister, Dorothy. Also during the winter of 1839–40, showing perhaps an unrivaled grasp of the value of photography in scientific investigation, Draper found time to take the first known photograph of the moon, and launched, in a very modest way, the great age of astronomical photography. It seems that Draper was the first to take with any precision a photograph in the infrared region. He also photographed lines in the ultraviolet at about the same time as Edmund Becquerel. In addition, Draper seems to have invented the art of making photographic enlargements and copies from proofs, taken with a very minute camera, and then magnifying them subsequently up to any required size, by means of a stationary apparatus, thus anticipating both the Kodak and the enlarging process. He developed the science of spectroscopy and spectrophotometry in an attempt to analyze the chemical composition of stars from their light. Finally, he sought to introduce quantitative methods into photochemistry, inventing the tithometer to relate the intensity and time of the light exposure to its chemical effects. His was an imposing achievement, concludes his biographer, Donald Fleming. Portraits, photographs of the moon, spectrographs, photomicrographs, and techniques for enlarging and multiplying. This grasp of ends which the camera might serve and of ways for increasing its use marks his real distinction rather than claims to absolute priority. But he had these as well. 345. Draper's university teaching does not seem to have been particularly stimulating to his research, although it provided him with an impetus to formulate general laws. The university did not yet have a graduate school, and its students posed many disciplinary problems, being quite unprepared for systematic thinking and learning. Draper had to finance most of the chemistry department's equipment expenditures out of his own pocket. He did his most important scientific work from 25 to 30 years before the flood tide of PhDs came in. He lacked, what might have kept him to the task, the stimulus of graduate students, with a few exceptions in his later middle age. He had therefore to content himself in great part with rubbing the illiteracy off undergraduates. Even his medical students had little interest in research. 346. Draper's best student probably was his son, who went on to achieve some renown as an astronomical photographer. Whereas the 17th century lay the basis of astronomy and Newtonian mechanics, and the 18th century the basis of physics and chemistry, Draper observed at the outset of his treatise on the forces which produce the organization of plants, 1844, it is the office of the 19th to discover the laws which obtain in the complicated structure of animated beings, those laws which give rise to the mysterious phenomena which we call life. There was a unity and universality to these laws, which governed not only plant and animal life but the evolution of societies as well. In the history of the human race, it may be observed that epochs have occurred, which, following each other with a kind of periodicity, have stood in relationship with, or even brought about the conditions of modern civilization. Because all organized beings are composed largely of water, it is therefore obvious that there is a very limited range of temperature in which the processes of life can be carried on. These thermometric limits are between 32 degrees and 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Life, therefore, is comprised within a range of 180 degrees. In this manner we might proceed to show how the existence of individuals and races is completely determined by external conditions. We might compare the effect of climates in the torrid, the temperate, and the frigid zone. It is within a narrow range of climate that great men have been born. In the Earth's southern hemisphere, as yet, not one has appeared, and in the northern they come only within certain parallels of latitude. The distribution of organized forms is, therefore, directly, and their very existence indirectly, determined by the distribution of heat. Just as the sun and the earth's movements through space caused the earth's climates and the alternation between night and day, so these climates govern the genesis and quality of civilizations across the globe. The sun not only determines periods of awakening and sleep, of growth and decay, but all the movements of animated beings on the face of the globe. The Gulf Stream warms the coasts of Europe, and spreads out in a fan-like form. The vapors that rise from it give forth their latent heat to the air, and moderate the climates of England and France. The coldness and sterility of corresponding latitudes in America is there replaced by a better temperature, and agriculture, the arts of life, science, and literature have there reached their greatest perfection. A full development of the reasoning faculty can only take place where physical circumstances conspire. It is to the climate of England and France that the human race is indebted for the intellect of Newton and Laplace. 347. Before Darwin began to publish his theories, Draper was writing that it is one of the greatest discoveries of the present age, that the races of animals which have inhabited our globe were of successive creation, and they constitute a series, the extreme terms of which bear no resemblance to each other, that, commencing with those of the earliest date, we are able to trace a constant progress both in intellectual and structural development. He affirmed an upward progress of evolution, if we consider the successive races of organized beings, beginning from the lowest and passing to the higher tribes. It would seem as if the general idea under which nature has been acting is, that as the more complex structures were evolved to emancipate them from the direct control of external physical forces, the vegetable kingdom, unendowed with locomotive powers, deriving its existence directly from external agents, is completely under their control. If the summer is too brilliant, or rains do not fall, a plant withers and dies. In the same manner, the lower races of animals have their existence determined by the action of physical causes. If these be favorable, they flourish; if unfavorable, they must submit to an inevitable lot. To tribes that are higher, to a certain extent, the rigor of these laws is remitted, and a certain amount of independence secured. The African lion can retire to a shade in the middle of the day, yet still he is held in a state of subjection. The sunbeam is his chain. In man alone the emancipation is complete, for into his hand nature has committed a control of the imponderable principles, example heat, light, and electricity. It matters not whether it be in the torrid zone or in the frigid, he tempers the seasons by his intellectual power, he resorts to every artifice of clothing, or to the warmth of fire, he dissipates the natural darkness by artificial light. Thus, whereas Marx was shortly to speak of man emancipating himself from the chains of private property and class society, Draper, in line with other American social theorists such as Henry Carey and Simon Patton, spoke of man as emancipating himself from the constraints of nature, and from sunlight in particular, to create his own technological world. Advances in knowledge are advances in power. The civilized man of these days is a wholly different being from the man who lived 1,000 years ago, and the conditions which determine his position have totally changed. With us the position both of empires and of individuals is fixed by the possession of knowledge which is incessantly on the advance. Wherever intelligence has been given, there is a requirement to join in the advancing march. The Indian stands still, and the penalty is death. 348. But man had not yet fully freed himself from the constraints of climate, and this subject was to form the basis of Draper's subsequent social historical theorizing, along with his views on intellectual progress in and of itself. The main precondition for this progress was man's ability to free himself from theological belief in some overruling providence, fashioning and framing each class of created forms, irrespective of external physical forces or agents, and giving birth spontaneously to unconnected tribes of animals and plants, which bear no sort of relationship to one another, and are not parts of one common plan in which there is a unity of design. Theology gave a false sense of unity to the world. Only the natural sciences could provide the requisite base of view that for centuries had faced overwhelming opposition from the Roman Catholic bureaucracy. In primitive times man had viewed the world in terms of four elements, including earth and air. But Jupiter, god of the air, had now been atomized into its component parts by Priestley's discovery of oxygen, the greatest scientific discovery since Newton's exposition of the laws of gravitation. The theory of oxidation that provided the key to the chemical basis of animal physiology, exploding the old theological views of Galen and his followers. If there was any arch-creator, it was the sun, not God, that was responsible for the earth's oxidation and deoxidation in the eternal plant-animal cycle. Theological reactionaries had fallen back on the exploded doctrine of life force, vis viva, supposing that a living being is totally emancipated from the dominion of natural forces. But, by degrees, the rapidity with which all the great branches of knowledge, mathematics, mechanics, chemistry, were advancing, caused things to be seen in their right proportions and in right positions, and men at last began to suspect that the world is not governed by many systems of laws, or one part of it cut off and isolated or even at variance with the rest, but that there is a unity of plan obtaining throughout. This noble idea has been steadily and silently gathering strength from every new philosophical and physiological discovery. The true peculiarity of modern physiology consists in its fully recognizing the relationship of an animated being to the world around, and in admitting, to the broadest extent, the control which external circumstances have over it. 349. Hence Draper's specifically American form of materialist philosophy, evolution was a struggle by man to emancipate himself from the constraints of nature more than a struggle among men themselves. By 1856, the year in which Draper published Human Physiology, Statical and Dynamical, or, The Conditions and Course of the Life of Man, he had read Comte and began to phrase his terminology in reference to the latter's theoretical schema. Asserting that physiology finally had passed from a speculative to a positive science, he sought in turn to base his social theorizing upon physiological analogies. In this respect his book, especially its second half, was as philosophical as his earlier work on plants. In Comte himself, Fleming observes, the fascination with physiology as in some way the key to a science of society had not yet worn off. But he must escape from the uncritical identification of a man's body with the body of men. But the progress then being made in physiology, particularly the links between organic and inorganic chemistry being forged by Liebig in his studies of the chemistry of nutrition and body heat, and of soil chemistry, was bound to lead Draper and others to feel that the momentum of scientific law could be carried right through physiology to encompass social and political phenomena. Wherever Draper got the notion, it is a really curious instance of physiological imperialism, the efforts of physiology to swallow up history and politics. 350. Draper's subsequent writings dealt mainly with historical and political topics. By the end of 1856 he had virtually completed his great two-volume History of the Intellectual Development of Europe, which his publisher, Harper's, did not issue until 1863. In 1859 he summed up his conclusions in a speech to the newly established Cooper Union in New York, which he followed with a major address to the British Association for the Advancement of Science, on the intellectual development of Europe, considered with reference to the views of Mr. Darwin and others, that the progression of organisms is determined by law. In 1863 he lectured on the historical influence of the medical profession, and in 1864 he gave a series of 4 lectures before the New York Historical Society on the historical influence of natural causes, which he expanded the following year into his thoughts on the future civil policy of America. In 1867, 1868 and 1870 he published his 3-volume History of the American Civil War. In 1870 he gave a major address to the first meeting of the short-lived American Union Academy of Literature, Science, and Art, which he took the major role in founding, and finally, in 1874, he published his History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science, a companion volume to his Intellectual Development of Europe. In his 1859 Cooper Union speech, Draper sought to ground history explicitly on the physiological principle that nations like individuals are born, run through an unavoidable career, and then die, some earlier, some more maturely, some at a still later date. 351. Whereas in physiology the link with physics and chemistry had been quite direct, the motive principles of society resembled those of physiology through analogy, example by the sympathetic principles which Draper himself had attacked so vigorously in his earlier writings against the quasi-medieval, theological, pseudo-scientific doctrines of life force. Draper's 1860 speech at the Oxford meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science was scheduled to be a cause célèbre over the intellectual struggle then raging over Darwin's epoch-making book, published the previous year, On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. Word went out that the Bishop of Oxford, Samuel Wilberforce, would seize the occasion to smash Darwin, whose principles were to be supported by Thomas Huxley. Draper repeated his somewhat pre-Spenglerian generalization about the birth, life, and death of societies and their component particles. True to his deductive materialist principles that were to endear him so greatly to Marxists in later years, he showed that the advances of men are due to external and not to interior influences, and that in this respect a nation is like a seed, which can only develop when conditions are favorable, and then only in a definite way, that the time for psychical change corresponds with that for physical, and that a nation cannot advance except its material condition be touched, this having been the case throughout all Europe, that all organisms, and even men, are dependent for their characteristics, continuance, and life, on the physical conditions under which they live, that the existing apparent invariability presented by the world of organization is the direct consequence of the physical equilibrium, but that, if that should suffer modification, in an instant the fanciful doctrine of the immutability of species would be brought to its proper value. 352. In the discussion which followed Draper's address, Bishop Wilberforce addressed a question to Thomas Huxley as to whether it was the latter's grandfather or his grandmother that had transmitted the line of descent from an ape. Huxley replied that he would rather descend from an ape than from a shallow rhetorician appealing to religious prejudice. A Lady Brewster fainted and had to be carried out of the meeting hall. Admiral Robert Fitzroy, captain of the Beagle, yelled out that he rebuked his former shipmate Darwin for running counter to the first chapter of Genesis. Draper's logic itself was largely ignored, and no one rose to make the point that Draper did not precisely relate natural selection to his postulated laws of society, but was satisfied with the statement that man could somehow understand the laws of society by analyzing its physical setting. The worldwide impact of Draper's intellectual development of Europe cannot be overestimated. Against the light of science and the investigation of natural law he counterpoised the Roman Catholic bureaucracy, stifling freedom of thought and seeking to enslave men's minds by theological images of a supernatural God acting personally to reward virtue and punish evil. All opposition to this moral teleology, all search for causes intrinsic to nature's own logical system, met with lethal resistance on the part of the papal bureaucracy and its Inquisition, its crusades, its literal interpretation of Genesis, its doctrine of papal infallibility, and its secular political power as it substituted moral exhortation for knowledge, and instruments of torture for scientific apparatus. The book was translated into nearly every European language, and had an especial impact upon Russian Marxists and intellectuals. 353 The Westminster Review wrote that what Comte showed might and ought to be done for the whole world of man, what Buckle commenced for England, Scotland, France, and Spain, Draper has effected for the whole of Europe. The gigantic vastness of the task is almost paralyzing. 354. In view of its implications for Draper's concept of America's role in the evolution of Western civilization, it is worthwhile to briefly review his intellectual history. Its central theme, which is picked up again in his civil policy, is the incessant warfare between the inquiring spirit and motive force of science, typified by classical Greek culture, the Arab Mohammedan Enlightenment and the Protestant Reformation, and the stultifying force of religion, typified by the political bureaucracy into which the Christian Church descended early in its career. As Christianity pressed towards becoming a state religion, and indeed an imperial religion, it was united with pagan faiths in country after country, while creating an intolerant monotheism so as to render the religious practices of all conquered territories subservient to Roman authority. Roman Christianity took what Draper calls the African branch. Saint Cyril's Egyptian Christianity absorbed the Isis-Horus cult and set forth the doctrine of the Trinity, while the ex-Manichaean Saint Augustine introduced the obscure Oriental concepts of original sin, total depravity, grace, and predestination, dividing mankind into the elect and the damned, the kingdom of grace and perdition, ruled respectively by God and the devil. In Northern Europe, Roman Christianity synchronized its festivals with those of the pagans, and throughout the Roman Empire the new religion adopted the idolatry typical of native Roman paganism. Wherever it ruled, the new form of Christianity exhibited a religious and intellectual intolerance unique in world religions. It soon became an enemy of science and of the scientific spirit. Meanwhile, the geographic and social pattern of intellectual evolution was being determined largely by climate. The only historian cited by Draper in his intellectual development was the 16th-century French philosopher Jean Bodin, who had interpreted the evolution of nations in terms of climatic factors, and whose theories were reiterated by Montesquieu. Bodin viewed climate as leading to the creation of theocratic societies in the south and east, military governments in the north, and free and judicious civil societies in countries located in temperate climates. Tropical southern climates tended to breed a character that was intellectual, moral, and religious, and also melancholy, jealous, and vengeful. The cold northern climate rendered men physical in outlook, somewhat amoral and phlegmatic, while the temperate zone bred men who were judicious and rational, sanguine and choleric. Civilization tended to originate in the south, thanks to the agricultural surplus fostered by its warmth and by its rivers, especially the Nile. This natural surplus provided southern populations with time to contemplate and to develop the mind. Men in the north operated more under the constraint of necessity, being obliged to engage in more of a physical struggle with nature. They lacked the intellectual leisure of the south, but also the latter's theocratic tendencies and moral teleology, so that once civilization began to spread northwards it could take a firmer scientific route. In making these points Draper followed Bodin and Montesquieu. The origin, existence, and death of nations depend thus on physical influences, which are themselves the result of immutable laws. But by the same token, nations are only transitional forms of humanity, as progressive man moved constantly to transform his environment. All over the world physical circumstances control the human race. They make the Australian a savage, incapacitate the Negro, who can never invent an alphabet or an arithmetic, and whose theology never passes beyond the stage of sorcery. Meteorology to no little extent influences the morals. The instinctive propensity to drunkenness is a function of the latitude. Food, houses, clothing, bear a certain relation to the isothermal line. But an artificial control over temperature by dwellings, warm for the winter and cool for the summer, variations of clothing to suit the season of the year, and especially the management of fire, have enabled man to maintain himself in all climates. The invention of artificial light has extended the available term of his life. Gradually, as man came to manage his own environment, intellect outgrew faith, and a spirit of self-determination supplanted that of predestination. While remaining under the inexorable dominion of law, man increased the relative power of his own free will impulses. Philosophically speaking, he is exchanging by ascending degrees his primitive doctrine of arbitrary volition for the doctrine of law 355. Draper's civil policy continued this historical narrative, depicting the discovery of America as the culmination of the first, Southern, European Enlightenment, that of Muslim Arab, and the growth of the United States as a victory for the second, Northern, Enlightenment, that of the Protestant Reformation. What was original and positive in early Christianity, Draper narrates, was contained in the Nestorian religion, which was driven out of Egypt by the Bouchera Cyril of Alexandria in the 5th century. The Nestorians migrated to Arab lands, passing on the torch of Greek and Alexandrian learning to the Arabs, and this torch was kept alive by the Mohammedans. While Christian Europe was struggling in the mental darkness imposed by the church hierarchy, the Arab Mohammedan invasions of Spain were literally enlightening Europe. The major Arab city in Spain was Córdoba, with over 1 million inhabitants living in 200,000 houses. After sunset a man might walk through it in a straight line for 10 miles by the light of the public lamps. 700 years after this time there was not so much as one public lamp in London. Its streets were solidly paved. In Paris, centuries subsequently, whoever stepped over his threshold on a rainy day, stepped up to his ankles in mud. The cream of Arab and Judaic learning was contained in the writings of the medieval philosopher Averroes, who held that the earth was round, and thus contributed to the discovery of America. Columbus wrote from Haiti, in October 1498, that Averroes is one of the writers who has made me divine the existence of the New World 356. Although Averroes was condemned under Leo X by the Lateran Council, his maxims remain the key to European diplomacy for centuries. Discovery of America completed that wonderful change in Europe which had been begun by the Crusades, revolutionizing European commercial and economic relations by shifting its trade center from Venice to England, and unearthing a new land whose institutions were not impeded by the burden of Catholic barbarism. The commercial arrangements of Europe were completely dislocated. Venice and Genoa were deprived of their mercantile supremacy, prosperity left the Italian towns, the commercial monopolies so long in the hands of the European Jews were broken down. These were the first steps of that maritime development soon exhibited by Western Europe. The centers of population, wealth, and intellect shifted westward, putting Britain into the van of the new movement. Religious autonomy followed naturally from the commercial autonomy from Italy, and Protestantism arose to shield nations from papal influence. First wealth, then people themselves began to evacuate. The shell of Catholic Europe. The crime of Spain became her punishment. The seat of the Inquisition was forsaken for lands promising greater freedom and mobility. For in Spain, as in the rest of Europe, the Arab Renaissance had not fully taken hold. The scientific knowledge of modern Europe is the offspring of the conquest of Spain. To the Saracens we are indebted for the cotton manufacture, and to the Arabs for such words and indeed, for such realities as coffee, algebra, alcohol, cotton paper, from 1102 AD, Moorish linen paper, and what was retained from classical Greek knowledge and art. But despite these discoveries, Europe's development continued to be impeded by its Catholic bureaucracy and its moralistic approach. In Europe, Draper observed, the attempt has been made to govern communities through their morals alone. The present state of that continent, at the close of so many centuries, shows how great the failure has been. In America, on the contrary, the attempt is to govern through intelligence. It will succeed. For more than 1,000 years the moral system and its teleological interpretation of nature has been tried in Europe. Its agent, the ecclesiastic, was animated by intentions that were good, by perseverance unwearied, by a vigorous energy. The failure is attributable, not to shortcomings in him, but to intrinsic defects in his method. It thus was in America that civilization found its path of least resistance, example of least theological constraint. In America the Reformation at the present moment has farthest advanced. It falls, to the lot of the American Republic to perform the duty that was declined by Rome. Freedom of man, so far as his personal acts are concerned, is already secured, but how much still remains to be done for freedom of thought? Western Europe labors under the dead weight of vast ecclesiastical establishments. Their influences ramify through all the ranks of society. The tendency given to them by the Byzantine sovereigns and by the Roman papacy is unchangeable. They will ever continue to be what they have always been, the determined antagonists of science. In those countries every onward step that science makes implies a conflict. In America, where there is no such dead weight, and where the genius of the public institutions is so different, the progress of thought ought to be free. 358. This still left the American Civil War to be explained, and here again Draper referred to climatic factors separating the South from the North rather than concentrating on the political issues of slavery and the tariff. To place the discussion in its broad perspective, he depicted the world in terms of parallel climatic bands, influencing and modifying man by heat and cold, dryness and moisture. Southern and tropical climates were sedentary, breeding static civilizations. Northern climates bred a more active man. The climate is more equable in the south than it is in the north. The irresistible consequence of this is, that in the south the pursuits of men have a greater sameness, their interests are more identical, they think and act alike. In the north, summer is the season of outdoor labor, winter is spent in the dwelling. In the south labor may be continuous, though it may vary. The northern man must do today that which the southern man may put off till tomorrow. For this reason the northern man must be industrious, the southern may be indolent, having less foresight and a less tendency to regulated habits. The cold, bringing with it a partial cessation from labor, affords also an opportunity for forethought and reflection, and hence the northern man acquires a habit of not acting without consideration, and is slower in the initiation of his movements. The southern man is prone to act without reflection, he does not fairly weigh the last consequence of what he is about to do. The one is cautious, the other impulsive. Winter, with its cheerlessness and discomforts, gives to the northern man his richest blessing. The southern mind was more superficial, more volatile than reflective. 359. Hence, the war between North and South then raging was as much between two different modes of civilization as it was over the slavery issue. Hence too, Draper's inversion of Bowdoin's theories. A nation lying east and west, Draper theorized, will generally have less discordant interests than one the carrot edge of which is north and south. Climate varies in this latter case much more than it does in the former. Hence the greater degree of activity and conflict in nations spanning a range of latitudes. In this respect the United States differed from, say, China. That social stagnation so characteristic of Asia depends primarily on the equilibrium that has been attained, in the lapse of many ages, between the strands of its population and the climate zones in which they dwell. To no insignificant extent may the same be perceived in Europe, especially among the lower, that is, among the less locomotive portion of the inhabitants. But in no part of America has that exact concordance as yet had time or opportunity to be truly established, though in the southern states an approach has been made to it. 360. Moreover, America's climate was continually changing, because of local modifications, the spread of agriculture and internal improvements. Its population was highly mobile, largely a result of its soil-exhaustive modes of agriculture which ensued from the free availability of Western land. Public policy in the United States, and implicitly throughout the world, should be directed toward aiding man, through education and communication, to neutralize those climatic differences, which, if unchecked, must transmute us into different nations. It would be unwise to give legislative encouragement to anything that may tend to make communities, or even families, too stationary. In America, transportation at the lowest possible cost assumes the attitude of an affair of the highest state necessity. The free movement of population would complement freedom of thought, and would counteract the southern tendency towards torpor and senseless antipathy towards the north. Had the southern states for the last 10 years been pervaded by an unceasing stream of northern travel in every direction, Draper hypothesized, the Civil War would not have occurred. 361. Here was quite a dismissal of all non-climatic, political, and economic factors, and Draper's subsequent writings, especially his History of the Civil War, elaborated his claim that the political and economic differences between North and South were layers built around their central difference in climate. Draper's materialist interpretation of social evolution was much more technocratic than that of Marx. Like Henry Carey's followers, Simon Patton, and indeed most American theoreticians of technology during this period, he ignored class conflict. He thought of classes mainly in terms of an intellectual elite and a working class, not in terms of capitalists, landlords, farmers, and wage laborers. To elevate or to depress a group of men, it is necessary to touch their physical condition, he wrote. We vainly attempt the improvement of a race, intellectually or morally, by missionary exertion or by education, unless we simultaneously touch its actual physical condition. This was the task of an intellectual elite, and it was to this class that Draper ascribed the origin of the state. In a tribe of savages each man does everything for himself. By degrees special pursuits pass into the hands of particular individuals. The process goes on until three distinct social divisions are established: a laboring class, a trading or transferring class, an intellectual class. Political differentiation has taken place. The Republic, he continued, may be regarded as a restrained association of free individuals, voluntarily surrendering a part of their personal independence for the common good, yet all the time conscious and jealous of that surrender. They have bartered a portion of their liberty for security. 362. Creation of a ruling class was a function of education, which the national government should take the lead in providing, the public prosperity is considered to depend on education. This is a very high and noble conception. It establishes an intrinsic difference between the people of Europe and the people of America, even though intellectual development necessarily implies centralization. Draper averred that this was not incompatible with self-government, but in fact, it may be the logical issue of democratic principles. Machinery was elevating the status of labor from drudgery to intellectual work, breaking the economic bonds of slavery wherever it existed. The drive for wealth, subdued in ancient times, was now invigorating experimental arrangements and mechanical contrivances, in expectation of gaining thereby immense wealth. Whoever in America desires to better his fellow men must act by influencing their intellect. American education, however, was still burdened with classical learning rather than representing the existing state of knowledge. This evil has arisen from the circumstance that our system was imported from England. The grand depositories of human knowledge are not the ancient, but the modern tongues. American education was in any event less burdened by Catholic opposition than that abroad. Ideas in America thus took on an impelling force rather than a resisting one. The first act in the drama of American national life is over, Draper concluded. There is indeed a manifest destiny before us. The United States, unburdened with Europe's theologically perverted educational system, would inaugurate a new technocratic civilization which would leave Europe and Asia far behind. An imperial power has come into existence before our eyes. It rivals perhaps, indeed, it already excels in warlike resources the ancient monarchies of Europe 363. It would become the logical and most successful culmination of the Arab and Protestant Renaissances. A modified man was being created in America, unleashing a potential denied by centuries of priest-ridden intellectual barbarism in the Old World. The Civil War had catalyzed the formation of a National Academy of Sciences, which for some reason did not cite Draper among the nation's 50 leading scientists. Visibly piqued, Draper took the lead in establishing the somewhat obscure American Union Academy of Literature, Science, and Art in 1869. In Comtean fashion he sought to extend the definition of science into social fields, and urged the new organization to throw light on all the problems of society, instead of such small issues as how to keep iron-bottom ships from corroding, shield the compass on ironclads from shock, or test whiskey for purity. It was, in short, to promote the science of society as well as natural science. It also was to concentrate on the development of national resources, and on the technocratic planning of American social evolution. As Fleming describes Draper's plan, the American Union Academy should make itself as near as might be the planning arm of the Secretary of the Interior, with his department conceived on a scale somewhat larger than life as of 1870. If this would afford the means for insinuating the social scientist into the democratic structure, a less alarming start could hardly have been made, and the Academy petered out almost at once 364. Finally, in 1875, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences awarded Draper its Rumford Medals for his researches into radiant energy, and the following year he was elected the first president of the American Chemical Society. Draper's views on the objective, inductive and scientific nature of American civilization were representative of a new spirit which was extending throughout the United States following the Civil War. It was during these years that Henry Charles Lee, grandson of Matthew Carey and nephew of Henry Carey, began to publish his works on the history of European Christianity, culminating in his multi-volume History of the Inquisition. In 1896 Andrew Dixon White, one of the founders of Cornell University, published his 2-volume History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, covering much the same ground as Draper. The latter himself had compiled his History of the Conflict between Religion and Science in 1874, and it was the most popular of all the books published by Human's International Scientific Library. These views represented a distinctly American form of materialism, which was linked with social Darwinism in viewing America as emerging as a superior civilization. This would occur, its advocates believed, not on racial grounds, such as characterized the subsequent emergence of Germany and Japan, but on economic grounds, as American prosperity bred a new kind of man and a new kind of society which, through the process of natural selection, would emerge to dominate an increasingly enlightened, scientific and technocratic world of the future. Simon Patten and the Economy of Abundance. Simon Nelson Patten, 1852–1922, was the most original American economist of the post-Civil War generation. Like Henry Carey and his followers, he urged protection bordering on isolationism as a way for all nations to promote their economic development. It was not primarily from Carey that he derived his inspiration, however, but from the German historical school of economists, particularly his teacher Johannes Conrad, under whom he had studied at Halle in the late 1870s. Carey's school of protectionists had endorsed state intervention in the form of industrial tariffs, the proceeds of which would be used to finance internal improvements, but they did not sanction state regulation of industrial monopolies and trusts, or other state activities taken for granted today. They were conservative Republicans and, by the time Patten began to publish in 1885, were dangerously near to becoming apologists for the protected interests. It was thus inevitable that soon after Patten joined the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School, in 1888, he began to feud with Carey's follower Robert Ellis Thompson, who opposed his socialistic collectivism. Patten had returned from Germany imbued with a faith in state action to shape economic and social development, an attitude shared by his fellow students at Halle, Edmund James, who brought him to the Wharton School, and Richard T. Ely. These three friends played the leading role in founding the American Economic Association in 1885, hoping to develop a school of politically active economists in the United States. Like Carey's school, Patten's first reaction against Ricardian laissez-faire economics came from his perception that its theory of production was superficial, particularly its view of soil, labor, and capital as having static original and indestructible productive powers. Soil fertility, he recognized, depended on the principles of agricultural chemistry as they applied to crop rotation patterns, and labor productivity depended on the worker's standard of life, education, and the technological capital at his disposal. Later, in the 1890s, Patten progressed beyond this criticism as he formulated a broad theory of national social and biological development. Ultimately, his view that the state should play an active role in setting market prices and guiding the institutional structure of society led to his being forced out of the Wharton School. By this time he had indeed evolved from a protectionist to a state socialist. 1. The economic basis of protection. The economic basis of protection, published in 1890, ends the first phase of Patten's attack on the static production concepts underlying Ricardian economics. The outlines of this critique had appeared in his first economic work, The Premises of Political Economy, 1885, and were elaborated in somewhat novel form in The Consumption of Wealth, 1889. Specialization of labor and production on a world scale, he argued, connoted a lack of variety of labor and agricultural production at the national level. If each country produced only those goods which it could sell most cheaply at a given moment of time, its soil would be depleted by one crop farming and its labor force constrained into a narrow range of occupations. Furthermore, specialization of world labor rendered international trade more prone to cartelization, as relative production costs tended to diverge among nations following international specialization. The only alternative was for each nation or geographic region to produce a wide range of agricultural and industrial commodities, affording a suitable variety of occupations for its labor and permitting adequate crop rotation policies for its farms. America's economic ideal, Patten concluded, must stand in sharp contrast with the static ideal advocated by most free traders. To follow free traders in viewing cheapness of production as the single criterion of efficiency in trade would be valid only if the efficiency of each laborer and the modes of production are fixed quantities. In a dynamic society, however, we cannot accept the present efficiency of the various classes of laborers as a permanent quantity, nor can we regard in the same way the productivity of land and other natural resources. Improvement in the skill level and intelligence of a nation's people was a better test of national efficiency. As capital and skill are constantly displacing crude labor, through inventions and improvements, a nation owed it to its citizens to place them in a favorable technological and social state. National prosperity is a much larger and more complicated problem than that of the individuals who form the nation at any given time. A progressive nation must see not merely that its present inhabitants have a profitable trade, but that the latent qualities in men and land are gradually drawn out. True, the labor force was most efficient when divided into a diversity of classes and types of individuals. But if the labor of a nation is devoted to a few occupations, Patton asserted, there is a bar to its development into a higher industrial stage, as it would be unable to utilize the full range of its inborn talents. If man were as simple in his mechanism as Ricardo supposes, and had but one industrial quality developed, the social conditions which would result would harmonize fully with free trade doctrines 365. But man possessed a diversity of psychological impulses, and therefore required a wide range of occupations in which to apply these diverse talents. 366 Initial lack of such diversity of labor qualities should not deter the state from promoting industry. Every industrial quality may be acquired if the nation encourages its development. There are no marks to distinguish the English from the Italian workmen but those due to the historical development of the two nations. Place the Italian nation in the social environment of the English and they would soon be as efficient. No progressive nation can accept any industrial deficiency of its people as final. Its increase in skill would soon result in a steady rise in the general wage level, creating a self-financing form of self-education. This quite American doctrine stood in sharp contrast to that of economic writers from Smith to Mill who have regarded skill among the causes determining differences in wages and not among the causes fixing the rate of wages 367. The pattern and evolution of foreign trade was thus not determined simply by a nation's pre-existing natural conditions, but by the evolution of its technology, itself a social phenomenon. Man's destiny was to conquer nature through knowledge and determination, not remain subservient to it. To permit foreign trade to be determined by natural conditions as they existed a priori to man's social, technological, and economic development was to permit society to remain in a primitive state. In the production of raw material we have the last part of a long struggle of man with nature. Elsewhere civilized man is now supreme and has cast off the bonds that held him to natural production. In primitive nations production is confined to localities where nature does so much that crude ignorant men can do the rest. In the production of finished commodities this influence of location is reduced to a minimum. The extensive use of capital, skill, and intelligence have freed modern nations from the primitive forms of production which confined each industry to particular regions where nature gave the most assistance. Water power is no longer essential to national prosperity. Steamboats are displacing sailing vessels, linen is no longer sent to Holland to be bleached, and railroads have given to the interior of continents the advantages formerly confined to the seacoast. Every new utilization of natural forces decreases our dependence upon those productive processes in which natural production is advantageous. 368. Even tropical crops produced under very crude conditions by the least progressive nations could be produced under more civilized conditions in America's southern states for 1/2 or 1/3 the price that the nation was then paying for them. Efficient American labor and production techniques, Patton believed, would more than offset a lesser original and natural advantage. Original natural advantage could be seriously impaired if the specialization of international production was pushed to the extreme of a 1 or 2 crop basis. This policy had exhausted the South's cotton and tobacco lands, and stripped Michigan of its forests. Any land, Patton asserted, is poor land for one crop. It becomes better land through an increase in the variety of its products, and is superior land only when a suitable rotation of crops brings out all its qualities. The course of foreign trade may make the use of land for a single crop more profitable for a time, yet the gain to the owner is at the expense of the productive qualities of the land. Free trade thus prevents a well-balanced development of the group of industries which will make the most of the land. The problem was that the free traders suppose that there is some land best fitted for wheat and upon which a continuous series of wheat crops can be obtained. Then other land is thought of as cotton land, and still other land as coffee land 01, sugar land. In this way, the whole land of the world is divided up into sections supposed to be devoted to some one purpose, just as the machines upon the market are known to be best suited for some one end. However, there is no piece of land which can give as great a return for one crop as for a group of crops. Devote a piece of land to the continuous production of wheat and you take from the land a large share of its fertility. There will, after the first few years, be a steady diminution of the product, until at last the land will be exhausted and perhaps abandoned. Soil, Patton concluded, does not have any indestructible qualities which will allow its use in any one way without serious economic advantage. Free trade, inasmuch as it led to a specialization of agricultural output among nations, was thus not a policy which will lead to the greatest increase of the productive power of any nation. 369. These statements had a long pedigree in American protectionist literature, reaching back to Justice Liebig, via Peshine Smith and Henry Carey. Patton's critique of Ricardo's static concept of soil and simplistic view of labor did not stem from the American protectionists, however, but from his teacher Conrad, who in 1864 had published a monograph on Liebig's Ansicht von der Bodenerschöpfung und ihrer Geschichtliche, Statistische und Nationalökonomische Begründung, in which he emphasized the correlation between the soil's fertility and its receipt of manure and related chemical inputs, and between labor's rate of work output and its nutritional standards. These theories Patton integrated with his own background on his father's farm in DeKalb, Illinois. Can the art of agriculture be based upon anything but the restitution of a disturbed equilibrium? Liebig had queried in the 1840s, in his familiar letters on chemistry. Can it be imagined that any country, however rich and fertile, with a nourishing commerce, which for centuries exports its produce in the shape of grain and cattle, will maintain its fertility, if the same commerce does not restore, in some form of manure, those elements which have been removed from the soil, and which cannot be carried replaced by the atmosphere? Must not the same fate await every such country which has actually befallen the once prolific soil of Virginia, now in many parts no longer able to grow its former staple productions wheat and tobacco? 370. This argument had been seized upon by American protectionists to demonstrate that all farm districts within the United States that were net exporters of crops must, in the absence of a corresponding net importation of fertilizer, be characterized by soil-depleting modes of agriculture. This became a major element in their cry to place the consumer by the side of the producer, the farmer beside the industrial laborer, to achieve a local urban-rural balance. Trade between town and country was not at all to be compared with trade between industrial and agricultural nations. The latter prevented restitution of the soil's fertility via urban wastes and proper crop rotation, the latter requiring the cultivation of perishable crops for which there could be no foreign demand. Daniel Lee gave a rough statistical estimate of the cost of America's soil-depleting modes of cultivation in his contributions to the report of the Commissioner of Patents. Volume 2. Agriculture for the years 1849 and 1852. Farm income was reduced by about 100 per acre on 100 million of the 125 million acres of improved farmland then in cultivation, he calculated. The value of these farmlands was reduced by some $300 million per year, an average S3.00 an acre, or nearly 20% of the crop sales value, through removal of minerals from the soil by the agricultural methods then in use, by which remark we mean that complete restitution of the elements of crops removed, such as potash, soda, lime, magnesia, chlorine, phosphoric and sulfuric acids, and ammonia, cannot be made short of an expense of $3 an acre. Ultimately responsible for impairing the nation's soil fertility in this way, Lee asserted, was its free trade policy. American statesmanship has adopted a system of political economy which renders full and perfect restitution of the soil impossible so long as it shall prevail. This statesmanship, which ignores the very existence of agricultural science, and repudiates all its teachings, costs the country $300 million a year by the needless destruction of its agricultural resources. 371. To achieve a more normal pattern of economic development, America must become more self-contained. Patton's theories were thus in line with both the American and German critiques of Ricardo's theory of rent and international trade. The person who exports food and brings back in exchange for it certain foreign commodities makes a gain, Patton acknowledged, but this gain must not be regarded as a gain to the nation. To estimate correctly the results of foreign trade, two other elements must be considered. The one is the loss to the public on the food consumed at home through the higher price which results from a greater demand for exportable food, and the other the loss our agricultural classes sustain through the reduced variety of crops. The foreign market does not create a demand for the bulky agricultural products. It is merely such light, compact articles as wheat, tobacco, or cotton, that the foreign consumer wants from America. 372. Time again has disproved the fallacy that the best opportunities for labor were first utilized, Patton asserted in an argument highly reminiscent of Carey's theory of cultivation. With each extension of the home market new uses for the land are found, and at the same time many classes of soil which were worthless while the few crops demanded by foreigners were produced, now become the more productive part of the land. The lighter soils were first occupied because better adapted to the cultivation of wheat. But when the growth of home markets created a demand for corn instead of wheat, these heavier lands were brought into use, and soon came to be regarded as the better land. It followed that the law of agricultural industry is the opposite of manufacturing industry. The best use of land demands a variety of products, while a factory is more productive, making 373. Patton's criticism of the economic effects of specializing in raw materials production is in many ways modern, especially as it applies to tropical climates and countries. Peculiar advantages in one article, he recognized, instead of being the cause of national prosperity, as free traders would have us believe, are usually a hindrance to progress. The North would be as poor as the South and its cities as small if the land of the North were used for wheat as that of the South is used for cotton. Had our nation followed the lines of relative advantage advocated by free traders, our country would be divided into three parallel belts, used for cotton, tobacco, and wheat. There would not be much population on these lands, and the United States would resemble the South American republics. Cuba would be more prosperous if she were less fertile for sugar, for then Spanish misrule would not be possible. Coffee has not made Brazil or Java rich and prosperous countries. If a blight upon the grapevine should force the people of Portugal to use their land for a variety of uses for which it is well fitted, the loss of relative advantage in grape cultivation would be a national gain. And the history of England bears testimony to the same truth. At an early period the sheep industry paid so well that the quantity of cultivated land and the demand for labor were greatly reduced, thus checking the progress of the nation. The increased number of sheep did not come from any especial advantage of the sheep industry in England. It was continental disorder that prevented the keeping of sheep elsewhere. Thus the fact that England was far enough in advance of other nations to protect property in country districts checked the growth of population and wealth by giving a relative advantage to sheep raising. The advantage in various industries which might have been secured to England through its internal peace was lost because of the relative advantage of wool growers. 374. Of wheat. While America has the better facilities for the production of iron, America's dry, hot summers resulted in a yield of about 12 bushels an acre, as compared to more than twice this rate in England's damp climate, which was good for wheat. Patton neglected to point out that England's capital-intensive agriculture required much more labor per acre than America's soil-extensive pattern of cultivation. Furthermore, America's iron beds were purer and thicker, and its coal beds thicker than those of England. Yet in spite of these facts, trade between the United States and England actually has a tendency to increase in America the demand for, i.e., production of wheat, while the same commercial conditions increase in England the demand for iron. 375. Patton pressed to an unrealistic extreme, however, his thesis that a dynamic society passes from poorer to better land by increasing the variety of its food and the diversity of its occupations. He urged that Americans must adjust their tastes so that our pleasures and wants can be easily supplied from the material resources by which we are surrounded. That consumption of wealth is most advantageous, which creates a demand for the products of the soil in that proportion which will allow the best use of the soil. Our present consumption is not final. Acquired habits have created in us a liking for particular articles of food, and are accompanied by prejudices keeping us from using many articles which could now be produced with great advantage. 376. The nation should shift its tastes from whiskey to sugar, from wheat to corn, from European tastes to Native American tastes generally, according to the dictates of nature, precisely those dictates which he had elsewhere hoped that men and nations could overcome. Why, Patton asked, should Americans let British consumers bid up the price of food? The burden that oppresses the American laborer, he stated, came not so much from industrial monopolies, on which, incidentally, he was silent, but from the relatively high price he pays for the articles we export, for those we import free of duty, and for city land. It is the price he pays for bread and meat, for tea and coffee, and for house rent that have increased and absorbed so large a part of his wages. Cuban sugar and Brazilian coffee are at monopoly prices, and not Ohio wool or Pennsylvania iron. Cotton, woolen, silk, steel, and other protected goods are sold to laborers at a lower price than ever before. In short, the laborer, as well as other consumers, has gained wherever the national policy has been active, and lost wherever it has been passive. A passive reliance on free trade brings high prices, an active preference for home production brings cheapness. The former creates natural monopolies, the latter breaks them down. Free trade may reduce the price of some commodities, but it reduces productive power so much more rapidly that the people suffer from it. 377. This led to an isolationist position. Instead of America depending on foreign trade either as a source of imports or as an export outlet, Patton urged that foreign animals be adopted to American conditions, and tropical crops cultivated in the southern states and in an irrigated southwest. Our southern states lie in a semi-tropical region and are well fitted for all those crops which we secure from similar regions abroad. There are many portions of the South where tea can be produced with as little labor as in any part of China, given adequate instruction in tea growing methods, an educational service which the government might sponsor. Silk could also be nurtured, as could sugar. Florida and Cuba are under the same climatic conditions, he observed, and Florida could produce Cuban articles at perhaps half their present cost, given adequate drainage facilities. Germany's successful cultivation of the sugar beet was cited as an ideal example of adopting seemingly foreign commodities to domestic production conditions. 378. The book's final chapter posed the question whether the ideal of American civilization should be national or cosmopolitan. Free trade, Patton insisted, tended to breed provincialism as much as it contributed to cosmopolitanism. So firmly have free trade notions become rooted in economists' modes of thinking, that they are led to suppose that the actual industries of the nation are those in which labor is most productive, because of the ex posteriori methods of orthodox economists, inevitably proving that all is for the best in this, the best of all possible worlds. American economic development, however, should not be determined by what was best under past types of institutions, for instance, that of slavery, which had been reinforced by free trade, but what was best looking forward in time. Provincialism includes a hostility to other nationalities and the desire to cling to that which has grown up within its narrow bounds. It is also a static conception, and would hold each locality to those ideas and modes of living which they have acquired from past times. Nationalism, on the contrary, is a dynamic movement, and seeks to bring each nation through a series of changes and developments that would bring a better harmony between its social conditions and its economic environment. Nationalism tends to adjust the people of a nation more closely to their environment and thus develop all its natural resources. Cosmopolitanism, however, overlooks the need of this adjustment to objective conditions and tends to adjust man more closely to a particular social condition and to cut oil those portions of society lacking dominant traits. It stops differentiation and presses the nation into a fixed social state. A national ideal is not opposed to the general good of the whole world. If each nation makes the best use of its own land and of its own resources, the whole world will be utilized to the fullest degree. As long as the land of one nation is used directly to support the people of another nation, only the lowest forms of commerce and the crudest material will be a part of the trade with other nations. The value of American trade to Europe has increased just in proportion as the American people have used their land to support themselves. 379 Patton concluded that America's opportunities for development and progress are much more favorable than those of Europe, and we can develop into a higher civilization much more rapidly than it is possible for them to do. For America was not burdened with the social rigidities that constrained Europe's economic development. Once the nation turned inward, maximizing its own wealth-creating powers to the utmost and elevating all classes of society, America would have little difficulty in finding imitators all over the world. Just as English isolation from the continent developed new industrial conditions so superior to those of the continent that in the end other nations were forced to adopt them, so a national policy in America can develop a still higher industrial state, and thus compel other nations to make use of the same means in their development. Other protectionists were short-sighted in urging protectionism simply on the assumption that it is good for the American people to approximate European conditions, using protective tariffs towards this end. 380 Just the opposite, America should strive to become what Europe had been unable to become, a dynamic technocratic society. The economic basis of protection was soon translated both into French and Italian. In the United States it was reviewed by Henry C. Adams, John Bates Clark, John Commons, and Frank Taussig. In England, John Bastable, who had been sympathetic to protectionism in cases where nations could force the incidence of the tariff onto the shoulders of its suppliers, declared that Patton had merely reworked the doctrines of List and Carey. 381. This was certainly not true. Patton carried the theory of productive powers much further than had List, and elaborated the theory of soils, and especially the theory of monopolistic practices in world trade, to a higher degree than had Carey. If there is any earlier protectionist he resembles, it is E. Peshine Smith, who had devoted most of his Manual of Political Economy, 1853, to emphasizing the adverse effect of crop exports on soil fertility. Unlike Peshine Smith and Carey, however, Patton did not discuss the growth of productive powers stemming from capital-driven machinery and other suppliers of industrial energy. The nexus of his doctrine remained largely agricultural. In France, Courcelle Senouil, the pigeonholer of economic theory who 4 decades earlier had rejected Peshine Smith's Manual of Political Economy as resting on propositions more agricultural and technological than economic, in the moral philosophical interpretation of the term, was disturbed that Patton followed the German historical school in including political and psychological considerations in his economic theory. Gide and Rist criticized Patton's nationalistic bias. And in Italy, Luigi Casa found Patton's argument specious, while Ugo Rabanò attacked it at length. 382 In the United States, Taussig granted that Patton's arguments are very different from those commonly heard, but asserted that these arguments, even if true, were not inconsistent with the doctrine of comparative advantage. In countries producing raw materials, says Professor Patton, the effect of free trade is to cause the exportation of raw materials, and especially of food. The quantity produced, say in the United States, is greater than it would be without the foreign demand. Inferior soils are resorted to, the price rises, and the consumers of food are worse off than they would be in the absence of the foreign demand. Rent rises, and natural monopolies have a greater share of the total production. But, the rise in the price of food and in rent does not of itself indicate that the trade of the food exporting country with the other country is a losing one, and, moreover, that, if the trade becomes a real source of loss, it will cease of its own accord, even at the higher cost and price of food. the labor devoted to raising and exporting it may still yield a higher return in imported goods than the same labor would yield in their domestic production at a given moment of time, and if it failed to do so, food would cease to be exported. The loss from the pressure of the law of diminishing returns is offset by the gain from cheaper imports. 383. This was not Patton's major concern, however. He compared the gains from trade under existing conditions and productive power to the potential output that could be created by developing the country's labor and soil. Into the free trade equation he added the gains from forsaking trade, that is, of not having to invest funds at some future date to rehabilitate the soil and re-educate the labor driven out of high-skill industries by temporary cost-saving trade expedients. Taussig was erroneous in stating that in a new country like the United States, the tendency to diminishing returns has not been felt. Nor was he able to deal with Patton's arguments concerning the ways in which international trade fostered the growth of cartels and monopolies, or to understand how the distinction between static and dynamic societies is essentially different from that which economists have had in mind between old and young countries. The distinction between old and young countries, Patton would have answered, referred essentially to their differing factor proportions, with young countries having relatively more soil than capital. His own distinction between static and dynamic societies referred to the direction of the national economy in terms of maximizing output under existing conditions and productive powers, the static case, as opposed to maximizing the productivity of labor, soil, and capital over time, the dynamic case. Young societies were not necessarily dynamic, as was demonstrated by the sad experience of most South American countries. Patton has been criticized for his optimistic belief that the southern states could grow tea and raw silk. But such criticisms divert attention from his major points. Probably the best evaluation of his work was given by Daniel Fox in The Discovery of Abundance, Simon N. Patton and the Transformation of Social Theory, 1967. Patton's fellow economists praised his originality without taking account of his central idea, he wrote. Although John Bates Clark of Columbia University declared in 1892 that Patton was providing a scientific basis on an optimistic faith in all of us, he never mentioned the concept of a transition, but engaged in lengthy conflict with Patton about the definitions of cost and price. E.R.A. Seligman said that Patton had inspired more of the younger scholars in the United States than any other individual, but never mentioned his central thesis. Even his closest friends were appalled by his inability to state his theories clearly and concisely. Few of his colleagues could spare time from their own research and teaching to unravel the theories Patton spun out in 22 books and 150 articles. Moreover, despite several painful efforts, Patton was unable to bring his ideas together in a comprehensive synthesis. His colleagues could debate his views on such problems as marginal utility, tariffs, and the theory of prices without acknowledging that they were part of an overarching conception of a transition from an age of scarcity to an age of abundance. Ultimately, Patton was to pursue his investigations beyond the confines of economics altogether as it came to be narrowed down in the early 20th century. The frame of reference most hospitable to Patton's ideas was that of the first generation of American sociologists. These men, most of them trained as economists in Germany or the United States, found scientific economics too constricting a discipline. They wanted the freedom to explore social change and its implications in the broadest possible manner. 384. To the theory of social forces in the 1880s and 1890s, many American proponents of laissez-faire began to shift their arguments from the classical Ricardian gains from trade economics to the individualistic survival of the fittest sociological doctrines of Herbert Spencer. Just as natural selection favored superior species in any given environment, they argued, so unregulated competition in economic society would favor the most efficient individuals, firms, and nations. Patton's theory of social forces, 1896, criticized the static view of environment surrounding this biological analogy, and his sequel, The Development of English Thought, 1898, attempted to formulate an alternative view of human bioeconomic competition. Spencer had acknowledged that biology generally overlooked the environment and its correlated phenomena, while the organism and its correlated phenomena practically monopolize the attention. Patton replied that inasmuch as economic factors created environments, and environments influenced the selection, generation, and even the mutation of species, it followed that if we seek in the environment for the causes of evolution, the study lies in the field of economics. What was once a brutal individualistic conflict between man and beast, and later between men themselves, was now transformed into a higher, increasingly intellectual contest between man and nature. As man succeeded in improving his environment, he altered the terms upon which this contest occurred by accumulating capital and creating an active social economic state apparatus. A progressive evolution, Patton insisted, depends on the power of moving from one environment to another, and thus avoiding the stress of competition. Patton thus distinguished between two kinds of progress, or, as today's economists would say, between growth and development. Static progress increases the sum of adjustments or the average adjustment to a given environment and thus gives to an animal the power to survive in this environment. The second kind of progress is dynamic and leads to the acquisition of new mental qualities by which adjustment to a new environment is possible. The single aim of progressive animals is to escape from competition, the single means is to secure control of that quality which opens to its possessors a new environment. 385. In the realm of international economic policy, which Patton began to treat almost as a branch of anthropology, nations with superior educational and political systems would emerge supreme, by providing their labor and capital with superior and less conflict-ridden economic environments. Man's intellectual evolution was accompanied by psychological changes in his social makeup. In the beginning, when mankind first began to spread over the earth seeking the most favorable climates, aggressive instincts which put a being in a state of opposition to his fellow creatures, are of more value to him than economic instincts which cause him to utilize more completely or to improve the conditions of his environment. Greater bodily activity and an increase in ability to experience pleasure go hand in hand. Later, the requisites for survival became more intellectual. The memory is developed, the power to analyze objective phenomena into their material elements increases. There are thus two stages of progress, the biologic and the social. In the biologic stage, the development of the motor powers determines who shall survive. The social beings with superior sensory powers are thus repeatedly defeated and driven out by those whose motor development is superior. Biologic progress is due to the struggle for existence within a given environment. Social progress is due to the necessity of breaking over from one environment to another. Patton buttressed this theory with psychological views taken mainly from William James and James Mark Baldwin. He distinguished motor ideas, which were products of man's genetic organism itself, from sensory or knowledge-producing ideas conveyed to man from his environment. Sensory ideas were higher in that they enabled man to formulate ideals to inspire political thought and action, enabling cooperative economic bonds to be formed. Men at a very early stage of progress became conscious of the benefits of cooperation. Capital cannot be secured except by the protection of property on the one hand and by a growing desire for future welfare on the other. The economic bonds are the effects of a more or less conscious calculus of utilities. 386. Hence Patton's belief in the harmony of interests among all sectors of economic surplus societies, a view inspired partly by German state socialists and partly by William Morris and the Christian socialists. If organisms develop, it is not owing to internal conditions or to the laws of life, Patton speculated, but to some peculiarities of the surrounding conditions. 387. New environments seem to breed a new kind of MA and a theory more Lamarckian than Darwinist. Surplus, pleasure, economies work to select altruistic types naturally amenable to statism, as egoistic and avaricious types succumb to sensual overindulgence. Only in his English thought, however, did Patton reconcile Newtonian model building with the historical optimism of his social Darwinism. He proposed an evolutionary mechanism which naturally favored state socialist nations over individualistic economies. Hence, statism indicated the emergence of superior men rather than being a means to protect economic inferiors. To elaborate this theory, Paton suggested 4 character types: the sensualists, essentially southern, aggressive types who became priests, military leaders, or more often in modern society, capitalists whose particular form of sensuality led them to become lovers of power rather than of sensual indulgence, clingers, a submissive class of imitators, mugwumps, a somewhat mild intellectual type, and stalwarts, a semi-Calvinist, altruistic type of principled, socially conscious man that appeared only in advanced economic societies. In modern times, where social conditions are more stable, the sensualists have not been distinct races, but a class growing larger or smaller as conditions have been favorable or not. Paton's genetic views thus treated race as a function of character type and economic class, and less as a function of national origins as such. 388 Actually, the development of English thought was 2 books, quite uneven in quality. The best portion was A Cultural History of British Ideology, in which Paton intriguingly presented his own theories as the logical culmination of classical economics, both as to logical method, Newtonian, and to moral principles, a happy ending for the historical process. Paton divided British economics into 2 strands: moral philosophy as to the relationship between economic development and social welfare, and methodology as to the refinement of self-contained economic models. His concluding chapter suggested a synthesis of social optimism and Newtonian methodology based on the economic emergence of new genetic tip-s of man. The book's first 3 chapters undoubtedly put most readers off before they had a chance to discover Paton's observations on the cultural history of British economic thought, or his own resolution of its problems. Paton's biographer, Daniel Fox, calls the work a curious combination of insight and fantasy. A contemporary reviewer praised its originality and insight, but noted its impression of unreality, of an excursion into some scientific dreamland, and a modern observer has called it a strange and tortured magnum opus 389. The first chapter, The Theory, does not state his theory, that comes only in the 6th and final chapter, but renews his discussion of man's inborn personality types. Whereas Paton's social forces claimed that these types were not hereditary, Paton now asserted that man's motor ideas, formed by past environments, were passed on through the genetic process. 390 Upon this pre-existing set of motor responses were superimposed man's knowledge and sensory impulses derived from his present environment. Each physical environment was viewed as developing its own type of man, with national character being formed by hereditary personality types interacting with the current economic environment. The kinship of this Lamarckian view with 20th-century Lysenkoism is apparent. Paton's second chapter, nominally on the antecedents of English thought, once again does not approach the topic at hand. It collects his ruminations on the evolution of the Christian Church from Judaic religion to an increasingly secular arm of Roman power, the economic nature of the Reformation, stemming mainly from the growing commercial power of Europe's northern nations and their nationalistic desire to break away from Rome, the dietary evolution of man, the relationship between climate and woman's role in society, the bathtub's role in forming British character, and other broad-ranging topics not too completely digested. Chapter 3 deals somewhat superficially with the rise of the Lutherans and Calvinists, the contrast between sensualists and stalwarts, and the changing roles of town and countryside as regards sensualist pastimes. By this time the reader is 200 pages into the book with seemingly no bearings, much as if he had come upon a history student's college notebook covering courses without much relationship to one another. Paton finally gets down to his task in chapters 4 and 5, dealing respectively with the moralists and the economists. He perceived Bernard Mandeville to be the first to insist, as a central economic tenet, that private self-interest worked for the common good even when pressed to the point of apparent immorality. This was essentially Adam Smith's concept of the invisible hand guiding private self-interest to serve the common will, as well as the suggestion by Sir James Steuart and Malthus that luxurious spending by the rich was necessary to maintain the employment and well-being of the poor. However, Malthus' population theories broke this optimism, by asserting that man's passions led to overpopulation, reducing everyone's living standards, a pessimistic view complemented by the Ricardian doctrine of diminishing returns in agriculture, and consequently falling profits and stagnation throughout the economy. Economic optimism was restored, Patton held, by Charles Darwin's theories, which implied that the struggle for existence as reflected in economic competition worked steadily to improve society by weeding out its weaker social-economic members. In this respect, Darwin was elevated by Patton to the first rank of economists, standing alongside Henry Carey as representing a return to the optimistic views of economic evolution held by Mandeville and Adam Smith. 274. Patton then treated the attempt to make British economics a Newtonian science based on determinist mechanistic models. This tendency, first inspired by Hobbes and Locke, was elaborated by the utilitarians David Hume and Jeremy Bentham, and refined by Ricardo, all of whom oversimplified the mechanisms of man's social economic behavior. Although Patton viewed John Stuart Mill as greatly extending the political scope of economic thought, and subsequently came to recognize Marx as representing the culmination of this Newtonian tendency, the problem, he perceived, remained the fact that mechanistic models of the marketplace as they were then being codified by Alfred Marshall were unable to comprehend the historical evolution of social economic structures. They in fact represented a retreat from the models developed by Mill and Marx in that they dealt only with market prices, supply and demand, not with the complex and evolving institutional structure and direction of society. It was Charles Darwin who deserved credit for resolving the methodological and teleological problems stumbled over by classical British moralists and political economists. Darwin, stated Patton, was the last of the economists and the first of a new school of biologists. He is deductive as an economist, and inductive as a biologist. Patton's ensuing analysis of Darwin's theories is a landmark in the Americanization of social Darwinism. To show that Darwin was an economist, we must divide his doctrine into two parts as found in his first essay. The economy of food and its effects on organisms are strictly economic phenomena, and the doctrines deduced from them are legitimately a part of economic theory. The mutability of species, however, and the conception of common ancestors are biologic and inductive. Darwin found deductively that peculiarities in the food supply caused variations of species, but to complete his theory he was compelled inductively to show how present facts and the history of creation indicated that the various species had common ancestors. Naturally, therefore, this biological part of the investigation grew in importance at the expense of the economic. There is thus given to Darwinism a seemingly inductive character that it does not really possess. Darwinism was closely related to the problems raised by Malthus. But experimental demonstration was necessary to show that the steady development of breeds was possible, a fact that had not been properly used in the discussion of human progress. The decay of nations in ancient history seemed to sanction the belief that men were degenerated by civilization, and this belief made students blind to the steady progress of modern nations. A belief in progress and improvement was, however, common among the natural theologians, and was the main cause of their opposition to the Malthusian. 275. Theory. However, some reconciliation was attempted even before Darwin. As early as 1816, Archbishop to be John Sumner, in his treatise on the records of creation and the moral attributes of the Creator, had perceived the bearing of the principle of population on progress, and called it the main pillar of civilization. He saw that the struggle for food was the cause of the upward tendencies in mankind. The operation of this principle of population, Sumner wrote, filling the world with competitors for support, enforces labor and encourages industry by the advantages it gives to the industrious at the expense of the indolent and extravagant. 391. Thus, even before Darwin, it was being argued that the struggle for existence described by Malthus was not a sign that man and nature were badly constructed. It was precisely the struggle that gave promise of man's social improvement through a necessary weeding out process. Patton differed from the Spencerians, however, in speculating that the fittest men and nations socially and economically would be those which proceeded to erect an active state social economic apparatus to aid in subduing nature to the will of man, not by struggling wastefully among themselves. Patton viewed human evolution as occurring mainly through the weeding out of biological character types, and this conviction formed the basis of his concluding chapter. A leadership of new mental types was emerging in the superior economic societies, especially in the United States. We are no longer cosmopolitans who wish to merge our civilization in that of the world, he concluded. We think of ours as the civilization, and seek to impress our standards and ideals on others. America's superior economic environment was weeding out the sensualists and dingers, leaving the way free for a new kind of stalwart man. The present epoch, Patton concluded, is as plainly an epoch of cheapness as that of Malthus' time was of dearness. Then population outstripped the increase of food. The increase of food now so far surpasses the increase of population that a market for food can scarcely be found, the farms are being deserted, and the country people are flocking to the cities in order to share in their increased prosperity. Progress is determined by the types of men that are eliminated. Under past conditions this elimination has been mainly due to undernutrition, or, to use simpler language, starvation. This favored the most aggressive, sensualist genetic types. Now, progress by elimination was being drastically transformed in nature by man's evolution into a food surplus, pleasure economy. Formerly the underfed failed to survive, now it is the overfed among whom the elimination is taking place. The plethora of food now enjoyed induces men to eat and drink more than their systems can stand. Keen appetite is plainly a disadvantage. In the long run the evils of overnutrition will benefit the race. Those stolid, sensual constitutions that have been so marked a characteristic of the middle class of society must gradually disappear. The dominant type will be more nervous in temperament and have an increased ability to stand the strain and the excitement of an active life. 392. The new man would be self-controlled and efficient, yet generous and altruistic. The Protestant ethic would evolve to an even higher degree, rendering consumption subservient to investment, egotism to prudent cooperation, and supplanting wasteful individualistic competition with the harmonious coordination of all parts of the new economic society. Thus, whereas pleasure economies had died off in the past when utility instead of pain became the supreme object of interest, America would prove able to handle its new abundance. History had shown that nations which remained sensualist in the face of growing prosperity could not last. No nation of North Europe goes down as the southern nations went down one after the other, Patton later observed. In past times Europe's civilization had shifted northwards, and a new break of similar magnitude has been made by the transference of civilization to America. New traditions must be forged, giving the state authority to direct the course of society along stalwart principles, thereby guiding not only the progress and application of physical science and technology, but the evolution of human nature itself. 393 America was thus on its way to becoming a new civilization physiologically as well as in its political ideals and culture and economic capability. Whereas Patton's economic basis of protection, 1890, had analyzed the sources of America's potential superiority in labor productivity and soil fertility, his English thought argued that the nation's psychological fitness for the modern age would enable it to lead the entire world into an era of abundance. This reconciled the Protestant ethic with the teachings of evolutionary theory. Sensualists would die out as the overnutrition of women decreases their fertility. Families rapidly die out if they utilize to the full the advantages given by economic success. The remaining stalwarts would be less prone to sensual indulgence and its associated growth in population. Meanwhile, the genetic composition of this stabilized population would be continually improved, for although the world had emerged from food deficit status to food surplus abundance, there are many indications that progress by elimination has not ceased, but has only changed in form. 394. Patton's social forces had claimed that, in his proposed economic surplus commonwealth, competition no longer was to be decided simply in favor of those possessing brute atavism. Henceforth the power to survive will be determined mainly by the industrial instincts which produce wealth or by social instincts which tend to reduce temptation and to limit the inclination to indulge in intense pleasure. The stalwart man's civic instinct and spirit of self-sacrifice is an essential element in all social progress. Finally, he concluded, this feeling of social solidarity must, to be effective, be supplemented by the growth of aesthetic feelings. Crude appetites and vices are best removed by a perception of the harmony of consumption. 395. In his English thought, Paton elaborated his views on the role of art in the new Commonwealth, forecasting a new stalwart art form, utopian and socially committed. Sooner or later, men with stalwart instincts and education will break over the line that separates economics from literature and art, and then a new movement in these fields will begin that can end only in their transformation. Bold, vivid ideals and visions of a future utopia are sure finally to assume a literary form and to create pictures that can be made objective only in art. Milton and Bunyan have shown what stalwarts can do by visualizing. The realistic and the ideal tendencies have been seldom united in the same person. This defect will be remedied if the curves of thought of the present epoch force the realist into economics and the visualizer into literature and art. 396. The new art would not be the sensualist, almost escapist fantasy of the Baroque and Romantic periods, but would praise a new form of satisfaction, that of stalwart achievement and social consciousness, of productive rather than greedy passions. Carey's school, Paton argued, had not succeeded in developing a science of sociology, only a science of the material conditions of production and of the tariff policy requisite to foster optimum conditions. A truly modern sociology would place much greater emphasis upon biological factors, as had been recognized by Comte, although he called his science social physics. In Paton's hands, the new sociology became a social biopsychology, stressing the interaction between man's social psychology and man's material evolution. A decade earlier, the sociologist Lester Ward, who like Paton grew up on the Illinois prairie, had developed a two-phase analysis of man's evolution that anticipated Paton's views. As Richard Hofstadter summarizes Ward's theories, man has been brought to his present stage of development by natural selection, of which his intellect is the supreme product, but man cannot consider himself finally superior to other animals until he supplants genetic example random with telic purposeful progress by applying his intellect to his own environment. Telic phenomena were those governed by human will and purpose, genetic phenomena those which resulted merely from blind natural forces. Nature, Ward insisted, was fully susceptible to man's conscious control. To depict evolution as a random happening was to draw a false analogy. It was man's task to control not only nature but society itself, in precisely the same manner as the physical forces have been utilized. It is only through the artificial control of natural phenomena that science is made to minister to human needs, and if social laws are really analogous to physical laws, there is no reason why social science may not receive practical applications such as have been given to physical science. Ward also anticipated Paton in stating that competition actually prevents the most fit from surviving. Witness the social waste involved in advertising, a good example of the modified form of animal cunning which is the hallmark of business shrewdness. Rational economics not only saves resources but produces superior organisms. Hence the superior quality of fruit trees, cereals, domestic cattle. Finally, Ward argued, intelligence, hitherto a growth, is destined to become a manufacture. 397. Views such as these were voiced subsequently by Veblen, who also declined to equate the well-to-do with the biologically fittest. As commerce became increasingly separated from production, and wealth became a function more of advertising than workmanship, wealth accrued less from the instincts of higher man than from the application of cunning and other primitive asocial individualism. 398. Paton hoped that America's destiny was to evolve into a new civilization, resting on a new genetic base and discouraging domination by the most power-driven, avaricious, and sensualist members of society. He urged economics to transcend the narrow utilitarianism of Benthamism, as well as its preoccupation with market costs and prices to the exclusion of the social environment in which these costs and prices were established. We have arrived at a point in the development of the social sciences where we cannot let one another alone, he argued at the 1894 meeting of the American Economic Association. But the cleft between the economic and sociological camps which he described was institutionalized in 1905 when the American Sociological Society was founded at a meeting of the American Economic Association, with 6 of its 36 founders having taken their PhDs under Patton at the University of Pennsylvania 399. His observations on society were ignored by most subsequent economists as lying outside the narrow scope of economic orthodoxy. 3. The Theory of Prosperity. Patton's Theory of Prosperity, 1902, is an isolated and idiosyncratic book seeking to integrate Austrian utility theory with Carey's theory of productive powers, a task that Carey's followers themselves had not bothered to attempt. The result was at once the most Austrian of Patton's books in its preoccupation with utilitarian equilibrium, illustrated with incomprehensible diagrams, and also the most indebted to Carey's school for its interpretation of production and consumption in terms of the energy transfer process involved. Patton also extended Carey's theory of increasing returns over time, covering man's utilitarian progress by analogy. A primitive man has few wants, and these are mainly for articles that nature provides with difficulty. With progress, new articles are produced that supply intenser wants, and at the same time all goods are more abundant in quantity. The appetites and passions of men are also modified, making them do and want what is more in conformity with their environing conditions. 400. So-called absolute utilities, such as food and shelter, were not necessarily pleasure-yielding, although they were price-inelastic. As man became able to provide for higher needs, his widening range of consumption became more pleasurable, presumably in a geometric proportion. Carey's doctrine of class harmony formed the central political focus of Patton's book. Class antagonism was not a permanent feature of economic society, but characterized only its origins, example the ancient tribal conflict and its associated capture of slaves, which represented the most primitive kind of economic exploitation. Most nations have been formed by conquest, and therefore start with a dominant and a subject class. The former seize the surplus, and force the latter to work for a bare minimum. Originally they seized land, the primal form of surplus capital. Gradually they became owners of capital as well. But modern economic society was no longer amenable to such form of exploitation. Partly this was because it was not labor that was responsible in the first instance for society's growth in productive powers, but capitalists and landlords, the technocrats of capitalism. The reasoning of Carey pursued to its logical conclusion makes all income appear to be interest. Along with the return on capital goods he puts the income from land, claiming that it results from the capital sunk in improvements. Exploitation is, not a phenomenon of retrogression, but of progress. The extra income due to industrial progress, passes readily into the hands of the more progressive classes. Instead of oppression being the cause of exploitation, it is usually responsible for its decline. 401. The economic surplus was distributed to all members of society rather than remaining monopolized by the few, and this raised overall productivity. This theory was similar to Schumpeter's subsequent theory of innovation. Economic rent, that is, superprofit, was created not mainly by diminishing returns as depicted in the Ricardian system, but by increasing returns and economic progress. As costs fell, thanks to technical innovation and other factors, the most efficient producers obtained cost advantages and thus profit advantages over less dynamic producers. Entrepreneurs themselves tended to prevent the spreading of monopoly, by constantly developing substitutes for monopolized goods and services. Rent is constantly being created by social progress, but in any particular form it is steadily being cut down by the increase in the power of substitution. An increased power of substitution is the only remedy for an unequal distribution of wealth. 402. Thus, progress did not cause material poverty. Patton interpreted utilitarian pleasure in terms of the energy analysis of production that Carey had adopted from Peshine Smith. Production is the act of putting things in motion. There is no productive process that is not resolvable into labor. Labor is the expenditure of energy, resulting in the movement or the transformation of goods. His energy puts objects in motion, and thus helps to create utility and value. Economists often overlook the connection between the consumption of goods and the creation of surplus energy. Every increase of productive power adds to the quantity of goods consumed, and these, if properly used, augment the surplus energy of workers. They begin the day with more energy and can work longer before feeling pain. Energy produces utility, and utility produces energy, otherwise the worker is stupid, diseased, or dissipated. From an economic standpoint, dissipation includes every use of goods that does not result in the building up of the body, and thus fails to create a fund of surplus energy. Sickness, the lack of sanitation, lethargy, or any form of imperfect assimilation lowers the vitality of workers even more promptly than does painful work or dissipation. Where these evils are not avoided, much of the social surplus is used up. Every healthy person starts the day with a fund of surplus energy, the expenditure of which is pleasing, and makes work pleasurable while it lasts. Pains always involve some loss in this fund of surplus energy. Cost, as it is understood in economics, is the regular endurance of fatigue due to the extension of the working day after the surplus energy of the worker is exhausted. Productive labor is that which reappears in goods. Productive consumption is that which comes to sight again as energy capable of producing goods. Goods become utilities, utilities are transformed into energy which, as work, creates new goods. 403. Patton's version of the economy of high wages doctrine was thus that pleasureful consumption added to the worker's psychic and manual energy. The theory that costs determine value rests upon the notion that labor is disagreeable, he asserted. It cannot be said that activity or even strenuous exertion is painful so long as there are ways of exerting energy that everyone highly enjoys. The English view that labor was intrinsically unpleasurable was due to snobbish prejudice against having to perform manual labor, not to the nature of labor itself. This perception paved the way for what Veblen called the instinct of workmanship. Mechanical laborers are displaced, and as they disappear the standard of the laboring classes rises in an inverse ratio. Employers discover that a high class of laborers is more productive in proportion to their wages than are those of the lowest classes. 404. Hence the harmony of interests between labor and capital in extending society's productive powers and prosperity. For the social basis of religion, it may seem anachronistic that social theorists like Simon Patton and other writers of the 1880s and 1890s should have troubled themselves to develop a materialistic religion suitable for the modern world. One can see why they analyzed earlier religions as being symptomatic of society's economic and social environment, but it was forcing matters to try to reconcile Christian theology with these writers' economic ideals. They nonetheless set themselves to this task, largely because of their vestigial concept of religion as the traditional means of integrating the various branches of knowledge, and indeed almost synonymous with this process of integration itself, whether on valid or invalid grounds. Patton, who grew up in a somewhat religious environment, claimed to have developed a social economic science capable of explaining the rapid developments occurring during the late 19th century, and he defined religion to represent man's integrating faculty as such. Thus, by his own definition, he was developing a new religion. That this was materialist did not bother him, but merely raised the import of his contribution. His attitude is understandable in view of developments occurring within American studies concerning the evolution of religion and superstition. What had historically been thought of as constituting religion was termed by Andrew D. White dogmatic theology in his History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, 1896. But after tracing the most vivid contrasts between science and theology, White nonetheless spoke of a reconciliation between the two and of an allegedly reconstructive theological force of scientific criticism. It was in this spirit that Patton wrote his Social Basis of Religion, 1911, in which he sought to reconcile his new theology with a new kind of stalwart Protestantism. He had dealt with religion in nearly all of his writings, treating the subject as synonymous with social psychology, a kind of increasingly rational moral adhesive to his proposed economic reforms. His theory of social forces had suggested a social commonwealth which would operate in a manner more like those of the Middle Ages than those of the present century, and whose members would idealize society and make it the source of the desired control over nature and natural forces. Intelligence would be idealized, just as power is idealized in a pain economy. The god of that commonwealth would be a god of intelligence working through society and nature, not the god of power and vengeance conjured up by religions born of pain economies. Patton's major theoretical work, The Development of English Thought, interpreted the evolution of European social and religious philosophy on economic materialist grounds. His social basis of religion integrated his earlier views on social psychology with an economic interpretation of man's evolving religious attitudes, proposing an ideology appropriate for man's emergence into permanent economic surplus conditions. Such an ideology, Patton felt, was necessary to consolidate society on a stalwart basis so that its members did not dissipate their new wealth on merely sensual forms of consumption. Comte's three-stage schema for viewing man's intellectual evolution in and of itself progressing from the theological, superstitious, stage, to the metaphysical, philosophic, stage, and finally emerging into the positive, scientific, stage implied a steady movement away from religious sentiment. This did not prevent an active Comtean church from being founded in Brazil and elsewhere. Patton held that any three-stage evolutionary format must be social-economic rather than merely intellectual, inasmuch as all ideology rested upon an economic base. Ideas were social impressments, due to activity carried on by men in society. The mind neither sees nor manufactures them, for ideas are social products acquired from the medium in which the thinker exists. 406. He suggested an alternative three-stage progression of intellectual superstructures resting upon man's social-economic stages of progress. First was the traditional stage, then came the skeptical, critical, revolt against tradition, and finally the pragmatic stage of social ideology. Each stage was characterized by its own religious social psychology. The leading criterion for evaluating the success of pragmatic religion that appropriate to man's third and final social economic stage was its effect on man's behavior, example its success with economic programs, contributing to prosperity, peace, and cooperation, its physical programs, contributing to efficiency, health, and longevity, and emotional programs, instilling the motives of service, public spirit, and at its best, a new missionary zeal. The social mission of the Church, Patton concluded, is not to make men religious, but to make men normal. Health, wealth, and efficiency are the basis of normal life. The new religion's motto would be, sin is misery, misery is poverty, the antidote to poverty is income. Christianity needs, not preachers, but workers. Health is thus the test of normality, and the Church can safely be sponsor for social movements that improve it. On this basis must the social program of the Church be built. We cannot make everyone wealthy, but there is no need of poverty. 407. All this implied a rather secular religion indeed. The new religious fellowship looked towards man rather than towards God, preaching a gospel of social work rather than of original sin as in Roman Catholicism. In fact, Patton's book portrayed his natural and pragmatic religions as representing the culmination of the Protestant materialist Enlightenment against the Catholic perversion of Christianity, which was destined to be swept away, just as the ancient Eastern religious and moral systems would be after the coming of Western enterprise, education, and science. One God will come with one economic system, one type of government, one science, and one literature. This God would be intellectual and social in nature. Thus, whereas state religion is a result of war and want, natural religion arises out of contact with the surplus and vigor of nature. Social religion is quite as clearly based on the thought of peace and plenty. 408. Existing Christianity was in much the same anachronistic position as that of classical economics. It had been formulated to meet the social needs of a pain economy, and had developed as a state religion praising self-sacrifice and depicting the denigration of man. An economy with a surplus tends to make us social, an economy of deficit arouses conflict and gives a dominance to pain reactions. Early Christianity developed within the confines of a pain economy, and its religious tenets reflected this condition. The nations that were to shape religion lived in regions where resources were failing and disease on the increase. Drought, disease, war, and other evils of a state of deficit being dominant in Western Asia while our religion was forming, the lack of a clear demarcation between church and state forced religion to become a mere adjunct to patriotism and to express its needs. This forced the emphasis of valor and self-sacrifice of virtues. Ages of failing resources have made men feel that life is not worth living, that virtue has no reward except beyond the grave. Hence the increasing otherworldliness of primitive religion and its antagonism to nature. Sacrifice, Patton stated, becomes a virtue only under pressure of want, and must have as a background the presence of war, famine, disease, and national disorder. This was just the opposite of the more socially optimistic teachings of Christ, in which the religion of service could have no better exposition. However, it is difficult to associate Christ with a purely social religion because his teachings have been overshadowed by the striking events of his death. If Christ's doctrines had been handed down to us by a Plato instead of a Paul, or by one who knew only of his life and not of his death, Christ to us would be a social leader, preaching salvation only in terms of love, cooperation, and service. Salvation through sacrifice, especially through a blood atonement, would be a repugnant doctrine from the dread of which he wished to free the world. Yet Paul, influenced more by his death than by his life, drew from this life a meaning and gave to it a theological setting that stands in strange contrast to what must have been an earlier view of his life and teaching. The more the tribulations, the nearer the redemption. Human evolution towards economic surplus conditions were thus constrained by a religion more appropriate for economic deficit conditions. Nor did Patton think much of any religion of nature such as was manifested by Rousseau's concept of man as noble savage. To bring back Rousseau's natural man, would be a loss, not a gain. 409 What was needed was a set of social morals which would enable man to live more in harmony with his new pleasure economy conditions. It was just such a social religion, Patton believed, that would represent a return to original Christianity. Such an evolution, he asserted, was inevitable. Bodin in the 16th century had looked at the geographic distribution of Europe's religious patterns and concluded that Southerners were theocratic and intellectual, Northerners much more physical. Draper had let this climatic-economic relationship drop after the opening chapters of his Intellectual Development of Europe, 1862. He never really explained the North's emergence as intellectual, social, and economic master of Europe, save to imply that it was less fettered by theocratic prejudice than the southern countries. Patton now spelled out what had been implicit in Draper. True, in the beginning the northern Germanic tribes seemed as barbaric to the Romans as America's Indians seemed in Patton's time. But in the end they were Europe's salvation. If the transference of civilization had not been accompanied by the rising missionary spirit of the early Christians, it is easy to picture what would have happened to southern civilization. Its resources would have continued to fall off, and war would have become increasingly brutal and destructive. A situation like that in Arab countries would ultimately have arisen and have remained permanent. The rise and decline of Mohammedanism showed what could happen to any civilization that has its base in the dry regions of the south. Under these conditions, Christianity might have created a Spain, but it could hardly have done better. The natural obstacle to the progress of civilization lay in a doubly contradictory situation. The only place where civilization could begin its rise must fail because of the niggardliness of its economic situation. The regions where its permanence was possible lacked the cultural conditions for its rise. The Mediterranean countries were able to enjoy the first great national economic surpluses, but these were necessarily meager compared to those which could, many centuries later, be yielded by northern root crops and northern work-oriented character. Protestantism was a political and economic revolt from the South. Germany and England were outside the region of drought and failing resources. With their rise a reorganization of political institutions began to conserve instead of destroy liberty, health, and capital. The religion developed under the North's rising economic conditions was destined to conquer that of the South, as prosperity, liberty, and cooperation furnish a principle more potent than the dread of want. 410. Paton already had speculated elsewhere that, just as Northern Europe supplanted the South, so America would supplant Europe generally, thanks to its rising prosperity and relative freedom from Europe's debilitating social, political, and religious systems. America would now lead the world into a new era of social religion, a religion of science. The Roman papacy and its state religion were thus attacked on 3 counts. First of all was its focus upon God rather than on man. It is a reversal of the order in which religious ideas developed to make religion begin with God, instead of basing it on the natural phenomena out of which it has arisen. The concept of God starts with those who would deprecate man, creating a God to fill in the gap between man and perfection. Socially, God is purpose, not cause, will not function. He shapes ends, not beginnings. The social God is telic, to borrow Lester Ward's phrase, not functional. However, society cannot become telic until our psychic powers are reshaped to meet present conditions, and man's new purpose must be understood in terms of his own self-improvement. By contrast, Roman Catholicism was based largely on the concept of a depraved and sinful man. This was its second error. But if man is good and nature perfect, what is the cause of evil? The Economist restates this problem by asking what is the cause of misery, and concludes that poverty causes misery, and misery causes sin. Sin, misery, and poverty thus become one problem, and their antidote is income. All 3 can be wiped out by changes in industrial conditions. If man is good and nature beneficent, poverty is due to specific causes that can be removed. English misery must therefore be due to some specific cause not inherent in normal men nor in nature. Once man had succeeded in conquering nature, he had no further need for a God calling for human suffering and self-sacrifice as the leading virtues. Nor did he need to view God as supernatural, being approached only as man escaped from nature and its confines. 410 Ibid, pages 202f, 189f. 288. Finally, man must not suppress his natural traits as called for by Catholicism. We lose in inspiration more than we gain by the suppression of passion. The drudgery of modern industry may keep men from becoming very bad, but it likewise prevents them from reaching the loftier ends to which the free working of natural motives would lead them. If the root of sin was external to man, not intrinsic, and if external impulses were synonymous with his adverse economic conditions, then to remove the temptation to sin means to do away with starvation, poverty, disease, overwork, and bad conditions which depress workers and turn virtue into vice. 411. The new social religion must not only lead the poor into prosperity, but, once having led them there, it must aid them in adjusting their social patterns, in particular their consumption habits. Returning to his favorite theme, he claimed that the morbidness of overnutrition shows itself in a stunted development of the higher faculties. Its cause is an arresting of the normal diversion of surplus energy from the lower to the higher organs. Disease, hysteria, and insanity are its most pronounced manifestations, and it had innumerable minor symptoms. Moderation in consumption became the new stalwart standard of health and the social ideal. 412. 5 theoretical essays. Paton's books tended to lose focus, mixing perceptive observations with almost absurd system building upon minor points. Only in his essays did he try to systematize his theories in relatively concise form. His 3 most important essays, The Theory of Dynamic Economics, 1892, The Scope of Political Economy, 1893, and The Reconstruction of Economic Theory, 1912, are reprinted in Essays in Economic Theory, 1924. These theories are set against the background of his articles associated with the development of English thought, 1898, analyzing Malthus, Ricardo, Mill, and other English economists from the vantage point of their immediate class interest and cultural setting. It is a weakness of economics, Paton observed, that the social ideas upon which its theories rest have been neglected. Economic theories have been put forward as though they depended solely upon physical or objective conditions. This view obscures the relation between economic theory and the epochs in which it originated. It makes what really is of class origin appear as though it were a necessary element of human nature. The truth was that the education, occupation, and place of residence of each person cause him to view the economic world in a special way influenced by his environment, and will lead him to treat each problem inductively or deductively, according to the prominence which it has in the surrounding economic conditions. 413. Thus the theories of Ricardo, Bentham, and Malthus reflected England's pain economy but not the pleasure economy conditions merging in the United States. Economics dealt with universals, to the extent that it dealt with the technological basis of production, example with the laws of the physical sciences. Once man satisfied his basic needs, however, his economic life became increasingly social and psychological in nature, or as English economists like to say, moral. Pain economies were governed by a physical science approach to economics, pleasure economies by a psychological approach. Part of economic science is based on physical nature, from it come laws of universal application which cannot be overthrown by the action of man. On the other hand, many economic laws are expressions of human nature. These are not only capable of modification, but are continually being altered. The one element, therefore, of economics is enduring, the other is temporary. By this I do not mean that human nature is easily altered, but that the features we regard as human are subject to evolutionary modification. 414. The French physiocrats, living in an age when the physical sciences engrossed the attention of all scholars, viewed man in materialistic and mechanistic terms. Living in a pleasure-deficit economy, their science was not a science of man, but of the conditions that limit the actions of men. In a primitive economy, the physical causes of production and distribution receive the emphasis. Wealth and progress are thought to be dependent upon and conditioned upon the physical environment. Primitive men must adjust themselves to the physical world. They are mere paupers living on the bounties of nature. 415. However, the growing supremacy of man over physical forces reduces the importance of the purely objective world, and brings into the foreground the social mechanism through which natural agents are utilized and economized. Thus Adam Smith sought to ground economics on the basis of human psychology, but in his attempt to derive moral principles he presumed that man's psychological characteristics were universal and eternal. Bentham followed suit, in suggesting highly simplistic psychological principles more descriptive of man as he existed in pain economies than in pleasure economies. These static views of human nature were complemented by Ricardo's static view of the laws of agricultural production, example of the original and indestructible powers of the soil, and of diminishing returns. These fallacious deductive laws were complemented by Malthus' theory on population, which broke the link between social reform and political economy that Adam Smith had tried to establish. Malthus argued that economic reforms would be unable to elevate mankind, as they would be thwarted by population pressures presumably grounded in man's eternal human nature, namely his propensity to procreate. This theory, coupled with the Ricardian doctrine of diminishing returns, rapidly became a leading argument for those who doubted the possibility of an upward movement of all parts of society. In this way, the character of doctrines to which the name economics was given became intensely conservative. Economics became static in nature. What was, in effect, dynamic economics became a part of ethics, so that economics could be made a positive science after the model of the physical sciences. 416. The American school of political economists, those following the lead of Henry Carey, cast a doubt upon those physical laws which the classical school used as the basis of their reasoning, and used an inductive literary mode of presentation to overt them. Ricardo's theory that man progressed from the richest to the poorest soils was historically wrong, as was his assumption of the iron law of wages, according to which the level of consumption of society's members remained unchanged in the face of rising productive powers. In fact, the nature of labor was being transformed from performing unskilled manual tasks to highly skilled tasks, Cost and productivity relations were in a state of constant flux, and the state was playing a growing role in improving economic life. It thus became the task of economics to pass beyond value theory to develop broad theories of economic society. The theory of prosperity contrasts only cost with surplus, and does not need any theory of value for its discussion. The theory of cost of the earlier writers was simple, because they assumed that the laborers received none of the surplus, and that all the consumption of the laborers was in the form of food, which included clothing and shelter. The surplus was therefore the difference between the cost of food and the value of the whole produce of industry. Underlying the labor theory of value was the wheat theory of labor, and the associated measurement of human utility solely in terms of pecks of wheat, a squalid concept of utility indeed, appropriate for pain economies but hardly for rich economic surplus societies. 417 The classical economics of Malthus and Ricardo were challenged from two quarters, by John Stuart Mill, who sought to retain an ethical focus for its principles, and by the German historical school, which also proposed a moral teleology for man's economic progress, example the thought that man might purposely transform his economic environment according to norms other than simple cheapness of production under existing technological conditions. Patten, trained in Germany, had early announced himself to be a disciple of Mill. However, he reflected in 1912, were he to rewrite his development of English thought, he would make Mill not a terminus but a halfway house between the dogmatic rationalism of the earlier Ricardian Benthamite epoch and the rising wave of sentiment and class hatred in the new. Mill is a thinker becoming a socialist without seeing what the change really meant. The 19th century epoch ends not with the theories of Mill but with the more logical systems of Karl Marx and Henry George. Such an observation was hardly popular in his day, although it is now accepted orthodoxy at the hands of Schumpeter and Marxist historians. It was Marx's role, Patten continued, to transform two leading features of English economic thought, both in keeping with Marx's German background. The basis of English thought in natural theology must be replaced by the material view then prevalent in Germany. Sentiment and theology were to be excluded and a social philosophy developed that would stand the test of modern criticism. This is what Marx means by scientific socialism. The second change was in the opposite direction. The early socialists had made their appeal solely to reason. They expected to convince employers that better conditions and higher wages were industrially advantageous and thus make a transition to socialism with the assent of all industrial groups. This harmony of interests Marx replaced by the theory of class struggle. Revolution was to do what the slow working of economic law had failed to accomplish for 18. The American economists who had studied in Germany had begun to develop a new economic doctrine. The earlier American school of Carey had broken with English economics first as regards its pessimistic and erroneous physical premises, its rent and agricultural theory, its population theory, its theory of wages, and its ignoring of the productive powers of capital, and had then proceeded to follow the German historical school in establishing itself on a sociological basis. In the first place, Patten concluded, American thought has been made independent of European thought. We are no longer under the tutelage either of England or Germany. The second victory is that economic pluralism has won as against economic monism. If, however, there are two economies, a pain economy, based on struggle, and a pleasure economy, in which harmony prevails, neither the history of man in this pain economy nor the struggles then important are fundamental one to present discussions. The approach to the social life of man must be through his present economic activities. 419. The world had entered a new phase of economic history, that of permanent economic surplus. Under the impetus of Mill, the German historical school and its American representatives, political economy became less physical and more subjective in its character, and instead of proceeding from nature to man, it became evident that economists must begin with the study of man and end with a study of the relation of man to nature, example of man as the master of nature. It was this stage in the evolution of man's economy that Patten set out to analyze in all his works. First of all, he developed a theory closely akin to what is now called Engels' law, named after the German statistician Ernst Engel, who first announced it in an obscure 1857 article which was not republished until 1895, whereas Patten formulated this theory in 1893. Engel's law states that as income increases, per capita expenditure on food, rent, and clothing rise much more slowly, so that most of the growth in income goes to services and less essential items. Patten expressed this thought as a compound of two laws. First was the law of necessity, which stated that men must first satisfy their basic needs for food, clothing, and shelter irrespective of the actual pleasure-giving utilities associated with these essential expenditures. No matter how great a sum of satisfaction is sacrificed, these absolute utilities must be secured. Beyond this primal law stood his law of variety, which stated that, as soon as the necessaries of life are secure, a new law of consumption asserts itself. Variety in consumption is expressed to an increasing degree. In primitive societies, from a lack of productive power, men are compelled to choose absolute utilities, the greater part of which give but little pleasure. The result is that in primitive societies the positive utility of the marginal increments of the commodities consumed is low, almost zero. It has been assumed too often that we always gratify our most intense desires first. From these premises it would follow that additional quantities of articles for consumption are sources of less pleasure than the first increments, and hence that the final degree of utility of each commodity is gradually reduced with every increase in the quantity of goods due to the increase of productive power. 420. But just the opposite was true. Thus, in the realm of utilitarian anti-Benthamite psychological laws, Patten proposed an analogy to Carey's anti-Ricardian theory of cultivation. Carey had demonstrated that man historically progressed from the worst to the best soils, because of locational criteria. Patten suggested that man progressed from lower to higher utilities over time. Man also harmonized his consumption habits as a means of maximizing his utility in consumption and his productive powers. For instance, land was being transferred from one crop use to multi-crop rotation. The growth of intelligence reduces the differences in land by making poor land better land, while the increase of the variety of consumption hastening this change reduces the quantity of rent due to physical causes. Thus, the variety of consumption reduces the cost of production, reducing marginal production costs. This led in turn to Patten's somewhat obscure law of grouping, whereby society harmonized its output of consumable goods so as to maximize the social economic utility of its members. The utilities of bread and butter, for instance, were greater when combined than when consumed in isolation. Hence Patten's fourth law, that the margin of consumption is raised through harmonious consumption. The essence of social progress, he concluded, lies not in the increase of material wealth but in a rise of the margin of consumption. The static man is impelled to increase his material wealth as the only means of increasing his welfare, while the dynamic consumer finds a readier means of increasing his welfare in raising the margin of his consumption by rearranging his goods in new complements. This entailed a growing socialization of consumption. Individuals no longer adjust themselves to nature but to the society of which they are a part. 421. Hence the growth of the state's role in coordinating consumption and production among its citizens. Patten sought to estimate the economic value of state activity. He began by criticizing Adam Smith and his followers for identifying the factors of production with the direct flow of income to labor, landlords and capitalists, in the form of wages, rent, and profits. He emphasized, in the spirit of Carey's school, that there were gratuitous factors of production that received no current economic return, such as natural forces, inherited industrial qualities, and consumption with its habits, customs, and feelings. From the social point of view, these three aids to production are never elements of cost. Nature always works gratuitously for society, and although industrial qualities have been acquired by our ancestors at a large cost, we receive them as a free inheritance. Hence the growth of man's social and industrial qualities, which were transmitted from generation to generation by the slate, social, apparatus, under proper technocratic leadership. It was capitalism itself that was providing the basis for such leadership. The earlier socialists thought the field of socialism to lie in schemes for elevating the toilers. Such schemes have failed. If they had thought of their projects as a means of socializing the capitalists, they would have been the prophets of a new epoch. The striking fact of recent industrial organization has been the socialization of the groups that control them. The system, the interests, the money power, the trusts have bad ventures, but they represent the socialization of the groups interested in particular fields. The growth of large-scale capitalism has resulted in the elimination of the unsocial capitalist and the increasing control of each industry by a socialized group. This thought was strikingly parallel to that being developed simultaneously by European Marxists. Patton spelled out its elitist technocratic implications explicitly: with every increase in population, a better use of labor and natural forces must be made in order to supply the increased demand for food and other commodities, and, as a result, the laborers become more dependent upon the higher classes who have the industrial qualities needed to increase production as rapidly as population increases. A growing nation can continue progressive only by placing its industries more completely under the control of the intelligent classes, yet this increased control adds to the evils of distribution. The laborers now get their living, not as before directly from nature, but indirectly by supplying the wants of the higher classes, who control and organize industrial forces. Hence the growing superwage earned by skilled laborers and managerial ability. Differences in nature cause rent, differences in men cause profits. 422. All this, of course, was on the assumption that the rich earn their wealth through their productive managerial ability, not through chicanery, marketing skills, or adeptness at manipulating the stock market, such as seemed to be the case among American plutocrats of the day, as vividly portrayed by Veblen and other less idealistic American sociologists and political economists. In this respect, Patton did not quite develop a theory fully descriptive of his contemporary society. He was as deductive and speculative as the British economists. He attacked a fact which he readily admitted. The new wave of American economic students returning from Germany, he observed, had been trained in inductive historical principles with which to counterpoise the deductive speculations of classical British political economy and moral philosophy. It was supposed that the Americans who founded the American Economic Association would be historical, but no historical work has been done. The unexpected was the rise of the school of deductive theorists, the very thing the formation of the American Economic Association was designed to prevent. 423. Patton's deductive system building perceived that the world was moving into an era of unparalleled choice in consumption habits, of economic surplus over and above man's bare subsistence needs, and of growing state authority. His political loyalties led him to hope that this change would be gradual rather than revolutionary, and this idealism blinded him to many of the problems besetting the American economy and its society. He hoped that the state would naturally emerge on evolutionary grounds, without a socialist revolution being necessary to supplant capitalist entrepreneurs with federal technocrats. Apart from this attitude, his thought increasingly approached the views of European Marxism and materialism, the logical terminus of his own economic interpretation of history as well as of British thought. VII. The American schools. Technological optimism versus the pessimism of empire. Despite the Industrial Revolution and breakthroughs in agricultural chemistry and mechanized farming and mining, pessimistic ideas that population growth would lead to diminishing returns in agriculture and mining remained economic orthodoxy as late as the mid-19th century. The explanation for this lag of theory behind practice is to be found in the implications for trade policy. Free trade doctrine assumes that each economy produces what it is best at producing most cheaply under existing cost and income patterns. Absentee land ownership and plantation monocultures abroad were part of the natural economic order. To promote its position as workshop of the world, England repealed its agricultural tariffs, the Corn Laws, in 1846, seeking to negotiate free trade reciprocity with countries that agreed not to adopt industrial tariff protection or other trade barriers of their own. Its trade diplomacy aimed at convincing countries that their interest lay in supplying food and raw materials to England. In America, Southern planters were glad to rely on Britain for industrial imports in an international division of labor that enabled English textile manufacturers and other industrialists to import cotton, minerals, and other raw materials to make into products to sell back to the United States. New England shipping interests also supported free trade as opposed to national self-sufficiency. They defended this policy by treating the status quo as natural, and soil fertility as inherent and fixed, even as the South mined the soil by exporting soil-depleting plantation crop, while chemical fertilizers raised productivity in the North. This was the economic doctrine taught in America's religious colleges and prestige universities, an amalgam of British moral philosophy, the economic theories of David Ricardo and Malthusian population theory. Technologically pessimistic, it forecast that population growth would force recourse to less fertile soils, increasing the marginal cost of producing food and thereby raising its price. Landlords on better soils would enjoy a rising economic rent as market prices rose above their cost of production. Rising prices for food and raw materials would squeeze profits for industrial employers, bringing capital investment and economic growth to a halt. At best, the Ricardians argued, foreign trade could postpone this destiny by securing lower-priced food from abroad. England would remain the workshop of the world, importing raw materials from regions not yet fully settled and whose agriculture and mines had not yet succumbed to diminishing returns. This required free trade, most favored nation treaties, to deter these countries from enacting protective tariffs of the sort that England had legislated for centuries to secure its own industrial head start. 299. Although ostensibly envisioning a peaceful world free of war, this technologically pessimistic free trade model inspired a renewed colonialism from the 1880s through World War I. From Africa to the Near East, European trade rivalry developed a military dimension as it sought to gain control of mineral wealth that was expected to become increasingly scarce. In America, the Democratic Party had a similar expansionist belligerence, the idea of manifest destiny, a population pressing westward to avoid becoming a nation of crowded industrial cities with falling wage levels. Westward expansion was largely that of the slave power hoping to supply its plantation workers with low-priced Western grain. And despite England's ideological opposition to slavery, many of its trade strategists favored the South in the Civil War. The idea was to expand the slave power to appropriate Western land to grow grain to feed its plantation workforce. This was the program of the Democratic Party, and its geopolitical ideal was agrarian in character with roots in Jeffersonian policy and that of Andrew Jackson. America's industrial takeoff required that British free trade orthodoxy be rejected. The United States was still in the position of a less developed country, in a global economy whose market forces at the time favored British industry. Industrialization required an alternative to British free trade theory, an alternative developed by the Whigs prior to the Civil War, and Republicans after 1865. Formulated in congressional speeches and the press, mainly by political activists and lawyers, preachers, and journalists largely outside of the universities, this became the policy by which the United States built up its industrial and agricultural power after the Civil War, using its crop surplus to supply a growing and increasingly urbanized domestic industrial market rather than serving as a residual raw materials supplier, a hewer of wood and drawer of water. To achieve industrial self-sufficiency and avoid being left behind, protectionists urged policy-makers to forego the short-term gains from free trade buying in the cheapest market. Two models of economic development thus vied to determine national trade policy in the 19th century, free trade versus protectionism. As technological optimists, protectionists took the lead in rejecting Malthusian population theory and Ricardian rent and free trade theory. They developed the program that enabled the United States to catch up with and even surpass England as workshop of the world, as well as becoming breadbasket and ultimately world banker. And yet, despite its perception that rising living standards tend to become self-justifying by increasing labor productivity and thus would enable the United States to overtake England, this is not the trade and development model that is remembered today. The United States above all other countries promotes free trade theory as the only valid model through the rules laid down by the World Trade Organization, World Bank, and International Monetary Fund. 300. If economic theory really was empirical and scientific, and based on actual historical development, the trade and productivity theories of technology and society developed by Whig and Republican writers would have become mainstream political correctness. But their protectionist views create cognitive dissonance for today's free trade orthodoxy, an embarrassment in the context of U.S. advice given to other countries today. Do as we say, not as we have done. The writers who codified U.S. industrial policy Matthew and Henry Carey, Calvin Colton, E. Peshine Smith, Robert Ellis Thompson and Simon Patton referred to themselves as the American School of Political Economy, and drafted the policies that steered the nation's rise to global industrial power. Yet their ideas remain neglected in the history of economic thought and even in surveys of American political history. The result is an intellectual black hole at the very heart of U.S. economic development as well as the evolution of economic thought. There is no hint that the nation rose to industrial supremacy by following just the opposite policy, or even that there existed a protectionist American school whose members formulated an alternative trade and development theory, more technologically realistic and optimistic than the free trade doctrine embraced by opponents of American industrialization. This was the body of theory that guided U.S. economic development and tariff policy after the Civil War. That war is depicted today as being waged exclusively over the slavery issue, but the division between North and South went deeper, turning on whether America should industrialize or not. This argument gained momentum after the end of the Napoleonic Wars in 1815 reopened commerce with England, causing industrial depression in the mid-Atlantic states and elsewhere that manufacturing had flowered during the years of wartime isolation. By the early 1850s, advocates of industrial protectionism saw that the tariff issue alone could not win over the West and border states at the ballot box. Only by allying it with abolitionism could they forge a winning political alliance. And as matters turned out, the North's victory in the Civil War broke the South's power to block industrialization, enabling the Republican Party to inaugurate a program of protective tariffs, public infrastructure investment and a national banking system. Tariff revenue paid for internal improvements and even for the purchase of Alaska from Russia. The American model was a full-blown alternative to that of Ricardo and Malthus. Instead of diminishing returns, it forecast rising agricultural and industrial productivity as population density increased. Instead of soil having original and indestructible powers as Ricardo imagined, its fertility could be chemically enhanced by fertilizer, and also by night soil from the cities. The westward expansion of manifest destiny policy would not be necessary if rising population density would bring about increasing returns. 301. Ricardo ignored the analysis of increasing returns in industry, except to argue that it need not result in mass unemployment as feared by the Luddites. But he believed that population growth would hold down wages to subsistence levels. Free traders attributed America's high wages to what families could eke out by moving to the backwoods, warning that they would fall at the point where the frontier was reached and the nation stopped expanding westward, and southward and northward too. The supply of labor on a fixed territory would drive down wages. The American school countered this simplistic supply and demand view by analyzing industrial wages in terms of labor productivity and profit rates, which in turn would reflect the level of tariff protection. The aim was for productivity to rise in response to higher wage levels, while tariff proceeds would finance internal improvements such as the Erie Canal to raise the economy's efficiency. In sum, economies would be able to feed themselves with growing ease as productivity rose with urbanization. Demographic studies of European countries showed that the higher the income of a given bracket, the lower the birth rate. The inference was that rising incomes would slow population growth, not accelerate it as Malthus believed. Today's U.S. policy intervention in the oil-producing and highly mineralized regions of the Near East, Central Asia, and Africa thus represents in many ways a throwback to the pessimistic economic theorizing that inspired the European colonialism whose rivalries culminated in World War I, and indeed that inspired America's own expansion to carve out spheres of influence across the Pacific after the Spanish-American War of 1898. The pedigree of economic pessimism, and its argument for neocolonialism. As Malthus pointed out as spokesman for England's protectionist landlord class, Ricardo's technological pessimism with regard to diminishing returns in agriculture was at odds with reality even in his own day. His successor at the East India Company's Haileybury College, Richard Jones, argued that the progress of technology could increase agricultural productivity for a long time to come. Food costs need not rise with the growth of population, at least as long as England protected the home market for its landlords so that they could use their land rents to rationalize their farms. Justice Liebig and other agricultural chemists demonstrated how proper fertilizer and cultivation methods could increase the soil's productive powers at the intensive margin. Unrealistic as it was, Ricardo's technological pessimism provided a logic for British industry and Ricardo's own financial class to repeal the Corn Laws. England would buy its grain in the cheapest markets, and its low-paid labor would provide it with a competitive advantage over less densely populated 302. Lated, high-wage countries, whose populations could maximize their income by exporting crops and raw materials to England. The great augmentation of fine fertile territory, in America, wrote William Playfair, will retard the progress of manufactures and commerce in that country, by employing the capital and attention of the inhabitants on agriculture. This may be the case for half a century, and, if England improves, the circumstances may continue to operate in favor of British manufactures for many centuries to come. The fertility of the soil will enable the Americans, with great ease to themselves, to make returns in produce wanted in Europe, so that we may expect a durable, a great, and an advantageous trade with them for 24. Free trade would enable England to maintain and increase its industrial productivity and learning curve advantages over other countries. Bernard Semmel has called this the doctrine of free trade imperialism. 425 England would remain safe from foreign industrial competition as long as countries did not interfere with free market dynamics by enacting protective tariffs. To do so, Ricardo argued, would deprive the tariff-levying country of the gains from trade. Diverting labor from producing raw materials to manufacturing thus seemed to be a costly and wasteful allocation of labor and capital. The implication was that foreign countries should become economic satellites of England in their own self-interest, providing it with relatively low-priced foodstuffs and raw materials in exchange for its low-priced manufactures. The protectionists emphasized technological potential and ecological problems. Protectionism, by contrast, was a doctrine of how foreign countries might overtake England. Whereas classical British political economy focused on income distribution in a technologically static world, protectionists in the United States and Germany took the lead in emphasizing the evolution of productive powers in a dynamically evolving world. It also was the protectionists who pointed to the ecological and environmental problems caused by economic growth. Today this problem receives attention primarily from limits to growth models, popularized since the 1970s, most notably the Club of Rome. This modern-day theorizing goes even further than the Malthus-Ricardo model of secular stagnation in focusing on the depletion of raw materials, the rise of ecological pollution and the declining quality of life. But to the industrial protectionists of the mid-19th century, environmental damage caused by rising agricultural and industrial productivity was the result of a failure of market pricing to reflect what today would be called the environment's cleanup costs. The problem was worst in the sphere of plantation exports of cotton and tobacco from the South. The solution to soil exhaustion, they believed, was to apply chemical fertilizers to increase soil fertility at the intensive margin in the East rather than abandoning worn-out soils to settle further west. The policy conclusion was that while industrial tariffs would spur capital investment and rising productivity, free trade actually would reduce soil productivity not at the extensive margin, economies bringing less fertile soils into cultivation, but at the intensive margin of soil depletion. The alternative was to increase farm productivity to feed the home market by industrializing agriculture. The American School of Economists, 1814–1914, were the first to elaborate technological optimism into a general economic and social doctrine. Similar tendencies developed in Germany, Italy, Japan and Russia as these nations adopted protectionist policies and emerged as major industrial powers. Such optimism historically has been almost a unique product of protectionists, including the 18th century literature of British mercantilism and even the agricultural protectionism of Malthus and Jones in England's Corn Law debate. In today's less developed countries, technological optimism is voiced mainly by nationalists and Marxists seeking greater self-sufficiency to defend against exploitation by the leading industrial and creditor nations. There were important European exceptions, to be sure. Anti-Malthusians such as Michael Sadler pointed out that the typical response of populations to higher incomes was to slow their rate of increase, not accelerate it. And Liebig and others also demonstrated how improved diets increased the efficiency of workers' bodies as instruments of production. But these ideas did not enter the mainstream of European economic thought. Only in the United States did economic doctrine focus on the technological aspects of development in their social consequences as the central analytic issue. Marx emphasized political and financial dynamics but not technological factors to nearly the degree that American writers did. The first generation of the emerging American school of political economists sought to develop a rationale for what Henry Clay called the American system of protective tariffs, internal improvements, and a national bank. Whigs, and after 1854, the Republicans, argued that only if the U.S. economy insulated itself from that of England and other advanced industrial nations could American wage levels be protected, capital formation enhanced, and the United States maintain meaningful independence from England and the rest of Europe. This body of thought had begun to gain adherents after 1815, when the return to peace following the war with England and Europe's Napoleonic Wars restored normal commercial relations between the two countries, and an 304 inundation of British manufactures helped bring on the 1817 depression. The emerging protectionist body of economic thought was refined and pursued into increasingly broad social doctrines until the outbreak of World War I in 1914, thus spanning about a century. The American school drew on the agricultural researches of Liebig and other soil chemists to emphasize increasing returns to agricultural capital at the intensive margin, soil already under cultivation, complemented by Henry Carey's theory of increasing returns at the extensive, frontier, margin. American protectionists argued that America was far from being unsuited for manufacturing occupations as asserted by Ricardian trade theory. The doctrine of comparative costs implied that sparsely populated high-wage countries such as the United States were correspondingly high-cost industrial manufacturers. But this failed to recognize the correlation between wage levels and labor productivity. American writers developed an economy of high wages doctrine asserting that productivity gains tended to outstrip wage increases, thereby enabling highly paid professional labor to undersell low-wage pauper labor. In any event, steam-powered machinery was displacing manual labor, thereby driving it from lowly menial work to higher intellectual tasks. Performing these tasks required higher educational levels and social standards. Hence, higher wage rates were needed to enable workers to acquire the requisite skills and social attitudes in an upward spiral, a virtuous circle of positive feedback. This growth of domestic demand was deemed capable of financing an expanding economy. Hence, the United States need not depend on foreign markets. British free trade theory, by contrast, implied a doctrine of imperialism in which England needed to exchange its manufactures for foreign raw materials, enforcing this global division of labor by force where necessary. Finally, the American school was optimistic in its social and cultural assumptions. Instead of laborers using their wage gains to increase their numbers as Malthusian doctrine claimed, they postulated a negative response of population to increased income levels, consolidating rather than dissipating the nation's evolution into what Simon Patten, the Wharton School's first professor of economics, called the economy of abundance. These doctrines served American self-interest just as British classical thought was self-serving. But the intrinsically progressive character of American socio-economic theory renders it more appealing than the static doctrines of British free trade economics. Even as the 19th century progressed, Marshall Lee and price theory assumed rising costs in industry as well as in agriculture so as to achieve determinate mathematical results. Business cycle analysis assumed a static technological and political environment. Upswings might be triggered by improvements in technology, but would peter out. With good reason Thomas Carlyle called economics the dismal science, based as it was on a Malthusian and Ricardian core. 305. America's about-face back to free trade rewrites history. Why has American historiography since World War I averted its eyes from its earlier economic optimism? The reason seems to lie precisely in the American system's success in developing the United States into the world's preeminent industrial, agricultural and commercial power. The shift of U.S. socio-economic ideology and trade theory parallels the nation's changing commercial self-interest as it has displaced England as the world's workshop and consolidated its role as the world's breadbasket, whose agricultural productivity has risen even more rapidly than industrial productivity. America's evolving commercial self-interest has inspired almost an expurgation of its intellectual history. Nearly all surveys of American thought assert that there was no specifically U.S. economic theory or historiography of distinction, much less an indigenous American ideology, literary or art forms prior to World War I. To be sure, America's unique economic conditions were recognized: its broad economic expanse, its ever-moving frontier and subsequent closing, its high wage levels and immigration, the conflict between slavery and free soil, railroad land grants and financial trusts, and the weakness of indigenous Marxian socialism. But the new body of economic theory that these conditions produced is not recognized. A century ago, in 1876, the American academic free trader C.F. Dunbar flippantly dismissed his protectionist antagonists by asserting that American writers as a whole had contributed nothing towards developing the theory of political economy. This view has been endorsed by historians of economic thought as thorough as Joseph Schumpeter, as well as by specialists of American economic thought such as Joseph Dorfman. 426. The latter's 6-volume review of the economic mind of American civilization glosses over the protectionists and omits altogether the politicians whose speeches transformed protectionist doctrine into national policy during 1861–1931. In indulging his free trade prejudices, Dorfman neglects the fact that to the extent that the American economic mind was original, it was highly protectionist. Part of the problem was that the United States developed on a regional basis, each section with its distinct economic self-interest and attitudes. One can say that there was no national literature or political economy as such. Over and above the opposition between North and South, the North itself was economically, politically, and even culturally divided into the Northeast Seaboard, the Mid-Atlantic states and the Western and border states, as well as between urban and rural areas. Regional geographic antagonism appeared among the protectionists themselves over whether industry should become export-oriented as advocated by the Boston School or isolationist as urged by Henry Carey's followers in the Mid-Atlantic states. What has been characterized since World War I as American are the views centered in the prestige universities of New England and the South, the areas where American thought was least distinct from that of Europe. The social philosopher George Herbert Mead claimed in 1930 that although America's social forms differed from those of England, they were unable to produce a distinct cultural ideology. American culture was shot through with a nostalgia for the richer and profounder spiritual experience across the Atlantic. It followed from this situation that culture in America was not an interpretation of American life. I believe that there is no more striking character of American consciousness than this division between the two great currents of activity, those of politics and business on the one side, and the history, literature, and speculation which should interpret them on the other. America's native culture accepted the forms and standards of European culture, was frankly imitative. It was confessedly inferior, not different. 427. This imitative quality of American economic philosophy included the free trade propensities of New England and the South, opposing tariff protection, internal improvements, or other forms of state aid. Their universities were long under religious domination, with political economy taught more as a branch of moral philosophy than as an application of pragmatic principles. The political correctness of the day was individualism and free markets. The most prominent advocates of industrialization were political activists whose ranks rarely included industrialists themselves until after the Civil War. They were not well represented in the nation's universities, until state colleges and business schools began to be formed with an alternative economic curriculum. But Mead seems unaware of the interpretation of American industrial life as it was viewed outside of New England and the mainstream American intellectual establishment. Underlying the tariff debate was the question of whether America should achieve self-sufficiency in manufactures or remain a primarily agricultural country dependent on plantation exports to pay for its industrial imports. This controversy between protectionism and free trade took on broad philosophic overtones beyond the tariff issue as such. Free trade advocates tended to endorse an essentially pre-industrial yeomanry reminiscent of English idealism. The prospect of industrialization loomed more as a nightmare than an ideal. The longer it could be staved off, the happier and more prosperous the nation would be. Self-sufficiency was deemed wasteful. The United States should integrate itself into the European, mainly English, economy until such time as its vacant lands filled up and its wage levels were ground down to those of Europe. A corollary was that without an ever-expanding land area, population pressure and diminishing returns would erode U.S. living standards. The slave power led the expansionist campaign to appropriate more plantation land in the Southwest, its slaves to be fed by grain grown by Eastern manpower moving onto Western farmland. Industrialists hoped to contain America's population in the East, not only to mitigate upward wage pressures but also to achieve economies of scale. To the extent that they promoted expansion to the Northwest, it was largely a response to Southern expansionism, aimed at maintaining political balance between slave and free states in Congress, especially in the Senate, so as to prevent the South from blocking the public infrastructure investment and monetary system needed by the North to urbanize and industrialize. Rejecting the free trade ideal transplanted from England, the American school declared the pretended universality of British political economy invalid in a world whose national experience and social institutions differed widely. The first generation of protectionists, 1814–48, tended to deny the validity of economic theory as a general body of analysis and precepts. Defending American protectionism as an exception to British free trade rules, Calvin Colton's Public Economy for the United States, 1848, argued that this meant that economic theory itself could not claim generality of scope. After 1848, however, Henry Carey and his associates developed a full-blown alternative to British political economy, elaborating it into a doctrine replete with a broad sociological dimension after the Civil War. And having created a broader and indeed more realistic alternative to British free trade orthodoxy, American protectionists soon were joined by writers in France, Germany, Italy, Russia, and Japan. In their view, the problem with British free trade doctrine was not its abstract mode of formulation but the fact that its assumptions and axioms were just plain wrong, narrow-minded, and short-term. 308. Toward a more complex view of U.S. economic and political thought. The history of American economic controversy has been viewed largely in terms of the conflicts dominating the 1776 to 1815 period, Hamiltonian federalism versus Jeffersonian agrarian democracy, and the 1890 to 1914 Progressive Era period, Teddy Roosevelt's trust-busting, social reform, and related labor-capital relations. This approach frames the economic debate in terms of the conflicts between democracy and commercial aristocracy, Jefferson and Hamilton, debtor and creditor, East and West. But the arguments between Jefferson and Hamilton had been mainly political with economic undertones. After 1815, the opposition between North and South became increasingly economic, with political overtones following suit. America's political and economic tensions shifted to a north-south axis during 1815–60. And this shift was critical in determining the course of the nation's subsequent industrial and commercial development. Political affinities toward England or France shaped the early American policy debate. Friendly to the French reformers, Jefferson wrote to George Washington in April 1794, "My opinion of the British government is, that nothing will force them to do justice but the loud voice of their people, and that this can never be excited but by distressing their commerce. The House of Representatives passed a non-intercourse bill, but the Senate rejected it when Vice President John Adams cast the deciding vote. But after the Treaty of Ghent, 1815, the attitudes of North and South toward England and France were inverted. Threatened by normalization of trade and other economic relations with England, the American commercial and industrial aristocracy became increasingly protectionist, adopting many formerly Jeffersonian criticisms of England. Ensconced in the southern and border states, the agrarian Jeffersonians argued for free trade even though it involved dependence on England for industrial imports. In the first of these controversies of 1794, observed Jefferson's follower George Tucker, the two great sections of the Union were placed in an unnatural position by the undue interest which they severally felt of good or ill will towards the French and English nations, but in the last, they are influenced by a consideration of their permanent interests exclusively. The northern states being better fitted for manufactures and having a direct interest in excluding foreign rivals from the whole American market, while the southern states being almost exclusively employed in the pursuits of agriculture must look to the foreign markets for the sale of their redundant products. And so far as they are purchasers of manufactures, they are benefited by the competition between foreign and American manufactures. Of course they have a direct interest in keeping the foreign markets, both for selling and buying, as free from restriction as possible. 428. This North-South economic polarity replaced the earlier political and social orientation of America's two main political parties. Jeffersonianism became a front for the slave power, opposing urban industrialization. Two presidents of the University of South Carolina, Thomas Cooper and Francis Lieber, had immigrated to America and served briefly as apostles of democracy but soon became apologists for the slave system. What Northern Whigs referred to as the Jacksonian sham democracy used a populist rhetoric to promote its pro-Southern militaristic attitude, while Andrew Jackson's successor, Martin Van Buren, sought to create in Washington a political patronage system on the model of New York City. Exhibiting a frank hostility toward industry, Democrats attempted to destroy the credit system through which industry was financed, highlighted by Jackson's defeat of the Second Bank of the United States and its replacement by the deflationary sub-treasury system. Opposing protective tariffs and internal improvements financed with import duties, they endorsed states' rights to block national government infrastructure spending. Whigs accused the Jacksonians of striving to keep America in the position of a hewer of wood and drawer of water, a rural country with a policy layered over with a veneer of military grandeur and expansionist belligerence. Indeed, Jacksonian democracy contained many of the characteristics that have come to mark today's military dictatorships in less developed countries, including their economic subservience to the then dominant industrial power, England. After the Civil War resolved the slavery issue, the Democratic Party retained its political base in the Solid South and strove to capture the West. It ceased opposing industry as such, building up political machines in the large commercial cities, especially New York and Boston, drawing strength from the Irish and Italian, and later Slavic and Jewish immigrants. This helped catalyze Republican anti-Catholic passions, and may have helped induce its historians to emphasize the rise of America as a secular power in contrast to theocratic Europe. Seeking to appropriate the progressive programs of the 1880s and 90s, the Democrats aimed to replace the antebellum North-South opposition with an East-West dichotomy, culminating in the 1896 presidential campaign between William Jennings Bryan and Republican William McKinley over the soft versus hard money issue. Two sets of economic conflict emerged. On the one hand, the interests of the working class and democracy were counterpoised to the drives of the plutocracy and trusts. Charles Beard's economic interpretation of the Constitution, 1913, viewed the sectional conflict in terms of class conflict. On the other hand, Southern and Western populism was set against the Eastern establishment, hence the work of Frederick Jackson Turner viewing class conflict in terms of 310. Sectionalism. In idealizing the frontier, he failed to acknowledge or perhaps even to see that he was expressing the Malthusian and Ricardian pessimism whose doctrines underlay expansion of slavery in the 1840s. By the time he wrote, American frontierism was evolving into a higher form of manifest destiny. No longer was expansionism allied with the drives of the slave power, as in Jacksonian President James K. Polk's war with Mexico over Texas. Recast in populist terms, it was put forth as a program to rescue the American working class from poverty stemming from overproduction. A new generation of Democrats argued that American agriculture and urban industry would stagnate in the absence of foreign markets. It followed that America needed a strong military power to secure access to these markets. Inherently military, this doctrine of westward expansion was extending across the Pacific to Hawaii and the Philippines. And as in Britain's case, it called for free trade to gain entry into foreign markets, by force if necessary. It is not surprising that most historians of the frontier tradition have been Democrats. Their neglect of the economic doctrines underlying Republican isolationism gives an impression of American history as an aggressive expansionism as claimed by New Left historians, or simply the political exuberance of frontierism applauded by the more bombastic orthodoxy. Charles Beard and Richard Hofstadter have noted that this approach is pessimistic in viewing America's unique character as stemming from its open frontier, hence the implicit decline in American society after its closing. The technological pessimism of free trade imperialism. Two frontiers are available to an expanding economy. A focus on foreign trade and westward expansion of America into Asia led to the Spanish-American War and the Philippine trauma of 1898, which offended popular morality as radically as would Vietnam 70 years later and Iraq since 2002. The other frontier, particularly since the 1930s, has been that of government spending to promote domestic demand, once again with military overtones stemming, emphasizing arms spending. Since the 1930s, this government spending frontier has become nearly as bellicose as geographic frontierism was in the 19th century West. What John F. Kennedy called the New Frontier came in the administration of Lyndon Johnson to reflect a spirit similar to that urged by the Democratic Party under Jackson and Polk, and ground to a halt in Vietnam and Chile. There are many kinds of frontiers, not only geographic at the extensive margin, which tends to involve military conquest, but also at the intensive margin, where soil productivity tends to rise in response to more intensive labor. 311. And capital, while site values rise as a result of rent of location when population density increases. It is most optimistic to emphasize the internal margin as promoting prosperity, the economic margin, technology and the internal market, the political margin, democratic reform, and the social margin, raise living standards and economic participation rates for the poor. To imply that the domestic economy must stagnate in the absence of geographic expansion and empire building is to assume an inability to generate growth from within. Today, as the United States seeks to establish a new military frontier in the Near East and Central Asia, it is appropriate to contrast the ideology underlying the frontierism of military conquest with that emphasizing growth and rising living standards in the domestic economy itself. The latter is what underlay America's rise to world industrial power. It was the isolationist antithesis of geographic empire and the often militarily coercive Ricardian pessimism that served as its rationale. It was the free trade South that initiated the Civil War, and economic pessimists in Europe that supplied the doctrine of 19th century colonialism, an economic view of resource control and rent extraction that is still inspiring imperial belligerence today. 312. IX. Political origins of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Soil Chemistry and International Trade Theory 1840-62. As with most public agencies, the Department of Agriculture's official history provides an airbrushed description of the political interests shaping its origin. The myth is that politicians from agricultural states took the lead to promote helpful research into seed varieties and provide technology and marketing services. But this is not what happened. It was industrial protectionists that took the initiative. A major aim was to use the new discoveries in agricultural chemistry to demonstrate the soil-depleting character of plantation exports. The idea was to nurture an urban industrial economy in place of the slave system's practice of mining the soil and abandoning it for new Western land. It may seem ironic that sponsorship of the Department of Agriculture was led by Whig Republican advocates of industrialization rather than by the Democratic agrarians pledged to maintain America as an essentially rural continent. The explanation is to be found in the implications of soil chemistry and location theory for the tariff debate. Whig, and after 1854, Republican, protectionists were eager to demonstrate the farmer's interest in a thriving home market for rural produce, and to explain that urban growth required industrial tariffs. Backing free trade, the Democratic Party sought to block discussion of soil depletion as an externality cost of exporting plantation crops. The new discoveries in agricultural chemistry indicated that the way to increase farm productivity, indeed, to stem the soil depletion that was taking place throughout the United States, was to establish an urban-rural balance between industrial and agricultural implements. The idea was to substitute domestic markets for the large-scale exportation of crops. Fostering urban markets required protective tariffs. To argue these points before the nation's farmers, industrial protectionists campaigned from 1849 onward to establish a Department of Agriculture, starting under the administration of Zachary Taylor, elected in 1848. After more than a decade's campaigning, the department finally was formed in 1862. The struggle to establish it reflected the idea that America should enact protective tariffs, not rely on raw materials exports by a rural slave-based economy to pay for British manufactures. Democratic politicians, anti-protectionist, expansionist and basing their political power on an already solid South, were cool to such proposals. Southern slaveholders feared that the urbanization nurtured by industrial protection would force up food prices by absorbing a rising share of Western grain output, the so-called provisions question, increasing the price of feeding slaves to produce cotton and other plantation crops. This threatened the South's world cotton monopoly, entailing the decay not only of its major export crops but also that slavery itself. Resenting the isolationist conclusions drawn in the 1840s by protectionists from the discoveries of Justus von Liebig. 1803-73, Albrecht Thayer, 1752-1828, and John Bennett Laws, 1814-1900, the Democratic Party played down the political economic implications of the new science of agricultural chemistry. 429. Origins of the Department of Agriculture in the Patent Office's Agricultural Section. The forerunner of the Department of Agriculture was established in 1839 when Congress appropriated a small sum for the U.S. Patent Office to gather agricultural statistics, collect and disseminate new seed varieties, and perform various other technical functions. These routine duties were all that the agricultural section did under Democratic administrations, starting with the outgoing Polk administration, 1845-48. But under Taylor's pro-tariff Whig administration, 1849-52, the Commissioner of Patents used the annual agricultural reports as a forum to win America's farmers to the cause of industrial protectionism. The first Commissioner of Patents charged with preparing an agricultural report was Henry L. Ellsworth, 1836-44, a wealthy Indiana landowner and agriculturalist who advocated, especially in his 1842 report, fostering an urban home market for domestic farm produce. Ellsworth expected America's farm export surplus to grow as rising immigration and the natural growth of population would increase the supply of farm labor, while the productive powers of this labor would be augmented by the increased use of labor-saving machinery and fertilizers. Production expenses would decline, while extension of the nation's railway and road system would reduce transport costs for the farmer and open up new croplands. So rapidly might farm output grow, Ellsworth concluded, that it might considerably outstrip the growth of foreign markets, causing crop prices to fall. As an alternative, he proposed to nurture a domestic market for farm products, a market composed of an urban labor force and industry employed in working up agricultural output into manufactures. This home market, he emphasized, would be considerably more stable than that of Europe. Although Britain promised to become a growing market for American grain, the virtues of a foreign market were outweighed by those of a steady and growing domestic demand. Returning to power in 1844 behind Polk, the Democrats appointed Edmund Burke Commissioner of Patents, 1845–48. In keeping with the party's pro-South free trade policy, Burke portrayed America's farmers as an export-oriented interest. In truth, he observed in his 1845 report, "Our agricultural products form the basis of our immense foreign commerce, thus constituting the strongest ligaments which unite us to the great brotherhood of nations, contributing not only to our national wealth, but to the cultivation of amity and peace in our foreign relations, and to the progress of civilization at home." 430. This brotherhood of nations had already in 1824 been termed by Henry Clay a tacit compact between the Southern slave power and England, based on reciprocal markets and a common desire to thwart Northern industrial growth. The plan was for England to buy American grain and cotton, while the United States would obtain most of its manufactures from England. Burke was as eager as his predecessor to spread knowledge of the discoveries transpiring in agricultural chemistry. In his initial report he requested a larger appropriation for agricultural research, endorsed Ellsworth's earlier request for the services of a permanent clerk, to aid in procuring the statistical information for the agricultural report, and urged the legislatures of each state to collect agricultural statistics. In 1846, however, a Democratic Congress made no appropriation at all for the agricultural section, on the ground that the agricultural duties of this office have been assumed without authority of law, and were therefore a grave abuse and usurpation of power. 431. No crop estimates were made for that year. Greatly disappointed, Burke defended the section by observing, "It is not proper, perhaps, for me to vindicate the conduct of my predecessor under whose administration of the office it was introduced. It will not, however, be irrelevant to remark, that the subject had been a matter of serious consideration by the Committee of the House of Representatives upon the Patent Office during the session of 1839–40, and the Commissioner was then requested, by the able chairman of that committee, to communicate to the committee any information relative to the collection and distribution of seeds and plants, also, the practicability of obtaining agricultural statistics, with the addition of any suggestions deemed important in relation to those subjects." Appropriations were restored the following year, and Burke devoted large sections of his 1847 and 1849 reports to the debate then underway regarding the philosophy of fertilizer among the followers of Thayer, Liebig, and laws over the nature of soil fertility. These theories held vital political implications for the nation's tariff controversy. Thayer, Liebig, and laws showed that far from possessing original and indestructible powers as portrayed by David Ricardo's rent theory, soil was an instrument of variable productivity, subject to depletion or augmentation. Maintaining its fertility required continual restoration of the chemicals removed in the process of cultivation, just as industrial capital required maintenance charges, what modern national income accounts call capital consumption. Portraying soil fertility as composed essentially of organic elements, Thayer's humus theory described manure, night soil, and living plants as necessary to maintain its productive powers. Liebig's wind and ash theory focused on nitrogen, holding that the soil's organic constituents served mainly to help the plant derive nutrients from the atmosphere. Plants derived nourishment in the form of carbon dioxide and ammonia, which they returned through the process of vegetable putrefaction and fermentation. Fertility could be maintained by applying the dried ashes of crops, restoring the essential elements that cultivation removed from soil. As an academic, Liebig took the lead in controverting the static Ricardian concept of land as an instrument of fixed and immutable productive powers. In 1840 he published his Chemistry in its relation to agriculture and physiology, stating that plants resembled the human body in transforming caloric nourishment into growth, a transformation that found its expression in the form of work effort in animal bodies. Because the endless cycle of vegetable growth and decay maintained the atmosphere's supply of these elements in virtually inexhaustible quantities, it followed that no depletion of carbon or nitrogen could take place in the overall scheme of nature. But it was from the soil that plants obtained their mineral nourishment, comprised mainly of potash, soda, lime, sulfur, and phosphorus. In contrast to the atmosphere's abundant provision of carbon dioxide and ammonia, the soil in any given district did not afford an endless mine of these minerals. The principal problem for agriculture, Liebig concluded, is how to replace those substances which have been taken from the soil, and which cannot be furnished by the atmosphere. If the manure supplies an imperfect compensation for this loss, the fertility of a field, or of a country decreases. If, on the contrary, more are given to the fields, their fertility increases. 432 Although the soil's component elements could not be destroyed in the overall equilibrium of nature, they could be and often were removed from given districts. On a local basis, the soil's mineral supply was determined by the rate of its crop's return, figuratively speaking, in the form of fertilizer, either as fecal waste from the towns where the food was consumed, which was practical only if these towns were near-lying, or concentrated in the form of ashes, guano, or special preparations. Can the art of agriculture be based upon anything but the restitution of a disturbed equilibrium? Asked Liebig. Can it be imagined, that any country, however rich and fertile, with a flourishing commerce, which for centuries exports its produce in the shape of grain and cattle, will maintain its fertility, if the same commerce does not restore, in some form of manure, these elements which have been removed from the soil, and which cannot be replaced by the atmosphere? Must not the same fate await every such country which has actually befallen the once prolific soil of Virginia, now in many parts no longer able to grow its former staple productions, wheat and tobacco? 43.3. In this statement Liebig established the relevance of his theories to America's tariff debate. Farm districts that were net exporters of crops must be characterized by soil-depleting modes of agriculture in the absence of a corresponding net importation or other application of fertilizer. The inference was that the nation lost the costs sunk by nature into the land costs that did not originally need to be paid for, but which someday would have to be paid to restore the soil's fertility. This theory gave new significance to the Whig home market platform of placing the consumer by the side of the producer. Before the 1840s were out, the Patent Office reports informed American farmers that according to the prevailing theories of agricultural chemistry, only the establishment of neighboring industrial towns and cities could offer hope for economically restoring to the soil the needed manure, night soil and other essential fertilizing elements. Barring the establishment of local urban-rural balance, America's farmland must ultimately become depleted. Urging top priority for conserving the nation's soil resources, more than half a century before Theodore Roosevelt renewed the conservation issue as a major element of the Republican platform, the Whigs advocated industrialization of America's great agricultural hinterland so as to establish this balance between town and country. Daniel Lee's Protectionist Economic Doctrine and Agricultural Science. After the Whig victory in 1848 behind Taylor, Thomas Eubank was named Commissioner of Patents, 1849-53. Taylor had hoped to establish the Agricultural Bureau as a distinct entity with its own finances, and to transfer it into the Department of the Interior. This bureau, a British agriculturalist who interviewed President Taylor reported, will hereafter present its own report to Congress, separated from extraneous matter, and embracing topics which that of the Patent Office could not overtake. 434. Beginning in 1849 the Agricultural Report was published as a separate volume. Following Taylor's death in office, however, the project of substantially enlarging the department and transferring it out of the Patent Office faltered, and the Bureau remained as it was with one important addition. Commissioner Eubank appointed Daniel Lee, an upstate New York protectionist, to write the agricultural reports. Lee had served as editor of the Genesee Farmer, as chairman of the New York State Assembly's Committee on Agriculture, and later headed the New York State Agricultural Society, at that time the most advanced such society in the nation. One of his acquaintances was E. Peshine Smith, law partner of William Henry Seward and author of the important Manual of Political Economy, 1853, that soon would set out the Republican economic platform of protective tariffs, internal improvements, and a national bank. In a letter to his fellow protectionist Henry Carey, Smith explained that Dr. Lee was in charge of the agricultural department of the Patent Office, laboring to get an agricultural bureau established of which he should be the head, and failing that endeavoring to worm Commissioner of Patents Eubank out of office with the hope of getting his place. 435 Lee's articles during 1849–52 are the most striking and political of all the Patent Office reports. Under his direction, the Patent Office's agricultural section drew upon the available statistics to illustrate soil exhaustion and explain it as a byproduct of America's trade policy. For the year 1849, he estimated, the nation's exhaustive methods of cultivation entailed an annual loss of farm income averaging 10 cents per acre on 100 million of the 125 million acres of improved farmland then in use. This $10 million loss in annual farm income, akin to capital depreciation, was equal in magnitude to the proceeds of a capital investment of $166,666,000 at 6% annual interest. That improved farming lands may be justly regarded as capital, Lee added. And a fair investment when paying 6% interest, and perfectly safe, no one will deny. This deterioration is not unavoidable, for thousands of skillful farmers have taken fields, poor in point of natural productiveness, and, instead of diminishing their fertility, have added 10 cents an acre to their annual income. Over and above all expenses for all practical purposes, the difference between the two systems is $333,333,000 to the country. 436. On the basis of the implicit value of the minerals removed from the soil, Lee's 1852 report estimated the capital loss to amount to $300 million per year, that is, $3 an acre, or about 17x to 20% of the crop sales value, by which remark we mean that complete restitution of the elements of crops removed, such as potash, soda, lime, magnesia, chlorine, phosphoric and sulfuric acids, and ammonia, cannot be made short of an expense of $3 per acre. 437 Ultimately responsible for impairing the nation's soil fertility, Lee asserted, was the nation's free trade policy. American statesmanship has adopted a system of political economy that is, free trade, which renders full and perfect restitution of the soil impossible so long as it shall prevail. This statesmanship, which ignores the very existence of agricultural science, and repudiates all its teachings, costs the country $300 million a year by needless destruction of its agricultural resources. 438 Soil depletion was caused in two ways. The large-scale exportation of American crops to pay for industrial imports caused the loss of the minerals embodied in these crops. And by creating a sparsely populated rural interior behind a congested eastern seaboard, free trade rendered the return of urban wastes to the farming areas cumbersome and uneconomic. In this respect, America's vast agricultural hinterland was an economic burden. That the health of all cities, and sound farm economy, alike demands such restitution of all fecal matters, is denied by no one. But so long as indefinite millions of acres of rich virgin lands, over which no plow has ever passed, are accessible to all, few will incur the expense of making adequate restitution of the soil as a duty. 439. The soil would be mined and abandoned. This decline in soil fertility could not be halted, claimed Lee, if America continued to export the soil's crops and their mineral constituents in exchange for British manufactures. The solution to both these causes of depletion was to enact protective tariffs so as to nurture the growth of local industry. Here was an argument against the Ricardo Malthus model that underlay Britain's free trade doctrine and its doctrine of class warfare and social immiseration by portraying population growth as leading to diminishing returns in agriculture. Ricardo's notion of soil having original and indestructible powers was unwarranted, as was his idea of diminishing returns resulting from increasing population density. Far from reflecting the laws of nature, the misery forecast by Malthus and Ricardo was at odds with the rules of well-managed nature. It was not the growing density of population that threatened America's soil productivity, but just the reverse, the fact that the free availability of land in America's sparsely populated interior led to soil-depleting modes of cultivation. Diminishing returns were a violation of natural and balanced economic growth. Only as the nation filled up and population density increased would soil-conserving methods of agriculture such as were employed in Europe become profitable. Only when no virgin lands were left, when additions to the nation's population could only be channeled into non-agricultural pursuits, would the depletion of America's soil be alleviated. A balanced circular flow between town and country could be established and urban waste systematically restored to the land as fertilizer only when crops no longer were exported or their mineral constituents squandered in large congested cities such as the major ports of entry were becoming. To achieve a more normal pattern of development, America would have to become more self-contained. Until it established self-sufficiency, it would continue to lose the minerals contained in its crop exports. Its population would be concentrated in a congested strip of commercial trading ports along the eastern seaboard while the agricultural interior would extend further and further west. Should the mining of the soil persist, Lee warned, America would be incapable of maintaining its agricultural surplus. With this logic he attempted to win Southern planters to the cause of industrial self-sufficiency. No cotton grower should wish to conceal from himself or the public the fact that the soil of the South will be injured as much in the next 15 years as it has been in the last 25. In case no restitution is contemplated, and the present system of planting is to continue, what a humiliating and inglorious destiny must not the sunny South finally reach? Can her patriotic statesmen close their eyes against the evidence of an erroneous policy, i.e., free trade, which impoverishes the soil, because full and perfect restitution appears impracticable? Our old colonial system of agriculture is defective and wrong in the extreme. Having come down to us from before the Revolution, the evils which are entailed admit of 110 remedies short of wise and timely legislation. 44.0. This argument shows why industrial protectionists rather than democratic free traders took the lead in compiling soil fertility statistics. Treating land as an exhaustible and/or augmentable resource, along the lines of what Friedrich List called the theory of productive powers, Lee urged the compilation of statistics showing trends in output per acre over time rather than merely tabulating existing crop output and its market value. The Southern free trader policy of exporting plantation crops to pay for industrial imports from what then was the cheapest market, Britain, found little appeal in statistical analyses showing that this worked to deplete the nation's soil and was exploitative inasmuch as the value of minerals consumed in the process of cultivation exceeded the market price received, an implicit indirect cost of the nation's free trade policy, what today is called an externality. The theory of soil as a variable productive factor also served to explain the evolution of agricultural productivity in the United States. The comparative scarcity of labor in America had led not only to a more capital-intensive industrial technology than in Europe, but to an even more capital-intensive agriculture, in particular in the more industrialized eastern states. Mechanization of agriculture under land exploitative methods of cultivation was accelerating the deterioration of soil quality, conserving labor at the soil's expense. This had the result of depleting soil productivity while increasing that of agricultural capital. Productiveness of crops and destructiveness of soil are two most prominent features of American agriculture. 441. However, Lee noted, it is only in 2 or 3 states, where state statistics aid us in our researches, that the constant deterioration of the soil is demonstrated. The object sought by those that prepared the blank schedules for the collection of agricultural statistics by United States Marshals, appears not to have been to promote the interests of agriculture by improving the soil. 442. The seeming irony that advocates of urban industrial development took the lead in promulgating the new agricultural technology and that the Democrats, dedicated as they were to maintaining America as an agricultural nation, showed the least interest was true on the local as well as the national level is reflected in the observation Professor Johnston, the British visitor to America, cited above, that the legislature of New York proposes to establish an agricultural college, on a scale worthy of the Empire State, and that it is the indifference of the agricultural members which has delayed it from being sooner carried into operation. 443 He added that while the lawyers, and nearly all the other classes of men in the legislature, are willing to vote the public money with a view to the future improvement of the staple interest of the state, many of the farmers themselves refuse to accept the grant as a gift to their class, on the ground that the knowledge to be given in the school is not required, and that its application to the soil would be of doubtful benefit. 444. The reason for the Whigs' concern for agriculture is not difficult to understand. Like their Ricardian counterparts in Britain's Corn Law debates, they wished to see a growing industrial population fed with low-priced sustenance. In Britain this dictated repeal of its agricultural protectionism, the Corn Laws, so as to import cheaper crops by negotiating reciprocal free trade agreements. In the United States, urban industry required protective tariffs and rising soil productivity. The party of industry had as great an interest as the South in seeing low food costs, and as great a political prize in winning to its banner the swing vote of the Western Plains. Refining the agricultural argument for industrial tariff protection. Upon leaving the Patent Office after the Democrats regained the presidency in 1852, Lee helped found the United States Agricultural Society, becoming its corresponding secretary and editor of the first volume of its journal, along with Joseph C. G. Kennedy, who became superintendent of the 1860 agricultural census, and W. S. King. This politically important group was formed in June 1852 after a national agricultural convention in Washington was attended by most of the nation's state agricultural societies. Lee and his Whig colleagues urged the convention to memorialize Congress to establish an agricultural department, but were opposed by the Democratic Senator Stephen A. Douglas of Illinois and McHenry of Maryland, who argued that it would soon become, like all the other offices of the government, a place for politicians, and its occupants would be removable at every change of administration. After Douglas proposed that a Department of Agriculture be attached to the Smithsonian Institution, a compromise resolution called for a nebulously defined Board of Agriculture, a term originally suggested by George Washington, to be composed of distinguished characters. 445. A passage from the Society's first issue of its journal, evidently written by Lee, deserves rescue from oblivion here despite its length, as summarizing the economy's agricultural politics. It is due to our posterity and the inalienable rights of man, that a national effort be made to preserve the virgin lands of this continent from the desolation with which they are threatened, and that measures be taken to ascertain how much more of the essential elements of fertility American soil annually parts with than is restored to it again. Many millions of acres have been sadly abused, and never so much in any one year, as in that of 1852. Those that have given years to the careful investigation of the policy of American legislation, in its bearings on agriculture, believe that its tendency has long been, and still is, to foster the needless waste of all the food enrichment. If this be true, it is a truth of great moment, and one that preeminently deserves the consideration of legislators. That the soil in the older states has been seriously deteriorated in many districts, is not disputed, but that the policy of the government from its foundation, has encouraged the robbing of the surface of the earth of the few things that form the staples of trade, commerce, and manufactures, may not be so clear to all. Millions of dollars have been expended by state legislators, and by Congress, to construct canals, roads, and railways, improve the navigation of rivers and lakes, and facilitate the sending of the elements of crops to distant markets, never to return. While this depleting system of legislation has been steadily pursued for a century and more, what has any legislature ever done to teach the owners of American soil the best way to restore to it as much potash as it once contained, but has now lost? This is a plain, simple question, and it deserves a candid answer. Possibly it may be said that every cubic foot of earth contains an inexhaustible amount of potash, and therefore no restitution of this, nor of any other element of crops, is necessary. It is only by false assumptions of this character that legislation against the enduring fruitfulness of the earth, and against agricultural schools and knowledge generally, can be excused, or defended. Perhaps some gentlemen, far more skilled in the natural resources of Mother Earth than we claim to be, may contrive ways and means fully to recuperate an acre that produces a hogshead of exported tobacco, or a bale of cotton, for a smaller sum than $5. We think that the United States Agricultural Society should offer liberal premiums for a series of experiments, which shall prove how much of the phosphate and sulfate of lime and magnesia, potash and soda, is removed by a year's tillage, per acre, in the cultivation of cotton, tobacco, corn, and wheat, over and above what the crops contain. Tillage is a very old art, but its chemical effects, considered in connection with sunlight and heat, rains, dews and frosts, and atmospheric gases, are still unknown. Nor is it known how much of the solids in crops is formed of elements drawn from air and water, and how much from the mold and minerals in the surface of the ground. 446. The Patent Office's agricultural reports after Lee, 1853–61. During the Democratic administrations of Franklin Pierce and James Buchanan, the agricultural section of the Patent Office was characterized by a series of uninspired reports of a narrow technical character. The new appointees to the Patent Office did not attempt to use its agricultural section as a forum to argue against the Whig Republican claims that urban industry promised a much larger market, higher farm incomes and prices, and lower costs to farmers for growing and transporting their crops. Limiting themselves to the more mundane collection of agricultural statistics and distribution of seed types for which the office was originally formed, the Democratic appointees included little general reasoning beyond purely technical issues in the reports, and made no reference at all to the tariff debate. The Agricultural Party showed little interest in analyzing trends in soil productivity and costs. After Lincoln's election in 1860, the Republicans moved quickly to establish a Department of Agriculture as a separate entity, which Lincoln recommended in his first message to Congress. He appointed Thomas Clemson as Superintendent of Agricultural Affairs, still situated within the Patent Office. Despite coming from South Carolina, Clemson strongly supported formation of such a department, and observed in the Patent Office's agricultural report for the year 1860. How far it is accordant with the true interests of the Patent Office and with the rights of inventors to continue the administration of agricultural affairs under the aegis of that office, how far it accords with verity to hold the Commissioner of Patents to responsibility before the country and the world for the performance of duties which in the nature of things he cannot be cognizant, for the expression of opinions he cannot have matured, and for the promulgation of scientific discoveries. In fields his accustomed pursuits have seldom or never permitted him to traverse, are regarded as proper and important inquiries at the present era. Paul Gates gives a succinct description of the political haggling surrounding the agricultural section within the Patent Office, OPCIT, p. 302. Agricultural leaders disliked the subordinate position which the agricultural branch had in the Patent Office, dependent as the latter was for support on fees paid by inventors. Northern authorities felt that the agricultural branch was devoting too much of its attention to problems relating to Southern agriculture, such as replacing diseased sugar cane with disease-free cane from other countries. Southern leaders, on the other hand, were concerned at the attention given to sorghum, which might become a substitute for cane sugar and molasses. 326. When the Civil War broke out early in 1861, Clemson resigned to join the Confederacy, hoping in vain to establish a Confederate States Department of Agriculture. Although postponing establishment of the new department, the Civil War aided it by removing Southern opposition. 448. The 1861 Patent Office report was written by D.P. Holloway, who announced his endorsement of Henry Carey, the most widely known protectionist economist, an indirect acknowledgement of Lee's applications of agricultural chemistry to the tariff debate. The following year, In May 1862, the Department of Agriculture finally was formed, over the opposition of senators from such agricultural states as Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Iowa, and Kansas. A political appointee, Isaac Newton, became the first Commissioner of Agriculture. He avoided controversial questions even pertaining to grain elevator fees, milk adulteration, railroad rates, and the gouging of farmers by crop distributors. In the statistical section of his initial report, however, he reiterated the plea for soil conservation. Whilst our national pride is gratified in contemplating such a greatly increased production, he observed, it must occur to every reflecting mind that under our present mode of agriculture, it must be at the expense of the soil. 449 He praised the influence on farm values of an industrial home market and railroads. 450 Joseph C. G. Kennedy made a more direct home market argument to the nation's farmers in his Report on Agriculture of the United States in 1860, compiled from the original returns of the 8th Census, under the direction of the Secretary of the Interior. In our opinion, he observed in his preface, the surest way in which the power of government can effectually promote agriculture, is by a steady and consistent policy adapted to encourage the arts and give confidence to the stability of our manufactures. Population will then rapidly increase, commerce be promoted, internal improvements multiply, and the power of the state will augment as a natural consequence. That which renders the pursuit of agriculture honorable and remunerative, and therefore attractive and popular, is a certain home market. Under such circumstances the crops seldom fail, nor do the lands grow poor. 45-1. Sparsely populated areas tended to use exhaustive methods of agriculture. Under such circumstances, Kennedy concluded, it is evident that the intensive system of agriculture which is practiced in some older and more densely populated countries, where labor is abundant and the land must be under cultivation, cannot, as a general rule, be profitably adopted at present in this country. 452 citing and 1861 passage from the Mark Lane Express, a leading English agricultural journal. It has long been our opinion that the grain exporting power of the United States was likely rather to diminish than to increase under the ordinary circumstances of the country. The opinion was derived from the statistical notices of the Census and of the Patent Office, and confirmed by the statements of J. David Wells, and other American writers on the subject. These authorities have warned the agriculturists that if an alteration did not take place in the mode of cultivation, the United States would, in a few years, require a large importation of wheat, instead of being able to export to Europe. Venturing afield from merely reporting census data, Kennedy argued that industrial growth would help sustain a sufficiently high demand for crops so that farmers could pursue soil-conserving modes of agriculture. High farming, the systematic conservation and improvement of soil fertility during the process of cultivation, has been done in individual cases with much profit, but still the great majority of farmers could not see their way clear in expending so much capital, and, indeed, it must be confessed that it is not easy to show how high farming can be made profitable with low prices. All this for the present, however, is now changed. Prices have increased to a figure never before reached in this country. Everything that the farmer can raise, is in demand at rates which are highly remunerative. This demand and high prices cannot fail to stimulate farmers to put forth every energy to increase their crops. A higher system of culture will be introduced, and, when once adopted and found profitable, will be continued, even though prices should fall to the old standard. It is, however, to an increased home consumption that we look for those higher prices that will give that stimulus to American agriculture it has hitherto needed. 453. This logic provided an early justification for high farm prices, anticipating the argument for price supports in agriculture put forth some 8 decades later. Impact of the new agricultural technology on economic theory. In addition to serving as tracks to win the farmers' vote to the cause of industrial tariff protection, the Patent Office's agricultural reports entered into the population controversy then raging between the protectionists, anti-Malthusians, and free traders, Malthusians. Via this issue they bore upon protectionist growth theory in general, as their dynamic view of soil productivity was at odds with the static concept of land employed by Ricardian free trade economics and the Malthusian proponents of westward expansion and manifest destiny. Already in 1848, Henry Carey's The Past, the Present, and the Future attempted to refute Ricardo's theory of cultivation and its pessimistic implications for industrial growth. Increasing population density, he asserted, brought about increasing returns in agriculture, just as westward expansion and population dispersion, as advocated by the Democrats, tended to reduce agricultural productivity. Carey urged the enactment of protective tariffs and the fostering of industrial manufactures so as to hold the nation's growing population in the East and reap the ensuing economies of scale in agriculture and industry. Carey's theories brought to the attention of E. Peshine Smith the relevance of the theory of cultivation to the tariff and population controversies. It was within the contours of Carey's theory of economic growth that he utilized Lee's Patent Office reports to develop his own theory, setting out in 1851 to show, in the words of the Agricultural Report from the Patent Office, that there is a governmental policy which results in impoverishing the natural fertility of the land, which encourages the removal of all the elements of bread and meat from cultivated fields, and their speedy transportation beyond the possibility of restitution, that this is the policy which looks mainly if not exclusively to foreign trade, and, which, masking itself under the name of free trade, compels the exportation, in their rudest and most cumbrous forms, of the products of the earth, and with them of all the elements of fertilization and reproduction. 45.4. Smith used the concept that crops were the embodiment of their chemical constituents to demonstrate that what could be taken from the soil could be restored, and that fertility could be enhanced by the application of mineral nourishment. Commercial chemical inputs, he asserted, could be substituted for intrinsic original fertility, making soil productivity a function of capital inputs. His Manual of Political Economy followed Liebig and Lee in arguing that urban wastes could convert food intake into fertilizer as night soil. The growth of population thus represented a corresponding increase in man's power to augment the organic powers of the soil, as long as a closed system of chemical equilibrium existed in which the earth's minerals were circulated and recirculated between man and land. Smith termed this the law of endless circulation in matter and force. In the continual transformation and retransformation of food into minerals and back into food, none of the earth's resources were consumed, destroyed, but merely converted. This fact, he concluded, while not necessarily fatal to the theories of Ricardo, was indeed fatal to Malthusian doctrine, founded as it was upon the false notion, that man's consumption of food is its destruction, that having once served the purpose of supporting animal life, its capacity to contribute to that object is absolutely spent and exhausted. The failure to observe that, in the natural course of things, it is returned to the earth, to be again formed into food, and resume its office in supporting animal life, is tantamount to this, and it is only in consequence of that failure, that the food-producing power of the soil can be regarded either as a fixed quantity, or as incapable of increasing in the same proportion as the food-consuming power of those who dwell upon it. 455. Smith went much further than Lee in utilizing contemporary theories of agricultural chemistry as a takeoff point to define soil as a representative form of capital. Protectionists going back to the 17th century Italian economist Antonio Serra had defended industrialization on the ground that while the constraint of land area limited each nation's agricultural output beyond a point, industrial output was unlimited over the long run, and limited in the short run only by the size of the labor force. Soil productivity, Smith responded, could be augmented indefinitely just like industrial productivity. It was a function of soil quality more than raw land area as such. As a result, he argued, food output could be increased to a virtually unlimited degree just like manufactures, so long as farmers found it economically remunerative to apply fertilizer to the soil in conjunction with energy-driven equipment. Fertility was a product of man-made capital investment, subject to increasing returns as population density increased and society's distribution overhead was reduced and technological progress lowered production costs. Carey's three-volume Principles of Social Science, 1858-60, expounded and popularized Smith's agricultural theories, influencing Holloway's 1861 Patent Office Report on Agriculture and other Republican protectionists. Common to these writers was the perception that Ricardian doctrine was founded upon an erroneously static concept of soil, and that the nation's foreign trade pattern served to reduce the nation's soil fertility under existing methods of cultivation. This perception formed the basis for what Carey termed the philosophy of association between food producer and food consumer, which held as its economic ideal a closed national economy between farmers and industrialists. In this doctrine, the agricultural discoveries of the 1840s were elaborated into protectionist growth theory and expounded by the Department of Agriculture, the Census Department and other government agencies. Obsolete factors in the international economy *. For over half a century, economic theory has neglected to analyze the growing international disparities in labor, land, and capital productivity. Its excuse has been Heckscher and Olin's factor endowment theory, which attributes international cost advantage only to differing relative proportions of labor, capital, and land, not due differences in relative factor productivity as in Ricardian trade theory. The factor endowment theory rested upon four unrealistic assumptions. First of all, labor, capital and soil productivity among nations were presumed identical, so that one country's labor, capital, and soil resources were each as productive as those of any other country on a per-unit basis. No country's capital investment could displace that of another country because of superior technological productivity, but only because of its greater relative abundance, which directly resulted in its receiving lower profit rates relative to wage and rent levels. Furthermore, no cross-competition existed among the various factors of production. Increased capital investment in one country could not displace, say, another country's labor. Labor, capital, and soil each provided a unique service of production which other factors could not provide, and each category of commodity production was characterized by some optimum labor/capital or labor/land ratio. There was no international factor mobility, no international investment or emigration, or even trade in intermediate goods such as food, fuels or machinery. Finally, all factors in each country were presumed fully employed, except for temporary dislocations which prevented the optimum use of resources. It also was presumed that international demand conditions were such that no single category of goods produced by some specific mix of labor and capital was in chronic oversupply. On the basis of these assumptions, international advantage was held to be relative, not absolute. Every country had some advantage in producing some class of commodities. Demand for these various classes of commodities was presumed roughly proportional to their supply, so that countries tended to maximize their earning power by specializing in the production of commodity classes in which they had a comparative advantage. The vast amount of theorizing that has been built upon these assumptions in recent decades is not deserving of the attention that has been bestowed upon it. Least deserving of all is the income theory drawn from these assumptions, which Paul Samuelson has termed the factor price equalization theorem. This theorem purports to demonstrate how international wage levels, rents and profits tend to equalize under free trade. It advises low-income countries to dismantle their tariff barriers, and to export goods in which they have a comparative advantage at any given moment of time. Countries with much labor relative to capital, particularly if they have high rates of unemployment, should 333. Concentrate in the production of labor-intensive commodities. Countries with extensive mineral or soil resources should concentrate in primary production, maximizing the opportunity for world gains from trade. This doctrine is the mainstay of today's international economics. There is at present no school of thought which inquires why factor returns are diverging among nations rather than converging, or why some nations are being priced out of the international marketplace for agricultural and industrial products alike. Few have inquired into the nature of economic obsolescence in the backward countries that has created dualism between their domestic and export sectors. It is therefore the purpose of this paper to investigate these problems. It is shown how capital competes increasingly with labor across national boundaries, driving lower forms of labor from the world marketplace as it has driven this labor, along with horses and other non-economic inputs, from the marketplace in the developed nations. Obviously, international wage levels are not equalizing. Countries whose labor forces are characterized by low-paid, obsolete manual labor are becoming poorer and poorer, and are able to compete with foreign countries in fewer and fewer product lines. The low industrial wage levels which once seemed to promise industrial advantage no longer do so, at least for regions with generally low labor skills such as Latin America. Furthermore, nations with what were originally the world's most naturally rich soils, those which were the first to attract foreign settlers and developers, have now become increasingly obsolete in comparison with the fertilizer-intensive agriculture of the developed nations. Explanation for these developments is to be found in the fact that the terms of trade are moving against countries which are non-industrial or agriculturally backward, not so much because of their specific commodity specialization, but because they are characterized by relatively high costs of producing industrial energy and the elements of soil fertility. They are left priced out of every market except that for scarce raw materials, which foreign capital comes in to develop. The following analysis postulates an obsolescence function in the international economy to explain the manner in which labor, capital, and land compete with one another to produce the ultimate economic inputs of work effort, energy, and soil fertility. It then attributes the divergence in per capita national incomes which characterizes today's international economy to the divergence in productive powers and costs, which become absolute advantages for a few nations as a result of international investment and trade in capital and intermediate goods. The result is a tendency towards creating a world ghetto in the planet's economic backwaters. 334. Assumptions underlying the factor price equalization theorem, and the effect of dropping them. The factor price equalization theorem began by assuming equal labor productivity among countries, as well as equal capital and land productivity. If we drop this assumption, and recognize that factor productivity differs among countries, and particularly if we recognize that it tends to vary in proportion to relative wage levels, then it is clear that countries with relatively low supplies of, say, labor, even if it is highly paid labor, may still be highly competitive in the world economy. For if highly paid labor is even more highly productive, it may still undersell low-paid labor on a unit cost basis. Similarly, one nation's capital may be more productive than that of another nation, as technology is by no means identical across national boundaries. We would expect factor returns to vary directly with productivity. There would not necessarily be any tendency for productivity to equalize among nations, and in fact every social and cultural reason to expect that it might diverge in response to the external economies of national development. Matters are further complicated for today's economists when we drop the assumption that there is no cross-competition between labor and capital in international trade, or within the domestic economy, for that matter. It is asserted that there is some optimum, stable ratio for employing labor, capital, and land to produce given classes of commodities. Each factor is held to supply a unique productive service of its own. Labor services, land services, and capital services compete with other labor services, land services and capital services respectively, but not with one another. Some textbooks, to be sure, recognize the unrealism of this assumption. Charles P. Kindleberger acknowledges that there may be some ambiguity about the technological factor proportions involved in producing a given commodity. In the production of many commodities, there is a range within which one factor can be substituted for another. Eggs can be produced by chickens roaming the range, using land, or cooped up in batteries of nests, in which capital substitutes for land and labor. It is impossible to say that one of these commodities is more capital-intensive or labor-intensive than another until we know more about the possibilities of factor substitution and the factor availabilities. 456. But having made this observation, Kindleberger and other mainstream trade theorists drop it from their analysis as if it did not exist. This is unfortunate, because pursuit of its consequences would transform their doctrine in the direction of much greater realism. The major productive service which labor and capital produce in common, for instance, is work effort, a more basic unit of factor input than man-hours or raw machine hours. It is apparent that industrial capital can produce energy much less expensively than manual labor, as the human body is a relatively inefficient energy converter at today's food and fuel costs. We would therefore expect international energy costs to be more critical in determining international industrial advantage than per diem wage rates or machine hour costs. Having thus cleared the air of these two unrealistic assumptions, we may turn to that of zero international factor mobility, which Weiner and others take as the very definition of international economics. In Samuelson's theory and that of his contemporaries, this mobility serves to equalize incomes. But this only if we assume equal productivity among all factors moving across national boundaries. Suppose labor and capital productivity to be unequal among nations. Its international mobility would then convey some nations absolute advantage across national boundaries, by virtue of its common denominator. For costs of key inputs would no longer be relative, they would be absolute. For instance, if all food were produced in one region, then human subsistence costs, net of transport differentials, would equate for all nations. If all fuel were produced in one region, and assuming there to be only one form of fuel used to produce each commodity category, example coal, oil, or uranium, operating costs for most energy-intensive types of products would equate. If prices of capital goods are equal among nations through the process of international trade, then relative production advantages enjoyed by some countries, as a result of their superior labor or capital productivity, would become absolute cost advantages. A single great nation, such as the United States, might possess absolute advantage in both industrial and agricultural product lines, and produce a large enough surplus over and above its own domestic needs to drive from the market the labor and capital and land of many less developed countries. Capital in the world economy would tend to be employed in conjunction with the most productive, lowest unit cost labor and fuel, irrespective of the resources of the low-paid but high unit cost manual labor possessed by various backwaters of the world economy. This would help explain chronic unemployment or underemployment in specific areas of the world economy such as Latin America. 336. The three modes of abstraction in terms of trade analysis, and their policy implications during Britain's Corn Law debates in the early 19th century. Ricardo and Mill popularized the terms of trade between industrial and agricultural exporters, urging England to become the workshop of the world. Ricardo attributed comparative advantage among nations to different factor productivities in agricultural pursuits as opposed to those in industry, as indicated by his mathematical example of the comparative labor costs of England and Portugal producing cloth and wine. A century later, Heckscher and Olin shifted the emphasis of international trade theory away from productivity differentials to income differentials. They implied that countries possessed comparative advantage not so much in terms of specific commodity categories as in the relative costs of their labor, capital, and land. Earlier, in the late 18th century, Alexander Hamilton and his followers had abstracted the nature of international competition in manufactured commodities into the single common factor input of industrial energy exerted and harnessed in production. Later, in the mid-19th century, following the discoveries in agricultural chemistry made by Liebig, Thayer, and Lawes, the single major factor input in agricultural and mineral production was seen to be soil fertility and extractability. Unlike the Heckscher-Olin theory, which viewed labor, land, and capital as mutually non-competitive, these more technological approaches to trade theory, popularized mainly in the United States, acknowledged that work effort and primary product extractability might be provided by labor, capital or natural resources alike, in accordance with relative cost schedules which shifted over time and which were responsive to government policy. In recent years, Raoul Prebys has revived the commodity-oriented view of international trade popularized by Ricardo and Mill. He has captured the eye of many raw materials exporters by postulating a secular tendency for the terms of trade to move in favor of industrial exporters, against the exporters of primary products. Given his postulated tendency, the statistical defense of which has been disputed, the solution to poverty in the low-income countries is for them to shift their production patterns away from primary production into industrial pursuits. Their problem is mainly one of producing the wrong commodities, those whose price is falling relative to the price of other internationally traded goods. Given a program to increase industrial productivity, which probably requires protective tariffs, these countries may overcome the acquired industrial advantage possessed by the more developed nations, and thereby become net beneficiaries of the shifting world terms of trade. 337. The Heckscher-Ohlin-Eiter endowment THEOIY attributes comparative advantage in given commodity lines not to relatively high factor productivity in these areas, which would seem to be the obvious explanation, but merely to international advantage in relative factor proportions, or more specifically, to the relative factor costs which follow from these proportions. Wages, rents and profits are assumed to be a direct and inverse function of relative factor supplies, and only of relative factor supplies. Thus, if some countries have a comparative advantage in producing agricultural commodities, it is not because their soil is richer than that of other countries, but simply because there is more of it relative to population and capital resources, so that their soil is low-priced relative to labor and capital. Other countries have been lucky enough to have been endowed with much more capital relative to labor and land. England found itself endowed with textile mills in the last century, and the United States with aircraft factories and mechanized farms in the 1960s. These countries' great relative supply of capital resources is responsible for the low cost of their capital in comparison with that of other factor inputs. For poorer countries, the indicated policy is to accumulate more capital if they want to shift their terms of trade to more remunerative lines, as capital seems to be the scarcest factor in the world economy. Implicitly, capital is not substitutable with labor, so that no labor displacing tendency occurs as import capital in less developed countries. This theory has little to say about how some countries' superior capital endowments originally came into being. My own view is that today's developed nations were endowed above all with protective tariffs. According to it, the less developed countries have been endowed only with labor, and although they possess a comparative advantage in the production of labor-intensive commodities, the fact that so many countries are similarly endowed tends to turn the international terms of trade against them. Still, they have a consolation prize. By definition, or more accurately, by tautology, each country has a comparative advantage in something. If it lacks capital, then it is labor-rich. Someday, if Samuelson proves correct, its wage levels and living standards may approximate those of the United States and other developed nations, thanks to natural forces at work within the international economy. This theory says little about the terms of trade as between primary products and industrial manufactures. Some primary products are capital-intensive, particularly mineral products. Others are labor-intensive, particularly crops produced by plantation economies. The production of food crops such as grain and even chickens has become increasingly capital-intensive over the decades. All that the Heckscher-Ohlin theory states is that if nations wish to improve their terms of trade, they should increase their rate of capital accumulation, because capital is generally scarce in the international economy and its factor return is correspondingly high. There is no contradiction between this policy conclusion and that of Prebys. 338. More than a century ago it was recognized that countries rich in manual labor resources and land area might still find themselves priced out of world markets both in industrial and agricultural commodity lines, as sophisticated capital and labor supplanted unskilled labor and unimproved land. International trade in industrial products was attributed to absolute advantage in the use of energy in production, with the factor contribution of labor and capital reduced to the common denominator of work effort. Similarly, trade in agricultural products found land extensive, soil-depleting modes of agriculture competing with capital and soil-intensive modes, with labor, land, and capital being alternative technological means of producing soil fertility. This postulated competition as to the ultimate industrial factor input, energy, and as to soil productivity in agricultural trade, attained a much higher degree of abstraction than has been matched in later international trade literature. On the basis of its policy implications, American protectionists developed national policies which helped provide the United States with world advantage in agricultural and industrial production. The nation's agriculture has substituted artificial fertilizers for virgin soil fertility with increasing success, following its earlier success in substituting steam-driven and electrically powered machinery for manual work effort. Given its surplus producing capacity, the possibility now exists that other countries may find their unskilled labor and unimproved lands absolutely priced out of world markets. It is therefore important that we explore the theory of cross-competition between various clashes of factors in international trade. The factor price equalization, or pauper labor, argument for protectionism in the United States. P. A. Samuelson has slated that, paradoxically, valid arguments for protection seem mostly to have come from free traders, not from protectionists. 457 It would be nearer the truth to state that the leading, even if invalid arguments for free trade have come mainly from protectionists. This is particularly true of the factor price equalization theorem. In 1848 the American protectionist Calvin Colton, official biographer and economic spokesman for Henry Clay, put forth a clear version of this theory, in order to argue why the workings of free trade later described by Samuelson would impair the high wages of American laborers, whose last wish was for their wage levels to equalize with those of Europe. It is manifest, that when the products of American labor are brought into the free and open market with the products of European and other foreign labor of the same kind, the labor itself is in the same market, and that the tendency is to reduce the price of American labor to that of foreign labor. We say the tendency. We have before indicated the reason why American labor, in such a case, will not come entirely down to the old level of European labor. The water of one cistern which is higher than that of another, will raise the other, by being let of into it, before both come to a common level. If the capacity of the two cisterns were equal, the common level would be found midway of the difference. But the American cistern is a very small one compared with all the rest of the world, and being let off, would fall immensely, while the other would scarcely seem to rise. 458. This theory remained in the repertory of naive protectionist politicians for more than 80 years, and was still being voiced in the Republican national platform as late as the 1932 elections. The avowed object of protective tariffs, wrote Francis Amasa Walker in 1876, during the heyday of American protectionism, has been to keep wages from sinking to the level of Europe and Asia. The allusions to pauper labor which crowd the speeches of Clay, Stuart, and Kelly have significance only as it is assumed that a day's labor in one place is the economical equivalent of a day's labor anywhere, and that one man's labor is effective in the same degree as that of any other man. 459. After citing the example of an English wood sawyer capable of performing as much work in a given period of time as 32 East Indians, Walker concluded: in the contests of industry the civilized, organized, disciplined, and highly equipped nations may safely entertain much the same contempt for barbarous antagonists as in the contests of war. The accumulation of human and material capital, not cheap labor, was responsible for the competitive cost advantage enjoyed by sophisticated industrial powers. We thus find, in the 19th century, American protectionists voicing the pauper labor theory of wage equalization among nations in an attempt to scare U.S. workingmen into enacting protective tariffs. American free traders replied that the American working man had nothing to fear from iron wage competition abroad, as pauper labor was ultimately more expensive on a unit cost basis. Jacob Skernhoff, a free trade Democrat, was employed by the State Department in Grover Cleveland's two Democratic administrations to travel around the world comparing wage rates and labor productivity, so as to confirm the thesis that variations in wage levels were more than offset by productivity differentials. His findings indicated that America's relatively highly paid labor provided the nation with an international advantage in industrial production, obviating the need for protective tariffs to support wage rates. It is not by reducing wages that America is making her conquests, wrote Skernhoff, but by her superior organization, greater efficiency of labor consequent upon the higher standard of living ruling in the country. High-priced labor means better food and better living, and these supply the American workman with the energy and nerve power for which he is so justly celebrated. High-priced labor countries are everywhere beating pauper labor countries 460. American industrial strategy should therefore make use of the country's high wage and productivity levels, and to foster, if possible, a kind of feedback mechanism of steadily increasing competitive advantage. The higher the wages for the U.S. laborer, the greater would be his productivity advantage over foreign workers, and the further U.S. unit production costs would decline relative to Europe's increasingly obsolete pauper labor. The survival of the fittest, Skernhoff concluded, is, therefore, the result of a high wage rate, and a high standard of living in industrial countries, becomes a prerequisite to a low cost of production 461. The energy theory of absolute advantage among nations. More sophisticated American protectionists had anticipated the high wage argument for increasing productivity. In fact, it was E. Peshine Smith and Henry Carey that originally inspired the free trade critics of the pauper labor argument for protective tariffs. Peshine Smith in particular had pressed this line of reasoning considerably further than was to be found in later literature, by emphasizing the role of superior educational attainments in securing international cost advantage. Not only did highly paid labor outperform pauper labor in most physical tasks, he observed, but insofar as higher money wages enabled the American working man to procure superior education for himself and his children, he accumulated the industrial skills needed to utilize energy-intensive machinery. And in the final analysis, cheap foreign labor was undersold more by highly productive American machinery than by highly productive American labor qua physical labor. The employment of machinery, wrote Alexander Hamilton already in 1790, forms an item of great importance in the general mass of national industry. It is an artificial force brought in aid of the natural force of man, and, to all the purposes of labor, is an increase of hands, an accession of strength. Unencumbered, too, by the expense of maintaining the laborer 462. The impact of this concept on U.S. national strategy and its economic doctrine cannot be overestimated, although it has been neglected by virtually all 20th century historians of economic thought. To illustrate this last idea, added Hamilton, let it be supposed that the difference in price in two countries of a given quantity of manual labor requisite to the fabrication of a given article is as 10, and that some mechanic power is introduced into both countries which, performing half the necessary labor, leaves only half to be done by hand. It is evident that the difference in the cost of fabrication of the article in question in the two countries, as far as it is connected with the price of labor, will be reduced from 10 to 5 in consequence of the introduction of that power. 463 The United States certainly could match Europe's natural advantages in water-powered machinery by virtue of the uncommon variety and greater cheapness of situations adapted to mill seats with which different parts of the United States abound. Thus, America's natural resources, its water power and abundant woods, competed to some extent with Europe's capital resources, its machinery. Water power considerations aside, England continued to widen her industrial advantage over the United States as a result of the superior productive power of her material capital, substituting steam-driven engines for manual labor. Mr. Clay had occasion to notice, as long ago as 1824, wrote Calvin Colton, that some British authorities estimated the machine power of Great Britain as equal to 200 millions of men. The number of operatives to apply this machinery has never amounted to 1 million. Here, then, is a nation, with a population of some 25 millions, with a producing power of 200 millions. Its capabilities of producing wealth by artificial means, is so great, that its natural power is scarcely worthy of being brought into the account. One man at home did the work of 200, less or more. Science, which makes one man as powerful as 200, or 1,000, left to their natural powers, will and must prevail against numbers. That nation which cultivates the useful, mechanic, and manufacturing arts, all of which have their foundation in science, and which excels in them, other things being equal, will excel in strength, and maintain a superiority. 464. The steam engine could produce a man-hour of work effort at a lower cost than could a man himself, as the cost of fueling and operating a machine was considerably less than feeding and sustaining the human body. This metaphor between man and machine permeated U.S. economic doctrine throughout the 19th century. 465. Henry Mayhew computed that the total machine power of Britain had risen to the equivalent labor power of 600 million human beings. 466. This was cheap power, and the key to England's world economic supremacy. America's industrialization program was therefore promoted by protectionists on the ground that industrial technology could undersell, by a widening margin, the increasingly obsolete employment of the human body as a supplier of work effort in production, not to mention the work effort supplied by horses, oxen, and other beasts of burden. Nations that did not supplant their raw labor with machine power faced a widening cost gap between themselves and the leading industrial and agricultural powers. No matter how lowly their labor might be paid, no matter to what squalor it might be reduced, the price of sustaining it still exceeded the machine costs of supplying a comparable man-hour or kilowatt-hour of work effort. Manual labor throughout the world inevitably lost out in competition with the power-driven forces of mass production. The result was increasing economic obsolescence and poverty in the countries slow to make the changeover to modern production techniques. A modern conceptual approach to analyzing the cost technology of producing power by alternative methods may be found in a book by Zachariah Allen on the philosophy of the mechanics of nature, and the sources and modes of action of natural motive power, published in 1852. In addition to computing the alternative operating costs of producing industrial energy by horsepower, manpower, and steam power, both with coal and wood as fuels, Mr. Allen introduced the land area constraints necessary to produce these various foods and fuels. The hay and corn needed to produce a day's horsepower of mechanical energy by means of horses cost 63 cents, and required 5% acres for their production. The wood fuel necessary to produce an equivalent of steam power was less expensive, but required 23 acres for its production. The needed coal to produce 1 horsepower of machine energy cost only 24 cents per pound, less than half the price of producing animal effort, no area constraint. The internal combustion engine was later to make even further cost savings. It was apparent that horses were doomed. The ability of machines to supplant human labor as well as work animals in the drudgery of production, freeing it for higher tasks and in fact compelling it to be thus free under pain of economic obsolescence, was emphasized in almost every 19th century treatise on steam engines. In this the mechanics and other writers of the period were in advance of most 20th century economists, although Mellman and Salter have analyzed in some detail the economies of substituting mechanical energy for labor power. Mellman works out the economies of trading machine hour cost for labor cost, specifically in the area of materials handling, 467, and observes that the fourfold increase in productivity of industrial workers in the United States over the last half-century has been matched by a fourfold increase in the horsepower of the motor-driven machines which they use. 468. Salter analyzes the best production technique, and specifies the point at which a changeover will occur from one mode of production to another. 469. The obsolescence function in the international economy, industry. We have now seen how the factor price equalization theorem was voiced and contracted over a century ago, and was then rediscovered and restated in what economists like to call elegant mathematical language and accepted on its own terms, as a geometric logical problem to be judged only on the basis of its own limiting assumptions. The thought of national trade policies being based on such an example of specious exercise is appalling. The theory's shortcoming may be indicated by posing the question of why the U.S. horse population has dwindled steadily following introduction of the internal combustion engine around the turn of the century. Economic theory seems able to explain this, but not the obsolescence of more human forms of labor services. The world horse population has died out because, as a producer of energy, particularly transport energy, it was higher cost than alternative sources. Horses were no longer worth the cost of their food and shelter, and became a burdensome overhead rather than a net resource. Why, we may ask comparative advantage theorists, did horses not simply shift over to some other task? Was there no alternative work for them to perform? The answer is clear: there were no alternative tasks for horses, and countries which had hitherto grown hay to feed their horse populations found it more efficient to export this hay or related grains and to import engines and motors. This explains why world horse incomes have not equalized with those of manual laborers, as one might perhaps expect from the factor price equalization theorem. Countries with comparatively large horse populations have not retained any comparative advantage in horse-intensive commodity lines, although the theory tells us that even if their cost structures are higher across the board, they must still be relatively low-cost producers of some class of commodities. It is up to today's pure trade theorists to tell us why this has not occurred. In the race between machine and man as economic energy suppliers and servo mechanisms, the machine will drive the raw laborer from the contest at that point where its costs of supplying industrial energy fall below the average wage which must be paid for unskilled labor to perform an equivalent amount of work effort. The minimum price of this unskilled labor is set by the price of human subsistence. At a lower factor return for work effort, the manual laborer must be phased out of production, to remain unemployed until such time as he may acquire the working skills necessary to elevate himself to a tool user rather than a mere energy supplier. In fact, not only does the substitution of capital for manual labor as a source of energy-free labor for higher, more skilled tasks, it positively drives him to elevate his status in production, by displacing him from the more menial tasks. Figure 1 represents the obsolescence function as applied to manual labor. Price. Wages. W1 wage rate for manual labor in a developed industrial economy. E1. Costs of producing a manpower equivalent of industrial energy by means of industrial capital. 0A time. Fig 1. Line WW1 represents the wage rate for manual labor as it evolves in a developed industrial economy. It tends to rise because of the general scarcity of all labor during the early stages of industrialization, and then levels off as manual labor becomes increasingly obsolete. Line EE represents the declining costs over time of producing a manpower equivalent of industrial energy by means of capital equipment. In the last century, the costs of producing a manpower equivalent of energy by means of steam and electricity fell below the cost of using the human body as an energy converter, that is, converting his fuel, his food, clothing, and related necessities into a given flow of caloric work effort. Manual labor in the factories, and later on the farm, was supplanted by steam engines, electrical generators, and their related servo mechanisms, and the internal combustion engine. The economic implications of the developments are far-reaching. In Ricardo's day, when England's Industrial Revolution was still gaining momentum, all that was demanded of the rural migrant newly arrived in the city was the ability to exert manual effort. Children worked as servo mechanisms at their looms. Today, the willingness and ability to perform similar tasks no longer qualifies the rural migrant for employment. The exodus of farm boys, which contributed so strongly to Britain's industrial power 2 centuries ago, represents only a burden for the less developed countries of today. 18th century labor cannot find employment and happiness in this 20th century world. The theory of obsolescence as it applies to the international economy is thus much more problematic than has been recognized by neoclassical economics. According to the assumptions of this latter theory, what little advantage as may be enjoyed by the backward countries derives from their low wage levels, and only on the naive, or, as economists like to say, heroic, assumption that labor productivity is roughly similar among all nations. However, as we have now seen, Low-paid laborers cannot afford to acquire the training or education necessary to raise their status in production at the rate required by 20th-century technology. They therefore find themselves unemployed. Rather than being productive inputs, they become welfare charges on their society, banding together with their unfortunate compatriots in the urban shanty towns now gobbling up Latin America. The converse of the obsolescence function is what we may term the complementarity function between human and material capital. In order to be employable, the human laborer over time requires a rising complement of training and education. He finds his employability proportional to his ability to draw upon his training and acquired working skills to perform tasks which machinery could not perform at a lower cost. Already in 1853 Peshine Smith observed that, as we rise to labor in connection with more complicated 346 machinery, the value of general intelligence becomes distinctly apparent. 470. In fact, as Skernhoff observed, in almost every employment of an industrial nature a very great amount of training is requisite to make it effective or to make it serviceable at all. Only in times of a very great demand and scarcity of labor would anyone employ crude labor in factories where skill is required. 471. This minimum necessary educational level was rising over time, as labor required an increasingly intensive training and education as a precondition for employment. Thus, accumulation of material capital in the United States has been conditional upon the concurrent accumulation of human capital. Failure to acquire this human capital results in human obsolescence. This helps explain why the average education of American labor has increased steadily over the decades. It has not been a luxurious consumption good, but a precondition for capitalizing the American economy. The obsolescence function in the international economy, agriculture. Not only has manual labor in the backward countries been increasingly undersold by the powers of mechanized and computerized capital in the advanced nations, but the productive powers of their soil resources have also been increasingly undersold by the far less costly powers of U.S. farm capital, that is, by the fertilizers, agricultural machinery, and related farm improvements which have characterized agriculture in the more developed nations. Today, natural or virgin soil fertility has become as obsolete an economic input as raw unskilled labor. What was competitive in past centuries is no longer competitive. The treatment of soil as an economic input has always distressed economists. Particularly since Ricardo they have used arable land area as a proxy for soil, failing to recognize the extent to which soil is a biochemical entity whose fertility is a function of its mineral and related inputs. Land area, in the quantitative sense of acres subject to given climatic conditions, has been taken as representing the supply function of agricultural resources, particularly by proponents of the factor proportions school. The effect of artificial fertility inputs on the international agricultural supply function has been unduly neglected. Ricardo was the major culprit in popularizing the erroneous concept that soil possessed original and indestructible powers. Whatever fertility differentials existed in its virgin state, he believed, would remain fixed for all eternity. Any changes in yield per acre ratios following from capital improvements were presumed to take place proportionately on all soils within given nations and by implication, among nations. At least he did not treat soil as a homogeneous and uniform entity among regions, as was the treatment accorded labor. Quite the opposite. In agriculture alone, and specifically with regard to soil inputs, was the role of differential productivity recognized by Ricardo and other classical British political economists. According to their theory of comparative advantage, each nation's agriculture was characterized by some yield per acre ratio, subject to deterioration in this ratio at the extensive margin. The more recently settled, sparsely populated nations were presumed to have the most fertile soils, as there was less pressure on their soil resources at the extensive margin. Thus, there appeared to be some natural equitability in international trade as between crop producers and industrial nations. The older and more densely populated nations would exchange their manufactures, the low cost of which presumably followed from their low wage levels, for the food and other primary products of the younger, less populated countries. Some countries were therefore naturally suited for industry, others for raw materials production. This concept of soil and natural resources was as unrealistic and static as was the classical concept of labor. By the 1840s, a more modern concept of soil as a chemical entity was being developed by Liebig, Thayer, and Lawes. According to their theories, there was no such thing as original and permanent fertility. Soil could be depleted, as was clearly taking place in sparsely cultivated countries such as the United States, where the farm and run practice was the rule. Transient families would mine the soil in one district and then move on to another. Conversely, soil could be augmented by the application of nutrients. Whatever original fertility differentials as existed among nations could thus be overcome by sophisticated farm management practices. 472 This explained why soil productivity in Europe, as measured by output per acre, was superior to that in the United States, and why this condition persists today. In Europe, labor is substituted for land, so that Europe possesses an edge in per acre productivity, the United States an edge in agricultural labor productivity. This also explains why Europe and other industrial nations have not become the growing market for the products of the less developed, raw materials exporters as was so widely anticipated in the last century. Today, each year's new basket of food contains fewer inputs of rural farm labor and simple land area and more of capital. Because this agricultural capital may be substituted for land and rural farm labor at ever-diminishing costs, as was revealed so sharply by the response of American farmers to the soil bank program, the unimproved land and untrained rural labor of the backward countries no longer constitute the resource that they seem to represent in the 19th century. Instead, they are a form of obsolete social economic overhead, to be supported by economic charity, not economic markets. Figure 2 illustrates how the costs of artificial chemical sources of fertility have declined in comparison with the costs of cultivating virgin lands. Line CC1 represents the cost of cultivating unimproved land, which is rising over time both because of land prices generally, in relation to other prices, and because of the gradual depletion of the soil resulting from land-extensive modes of cultivation. Line KK represents the unit cost of producing a similar market basket of crops with modern, capital-intensive farm techniques. Capital supplants soil just as it has supplanted manual effort. Soil is transformed into a capital instrument, just as are its trained businessman operatives. Cost. This explains why it is precisely those countries which originally seemed to possess the greatest natural advantages that have today sunk into the most backward and obsolescent state. Originally fertile soils now become high-cost soils, and naturally rich mines tend to become high-cost mines. This is no anomaly but is the rule of economic evolution. The copper industry provides an illuminating example. As the quality of available copper ores has declined throughout the world, technological innovations have been developed too. 349. Substitute capital techniques for the original richness of ore bodies. As events have worked out, the lower the copper content generally, of the more recently opened mines the lower are the unit costs of production. Thus, highly mechanized ore bodies in the United States, whose copper content averages only 0.4 to 0.6%, may be mined less expensively than the more labor-intensive copper operations of the Congo and Zambia, where 4 to 5% copper is the rule. A similar development has occurred in the iron ore industry, where pelletizing processes have been developed to exploit the lower-grade ore bodies, with the result that the cost of iron has declined rather than risen. These mineral examples thus parallel the evolution of food production costs over time. Contrary to the Ricardian theory of rent as applied to mining and agriculture, the lands and mines exploited in the earliest years do not find themselves recipients of any scarcity rent, but instead suffer a negative quasi-rent, as Marshall termed it, of obsolescence. In this manner the nations least endowed with natural resources have conquered the most highly, naturally, endowed nations. We may now generalize our theory of limits as applied to the obsolescence function of labor and soil, as well as that of capital. Economic obsolescence in the less developed countries is a direct function of technological progress transpiring elsewhere. The more rapidly technological progress occurs in industry, agriculture, and commerce, the faster will be the rate of obsolescence of all pre-existing capital, labor, and soil. At some point the current operating costs of given endowments of manual labor, plots of soil, and obsolete capital exceed their contributions to marginal sales revenue. Their charges for maintenance, repair, and fuel in the case of obsolete capital, the minimum cost of subsistence in the case of manual labor, and the cost of maintenance and seed in the case of soil, can no longer be recaptured by the price of their products. Thus, by applying the theory of limits we may specify that point at which merely low productivity capital, labor, and soil become critically obsolete and unemployable altogether. The limited concept of technology held by most economists. Technology for most economists represents simply the labor/capital and labor/output ratios used in producing given classes of commodities. I have selected the following statement only on the basis of its relatively recent publication as part of a National Bureau of Economic Research conference on the technology factor in international trade. Output changes, remarks Ronald Jones, could be represented by movements along a transformation curve. 350. Technological progress is seen to complicate matters further in two ways. First, the reduction in factor requirements is seen to act like an increase in the quantity of factors available. Thus, if factor prices were constant and only labor coefficients were reduced, the transformation schedule would be shifted outward and the output of the labor-intensive commodity would be increased while the output of the land-intensive commodity would be reduced. 473. But what is it that increases, to displace labor in the above example? If it is energy, what are the dynamics of its introduction? What happens to pre-existing plants using old techniques, which are too concrete to shift over to any alternative use? If the productivity increase derives from superior industrial organization, what are the relevant costs and benefits associated with this overhead expenditure? Raymond Vernon, editor of the above volume, views technology simply as a thing in itself, something akin to phlogiston. In Jones's words, his concept of the product cycle argues that advanced countries tend to have comparative advantage in producing those commodities that are newly being developed. In simplified terms, this suggests a three-factor model: capital, ordinary labor, and a third factor that comprises a host of special skills on the part of labor or of capital equipment. Advanced countries, such as the United States, have a relative abundance of this third factor and hence a comparative advantage in producing new commodities at early stages of production. Later stages are associated with a shift in factor intensities toward a relatively greater role played by capital and labor. 474. Again, this theory suffers from an inadequate definition of technology, and also of capital. Technology is conceived as novelty, not as the ability to substitute some new form of economic input for a pre-existing form, such as machine power for labor power and horsepower, or artificial nitrates for virgin soil fertility. If labor, land, or capital are displaced or economized in production, it must be obvious that this is costless at all, but reflects the substitution of some unspecified input, whose economies must be specified in order to understand the processes at work. Otherwise one cannot explain why countries have comparative advantages in research-intensive product lines, which may be subsidized by government military activities by private non-profit foundations, or other factors which today's economic thought considers non-economic in nature. Application of the obsolescence function to dual economies, the ghetto function at home and abroad. Increasing capital productivity in the agricultural and industrial sectors of the developed nations, in the face of stagnant productivity in the less developed countries' domestic sectors, is the major explanation of increasing economic imbalance between rich and poor countries. Technological obsolescence of labor and land in the latter countries has been reinforced by the various forms of social and political obsolescence historically associated with backward economies. The effect of this widening imbalance is to transform the least developed countries into world mendicants. Similar forces are at work within the United States itself, as its sophisticated mainstream labor and capital compete with obsolete economic inputs. Consider the slums that have mushroomed in the United States since the Korean War, as backward rural and black labor have been displaced from its southern agricultural regions into northern and western large cities. The relative backwardness of minority group labor in the United States reflects the economic elevation and technological progress that has characterized the non-black, mainstream labor force. Obsolete labor, finding itself culturally alien to the sophisticated urban economy into which it finds itself displaced, is not oriented toward acquiring the working skills and attitudes requisite for modern employment. Some portion of this minority labor force visibly falls too far behind its contemporaries to catch up under its own power, given existing social institutions. Its incomes are insufficient to enable it to finance the educational and related social expenditures needed to bring it up to a par with mainstream labor. Only an external transfusion of social resources can accomplish this end. To be sure, there was prevalent misery and poverty in England's weaving towns during the first half-century of its industrial revolution. In fact, it was England's most highly skilled labor that was the first to be displaced by machines, as power looms supplanted the male hand weavers, whose jobs could then be taken over by less highly skilled women. With the introduction of even simpler machinery, women were supplanted by children. Many observers believed that the quality of life and labor would become increasingly degraded rather than elevated by the spread of machine production. Ultimately, however, England's industrial economy entered a more advanced phase of mechanization. Its capital became increasingly skill-intensive, and called once again for trained blue-collar operatives, as well as a new white-collar complement. Contrary to the forecasts of underconsumptionists, no vast displacement of labor ensued. Instead, there developed a normal state of chronic full employment for skilled labor, the Great Depression being SN 352. Daily, a monetary anomaly resulting from unique post-war conditions. The Luddites and their MACHINE, WRECKER contemporaries were therefore wrong concerning the domestic economy. Technological progress elevated the social and economic status of the working class as a whole, rather than condemning it to an existence of squalid unemployment. But this has been the case only in the advanced nations, where technological change has occurred slowly enough so that no great gap has developed between obsolescence and modernity. The ghetto function in the backward countries today, by way of contrast, is indeed a byproduct of their overall obsolescence. The problem is that they are obsolescent on a nationwide scale. Their rural exodus, displaced from its traditional living areas to flood the old industrial and commercial capital cities, becomes a social overhead. This places an exponentially increasing per capita burden on the productive sectors of their societies. The burgeoning surplus of consumers who are not producers must somehow be supported out of domestic output, that is, they must receive some portion of society's income to finance their subsistence or else subsist by foreign aid. Private sector production costs in the backward countries are increased just as they are in New York City by the rising welfare tax burden needed to support this obsolescent labor force. Increasing budgetary allotments are required in the form of transfer payments and welfare infrastructure expenditures. This increasing tax function further impairs the competitive position of such areas. A diminishing social surplus is available to devote to the educational and other infrastructure activities needed to modernize their backward labor and land resources so that they may find employment in the modern 20th century world. Among the developed nations, this emergence of a welfare class, accompanied by the transformation of major cities into welfare reservations, is unique to the United States. Its black and other minority group labor was left on the land, in the slums and in the shoeshine stalls a century too long, and has been degraded too far to retain what cultural integrity it originally possessed, and which is a prerequisite for the development of modern work attitudes. America's urban ghettos are thus the result of its artificial division of labor into two broad groups, skilled whites and unskilled blacks. The latter are a racist incident to capitalism. The American economy could well have evolved with all its citizens, black and white alike, had it not chosen to suffer the expensive cultural luxury of being as sharply racist as it in fact was. Some modest effort is now being made to modernize hitherto untapped minority group resources. In oligarchic backward countries, by way of contrast, a prolonged state of immiseration seems inevitable, so long as an open 353. International economy is maintained, which throws obsolescent labor and land into uneven combat with more modern producers in the advanced nations. To these more modern producers the international economy promises economies of scale in production and marketing, and therefore a regenerative feedback system of increasing sales and capital accumulation. To the backward countries it connotes a loss of markets, starting with their own home market. It means deprivation of economies of scale, and a virtual blocking oil of balanced economic growth and self-sufficiency. Some indication of the cruelty that this situation must inevitably breed was given a century ago in the debates over England's and Ireland's poor laws. James Phillips K., a physician who inspected the living habits of Manchester working men, wrote that the introduction of an uncivilized race does not tend even primarily to increase the power of producing wealth, in a ratio by any means commensurate with the cheapness of its labor, and may ultimately retard the increase of the fund for the maintenance of that labor. Such a race is useful only as a mass of animal organization, which consumes the smallest amount of wages. The low price of the labor of such people depends, however, on the paucity of their wants, and their savage habits. When they assist the production of wealth, therefore, their barbarous habits and consequent moral depression must form a part of the equation. They are only necessary to a state of commerce inconsistent with such a reward for labor, as is calculated to maintain the standard of civilization. A few years pass, and they become burdens to a community whose morals and physical power they have depressed, and dissipate wealth which they did not accumulate for 75. The alternative, of course, is a transformation of their society which put them in this state. Kay then quotes from Nassau Senior's letter to Lord Howick on a legal provision for the Irish poor, N.C., which puts to shame the most reactionary attacks on the welfare and aid system being made today. The poor laws, Senior asserted, would divide Ireland into as many distinct countries as there are parishes, each peopled by a population ascriptically be multiplying without forethought, impelled to labor principally by the fear of punishment, drawing allowance for their children, and throwing their parents on the parish, considering wages not a matter of contract but of right, attributing every evil to the injustice of their superiors, and, when their own idleness or improvidence has occasioned a fall of wages, avenging it by firing the dwellings, maiming the cattle, or murdering the persons of the landlords and overseers, combining, in short, the insubordination of the freeman with the sloth and recklessness of the slave. 476. I cite these quotations not as antiquarian documents of the past, but as an indication of the political response to come if foreign aid and domestic welfare expenditures continue to take the form merely of income transfers rather than capital transfers to help elevate unskilled labor into human capital. It is to this problem that I address my concluding remarks. Policy conclusions. 3 policies have been suggested for countries to increase their incomes. Most popular among academic economists and factor endowment theorists remains free trade. Poor countries are urged to modernize their economies only within the confines of laissez-faire. They should open their markets so that they may reap the traditional gains from trade. These are the gains which Ricardo believed would benefit Portugal as it specialized in winemaking and left England to specialize in weaving and its associated industrial branches. Unfortunately for Portugal and other primary commodity exporters, the gains from this pattern of trade seem to have accrued almost exclusively to England and other developed nations. The external economies and diseconomies of such trade, which free traders have neglected from Ricardo's day down to the present, far outweigh the short-term economies of exchange. The most immediate problem of taking the free trade option is that backward countries have little to trade except the products of their mines and their cheap labor. The appearance of international trade masks what is basically a transfer function. They are lent foreign aid funds to purchase goods in the aid-lending nations, while foreign affiliates of international firms produce their exports in isolated mineral and plantation enclaves. Thus, they pay for their imports not by exporting goods and services from their domestic economy, but with promissory notes and with exports produced by foreign-controlled firms, whose factor proportions reflect those of their parent country's economy rather than that of their host country. The poorer country's ability to attract aid and capital inflows becomes increasingly political rather than economic in nature. Modern capitalism began by opening up the world economy, fostering a commercial revolution whose effect was to monetize all areas of economic activity. Now that the catalyst of money and commerce has been implanted in all societies of the globe, its workings can be completed only by less developed countries closing themselves off into regional blocs. Suspension of free market competition within some political contexts seems to be the only alternative to an aggravation of the obsolescence and ghetto functions. Otherwise, the open international economy dictates that the backward countries must remain part of the world village, gathered like serfs at the foot of the castle. They 355 are obliged to exchange their raw materials and to sell their domestic investment rights to foreigners, and to borrow increasing sums abroad to finance their economic backwardness and its associated trade deficit. Their cost of remaining members in good standing in the international economy ultimately involves their total submission to this economy. The result is that increasing portions of their economies become less and less an integral part of this world economy. The bulk of their poor populations is increasingly excluded from the world of technological advance. Thus, the quality of human resources falls ever further below the rising minimum degree necessary for employment in the world economy. The more the physical productiveness of agricultural and industrial capital in the developed nations increases, the more the value of pre-existing, increasingly obsolete agricultural inputs abroad declines, and with it their factor incomes. At some point they are rendered uncompetitive altogether. Under free trade, the world economy shrinks more and more, until finally it is comprised exclusively of the developed nations and their extractive export enclaves among the raw materials exporters. Some economists have advocated terms of trade insurance for the less developed, primary commodity exporters. In practice, this amounts to financing their general economic backwardness, not to modernizing their economies. It enables them to go on servicing the raw materials needs of the developed nations, neglecting to modernize their agricultural and human resources. It is just another form of income transfer, rather than the capital transfer called for. The required capital transfer is not to be found in the poorer countries redirecting their production towards manufacturing and other commodity lines whose terms of trade appear to rise over time, a panacea endorsed by communist planners as well as by the World Bank and other aid-lending cartels. For by seeking to industrialize some part of their economies, the poor countries may aggravate their internal obsolescence function, that is, their dual economies which mirror domestically the international dualism between rich and poor countries. For them to proceed directly to the most modern agricultural and industrial technology would be to expel their labor from the land and from the workshops, leaving it nowhere to go to offer its obsolescent labor services, except perhaps into the army. This would be the modern counterpart to England's enclosure movements of past centuries, only today the hands freed will have nowhere to go. For hands are no longer needed for employment in today's world, only brains. The glib prescription to industrialize does not indicate what will happen to that sector of the population which must necessarily lag behind. Nor does it inquire as to which classes will reap the apparent benefits of industrialization, or how these benefits will be shared within the country, or the extent to which. 356. The new industrial islands will actually be composed in large part of foreign affiliates. The industrialization panacea has nonetheless gained some degree of popularity in the United States, as American firms have by now established affiliates in the less developed countries and find Prebys's analysis a convenient argument for tariff barriers to guarantee profitable operations for these affiliates. Furthermore, industrialization tends to aggravate the rural exodus and the widening food deficits now plaguing the less developed countries. Partly for this reason it may well please the American farm lobby, as U.S. farm exports to these countries have mushroomed dramatically since World War II. The thesis of this essay is that the key factor inputs in today's world are work effort and soil productiveness. The indicated policy conclusion of the foregoing analysis is protectionist. It emphasizes modernization of the backward countries' soil and human capital resources, with labor development being concentrated on the land instead of in the cities. A century ago, many American workingmen voted for protective tariffs in order to prevent their per diem wages from being equalized with those of lesser-paid foreign labor. As the above analysis has shown, they were somewhat confused as to just what was being equalized by the process of international trade. It was not compensation per diem, but compensation per unit of work effort output, as well as compensation for the costs of acquiring the labor skills necessary to operate machines which took over an increasing share of labor's manual tasks. Today, the capital-poor countries find their self-interest to lie in interfering with the free flow of international trade precisely in order to suspend the equilibrating factor price equalization process between work effort supplied by capital and that supplied by untrained labor. For a transition period, they must also suspend the international competition between artificial sources of soil fertility in the developed nations and those of their own unimproved soils worked by outmoded agrarian methods. What is to be equalized in the realm of international trade is not per diem wage rates, or per acre land rents, but the price of the services of supplying work energy and simple servo mechanism operations, as well as soil productiveness. These services can be supplied much less expensively by inputs of capital equipment than by raw labor, much less costly by artificial fertilizers than by unimproved soil. The result is that the annual returns to labor and land in the less developed countries are not improved, towards those levels which characterize laborers and farmers in the developed nations. We may call this the factor price disparity theorem. Just as England's enclosure movements displaced people in favor of sheep, modern technology displaces people in the less developed countries from their traditional livelihoods. Technological efficiency takes precedence over humanity, and productivity becomes the new sacred cow to which backward societies are 357. Sacrificed. The mechanism of this sacrifice is the international economy. Malnutrition spreads in Brazil and Colombia, in the face of rising coffee exports, all in the name of gains from trade and comparative advantage. The backward countries can only watch passively as the economic powers of alien and vastly more productive agricultural and industrial capital bring about mass unemployment on their land and in their cities. A similar process seems about to begin working within their domestic economy as well as within the international economy. The competitive plight of backward countries today is thus much more serious than was that of the United States a century ago. Their quandary lies in the fact that modern industrial and agricultural technology requires the application of technical skills and work attitudes that can be built up only over a period of time. However, educational facilities currently available in the backward countries are far insufficient to educate their stream of new working-age population. Furthermore, in order to initiate a modern human capital formation function, new teachers must be withdrawn from the ranks of the potentially productive skilled labor force. In this lies the major source of pessimism as to economic prospects in the backward countries. The major limitation on their economic development does not lie in diminishing returns in agriculture, or in the dearth of natural resources, the bogies of old Malthusianism, but in the manpower constraints of their educational infrastructures. Still, upgrading of their human capital resources and agricultural modernization are the two most essential paths of overcoming their international backwardness. Their indicated path today is similar to that followed by the United States following the Republican victory in the 1860 elections, when protectionists moved to supplement American labor with energy-intensive capital, so that the American workingman would be freed for higher, more sophisticated tasks. The American system, wrote Peshine Smith, the economic spokesman for Secretary of State William Seward and later the third-ranking employee of the State Department, rests upon the belief that in order to make labor cheap, the laborer must be well-fed, well-clothed, well-lodged, well-instructed, not only in the details of his handicraft, but in all general knowledge that can in any way be made subsidiary to it. All these cost money to the employer and repay it with interest. 477. Agricultural extension services must be developed today as they were in the United States to modernize agriculture, something which is conditional upon a radical transformation of land tenure systems in the food deficit countries. These educational expenditures will obviously add further to the already strained budgets of the less developed countries. Unfortunately, the monetary impact of the resulting budget deficits will hardly aid them in fostering full employment. In fact, the very concept of lull employment is sharply narrowed by the obsolescence function. The seemingly homogeneous group of laborers depicted in neoclassical economics is seen to be actually divided into two non-competing groups. Skilled, increasingly capitalized and sophisticated labor competes against unskilled and increasingly obsolete manual labor. To acknowledge this duality is to forsake any simplistic theory of full employment. We find a tendency towards full employment of skilled labor, but declining employment opportunities for unskilled labor. Today, what Marx termed the army of the unemployed has turned out to be an army only of welfare recipients. This means that there is no simple monetary or income policy cure for the domestic ghetto or for urban ghettos in the backward countries. Labor retraining, including in many cases cultural retraining programs as well, is a precondition for the modernization of obsolescent labor which would otherwise remain a social overhead, unable by itself to inaugurate the rise in educational levels required by modern technology. Just as capitalists must either reinvest some portion of their income in cost-reducing technology or see their businesses go under, so too must labor. In the advanced nations, whose labor has succeeded in keeping pace with the march of technology, this labor has moved on to the more imaginative skills which are increasingly requisite for contemporary production. This elevation of labor in the advanced nations seems to have doomed to a status of unemployed obsolescence the uneducated classes in urban ghettos wherever they remain in the world economy.